Hello and welcome everybody to Week 7, Day 1 of the NACL Summer Split. I'm Kangas, back on the cast. I'm joined by Joshi and Josh. I got one question for you. Are you a member of the Pink Pony Club?
I am a member of the Pink Pony Club. We're going to go dance today as we watch all of our games come through. And, oh boy, what a great time it's going to be.
And while everyone's Googling that, first off, you're welcome. Let's take a look at the current standings of the split because we are in week 7 getting into it. So that means that we have a much clearer picture of what the playoff situation and scenarios are looking like. Most notably, the fact that 2 teams have locked their playoff positions. We have Dragonsteel and Fear X Starforge at the top.
Yeah, they are already for sure in. However, the race at the bottom is still rather tightly contested. AoE, Blue Otter, CCG, the ones most at risk of having to play through the relegations at the end of the split. However, in the middle, there's only a couple series separating even Winthrop University in 7th and Fear X Starforge in 2nd.
Yeah, there's still a lot of movement that can happen, which is why I wanted to get into this early on the show, because yes, 2 teams are locked. No teams are locked out yet. There is still a miracle scenario where AoE in 10th place without a single series win is actually able to sneak in. But Joshi, it's looking pretty rough for AoE, not only for the strength of schedule they have, but also the fact that they just had roster swaps going into this weekend.
Yeah, I think they are setting a new record for most number of players on a roster in a single split. But even with that, they just have to beat FlyQuest and Supernova. It seems like a pretty natural path to actually making their way towards playoffs from this point.
Yeah, just 2 teams that are above 50% win rate. Not too
at 50,
hard.
you know.
Well, for series score, but game score, they're at 1 up. Also, warm welcome to everybody from LCS. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the NACL. We're going to talk about our schedule ahead of us today so that you can be caught up if you are interested in sticking around. We got Team Liquid Honda Challengers. Hey, remember Team Liquid and LCS? They're doing pretty good with a lot of players and even a coach that got promoted up from this league. You can take a look at their roster going forward. There's even, yeah, exactly. And they're going to be going up against Fear X Starforge. And then after that, we have FlyQuest Challengers, FlyQuest NZXT versus Blue Otter. You ain't getting logos like this in LCS. That's all I'm going to tell you.
That's true. We have a lot of teams coming through. I really like that Fear. They used to have the Grim Reaper Scythe. They have substituted it out for the Starforge Hammer. You know, if you ever want to get a computer, you know, you have 2 of them going on right now with the Starforge and the NZXT. You can go to either one of them for some great stuff. But they got to duke it out on the Rift before we even get to that. And
I thought you meant 2 computers like ours are both running right now.
Yeah,
I mean, I was going to say, you're about to jinx me. Mine has a bad record of
That
crashing.
is true. But if you do just want to come get a computer and you just find yourself like in our apartments for some reason, you can definitely just come take these from us. Just wait till after the show.
Or any blue mammals, because we got those represented on broadcast as well. But we'll bring it back to us because it's time to talk about the rosters for our first series. Team Liquid Honda Challengers is up first. And Romer is still just standing too far from the camera. I'm going to call it out every time. We got to get that man closer.
I mean, we could probably crop it, I think, is the other option. You know, we do have the technology in this day and age.
I suppose there's multiple solutions to the same
Either
problem.
way, Team Liquid Honda Challengers currently 4-3 in series score, 10-7 in games, and there's a lot of recognizable names here, and several people who had fantastic runs in summer 2023 and spring 2024. We know that these players are looking quite strong, and this is a roster that has had, at times, difficulty ending games. They did show us a little bit more last week when they were able to take down Winthrop University in 2 rather convincing wins, but we're looking for them to continue doing that as we start looking at their playoffs chances.
And some specific players to highlight here. Romer coming in, joined the NACL at the same time as a player like Quad, who made a quick jump to the LCS. Romer also eyes set on that. Keel as well, looking to make a comeback split here in summer as a jungler that has shown a lot of promise. But let's take a look at their opposition on the Rift today. It is Fear X Starforge. Also, a lot of names that you might recognize if you're a mainstay LCS fan. Players like Philip, Blazolve, Instinct, XU have all gotten that opportunity. Even in Winsome, actually, all 5 of these players have had stints a varying degree of length in the LCS.
Several of them still wearing those jerseys as well. So you should recognize, I remember someone said they woke up from a coma. This is where TSM, you know, can still show up every now and then. Instinct played for TSM a long time ago, but this is a roster currently 2nd overall in the standings at 5-2. 2 series behind Dragonsteel, but only 1 series ahead of Team Liquid Honda Challengers. They are looking to have one of the strongest mid-jungle 2v2s in the entire league, and the strength of the top side of this map in particular has really propelled them to a lot of early wins, and they're going to be looking to do that, or at least not fall too far behind, so such that they can use all that experience to grind out some of these later games.
Yeah, this is the return of a Blaze Olive for me. XU as well. He had that LCS opportunity. League got limited, less teams, less options, and he is now back in the NACL. So this feels like a roster that is trying to make that comeback performance as well. I've been impressed with the Blaze Olive overall, somebody that I wasn't sure what kind of pressure he'd be under coming back into competitive play after taking, I believe, a full year off, if my memory serves correct. But honestly, it feels like he's come out the gate swinging and hasn't really missed a beat. So very impressed with that. But now up against Roamer, this is the first time we're going to see these two against each other. And Roamer is one of the stronger mid laners that we have in the league.
Especially in the laning phase. I always go back to a quote from Spyrax where he was talking about just how good, in particular, the Koreans were at laning when Quad and Roamer came into the league. He really felt like these were the only two players who were pushing him in the laning phase, and that says a lot. Now, Blaze Olive is going to have to try and find his way back into that one, and with the help of XU, we know that XU has been spending most of his time in the top half of the map, playing alongside Philip and a Blaze Olive, and honestly, I'm kind of expecting that XU will probably spend most of his time up in the top lane to try and shut down Jenkins, who has also been one of the most successful laning tops that we've had in the league.
Now, important to note here for anybody joining in for the first time, this is full Fearless, which means that once a champion is picked, it cannot be picked again. Interesting first ban phase from TLC, banning out both the Renekton and the Nidalee. Typically, you'd see maybe one and not the other necessary, but either way, they're locking in Ezreal as their first pick, which we have seen be more flexible as of late. It doesn't necessarily guarantee it's going bot lane, depending on what that mid matchup looks like.
Yeah, I definitely look at this Ezreal as one of the first picks that you can go for, as kind of playing like white in chess, right? As soon as you have this, you are the one playing for the advantage. You're on the blue side. You are kind of expected to win your blue side games, and then you trade back and forth. So Team Liquid Challengers throwing down the Ezreal already. I love the ability to have to flex this around. And the other champion I'm really looking to see come through, Brand is good, but also Leona, who has just dominated so much of these bottom lane plays.
True. Also, that is 8 minutes on my clock before Josh mentioned chess on a broadcast.
Oh,
so congratulations. That is a new record for Joshi.
Let's see if the Leona's picked up.
Either way, I think the joke lands. TLC have the option to go for that Leona if they want to. The Sejuani's up 2. We've seen a lot of comps with like 2 to 3 AD carries in the double tank lockdowns, but instead, they're going for Yone. If they're expecting that Corki in the mid lane, they just want to kill it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It has been something that Roamer has had a lot of success with in the past, and Ezreal pretty confidently saying that this one is going to be going down towards the bottom side of the map for Team Liquid Honda Challengers, but it does mean that Fear Starforge, they get to pick the Cassante, and now they get to ban away a couple of picks that Jenkins likely to go for. Jenkins very classically likes playing a lot of the ranged top laners, has a strong Gnar, has a strong Kennen as well, which I would kind of expect to be taken off the table for Team Liquid Honda Challengers as we start looking towards the back half of the draft.
And unless my read is incorrect, I don't see Ezreal or Yone being traditional tank busters that are just able to blow through a health bar of something like the Cassante. If you have enough time, maybe, but still, I think Cassante fits really well as a space maker for the side of Fear X Starforge's carries so far. And like you said, they can still ban away those problem top laners like the Gnar. Now, Jenkins has a weird champ pool, though. Are they going to ban the Kennen? Are they afraid of that as well?
I would not be surprised. You look at the Team Liquid composition right now, and they have a lot of physical damage here, King, is they don't have a lot of magic damage, and Kennen kind of solves that. Rumble also already taken off the table. It's not completely ridiculous to suggest that the Sejuani is going topside, and they still have an opportunity for Keel to play something a bit more unusual. He was one of the original magic damage junglers with things like the Nunu and the Fiddlesticks being in his repertoire, but it does look difficult with the Camille and the Gnar already taken off the table. The Kennen still on the table for Jenkins.
Kennen on the table. It wouldn't synergize as well with something like the Sejuani. You want that melee matchup if possible. And I've been hearing rumblings. We asked a lot of the coaches, what champs do you think that haven't been picked yet that should be high on priority? Mordekaiser was mentioned a couple of times. I'm wondering, maybe you just go something like Mordekaiser, pairs a little bit with the Sejuani, gives you that AP damage, and then you can just yeet the Cassante out of the fights, and then your team doesn't have to worry about him as that space maker that we were talking about. But we'll see what Jenkins wants to go for. Fear X Starforge will hover the Aphelios here, would be some more consistent DPS.
It's also one of the things that we know Instinct has had potentially more games on than any other character in his career. We have seen him have a ton of success with this throughout the course of his life. It's actually his 3rd most played champion, but looking at it, I'm really expecting a Kennen to be coming through right now. You already have a very strong set of solo laners with the Yone and the ability to play side lanes with the Yone, and then the cannon adds a lot to that as well.
There it
does
is.
come through the much needed magic damage for Team Liquid. Now the only thing that's really sitting that hasn't been picked, really looking for the Leona. Leona plays so well into a lot of these magic damage junglers, like the Zyra, like the Brand, because of how immobile they are. And when you double up the engage between the Sejuani and the Leona, suddenly, actually has to be very careful about where he's standing.
And, I mean, pile on top of that, the Yone, who's going to be ulting in as well. So there we go. I think Leona made a lot of sense, and TLC agree. Kim Down will be piloting arguably the main engage, although this is the strength, is you also have the Sejuani who can be that main engage instead. They got so many options right now, so Furix Starforge will draft more of a front line for themselves and some engage as well with the Alistar.
I look at this right now, Kanyas, and I just have to say, I feel as though Team Liquid has gotten everything they could have really asked for. They have comfortable champions on every single one of their players. They have several of these strong power picks that work together and, in particular, prey upon at least one or two people on the other side. XU, Blaze Olive, and Instinct all need to be very worried. The big thing that we're looking at this game is Furix Starforge are kind of relying on Team Liquid to mess up their engages. And if that happens, that's when Fury becomes very, very strong. So Team Liquid, just don't mess up. It's that easy.
And, I mean, the Kennen being solo AP damage as well. I've heard from Kennen players, you love that when you can just build pure AP. But also, you're laning against Cassante, who you're now forcing to build some magic resist at the beginning, while the rest of the composition, or at least Yone, primarily physical damage, technically a little AP, but we barely even count that one, every other auto. And then the Ezreal as well. So you're helping out the team in multiple ways with this pick. And like you said, it's a comfort for Jenkins. Team Liquid out of challengers. Looking like they are confident with their draft going into game number 1. Furix Starforge in second place. Can they maintain in this series against a scary opponent?
Remember, there's a lot of playoffs on the line, and already looking for Winsome. Not going to be throwing out the Zenith Blade here from Kim Down, but this does say that Team Liquid very focused on making sure the early game does go well for them. You notice that Philip also opting to go for the Aftershock as opposed to the Grasp in the runes. Does mean that not really expecting to be trading auto attacks with the Kennen, which makes sense to me. Not really something you're going to be doing a whole lot of. And instead, it does leave a situation where Furix Starforge are kind of accepting this top half of the map is going to be difficult to play.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to that last play because this is the developmental league. This is where we like to see players push the limits and try and make arguments for themselves. I'm surprised that TLC, especially Kim Down, just didn't go in on Winsome right there. You see an Alistar all alone in the brush. Maybe didn't have the Zenith Blade leveled up either way. Missed opportunity. Seemed like a good level 1, but they do not confidently execute on it. So it's going to be a more traditional start to the game. Just a ward place from XU to spot where Keel is starting to clear, and I don't believe any wards were answered, which means that XU will have more information to play with here.
Yeah, interestingly to see that Blaze Olive just auto-attack the caster minion down almost right away. That does potentially leave him in a very dangerous spot where he will be pushed, but he's going to get this whole wave crash, and as it tries to push back, actually doesn't even get to crash it, he's going to find himself in a very tough position for levels 2 and 3. And we'll see if Keel tries to get anything done. He has already been spotted at the blue buff, but a very aggressive play already coming out from Blaze Olive. He needs to get these auto attacks down such that he can start abusing the fact that Roamer has both the second wind and the Dorn's shield, so he can really trade health for mana.
Does get the wave in, though, which is important for a Blaze Olive here, and Roamer's already missed at least one minion right there. Should get this one.
Oh, that's 2.
I don't think that was another one. So at least 2 missed, but actually only 7. So he missed a total of 5 in the first 2 waves. Not too shabby. Good counter engagement Winsome right there. Just using the Pulverize on the Kim Down. As level 2 was hit by spawning Kim Down early. They were willing to take the early fight once they had that level advantage, but Winsome prevents it from going in. So now it's just back to the conversation about the junglers, if they can make any action happen. Brand not really known for that. Happy to just farm up. Keel really would be the one to make any action happen if Sejuani finds the play.
But if he's trying to go for something, this is the wrong time for a wave crash on the bottom side. You generally want to be doing that a little bit later because it's so much harder to keep the wave here. Instinct and Winsome should be able to clear all of this out relatively cleanly. My stream freezes a little bit.
Yeah, mine is frozen as
well.
well.
Okay,
Okay,
we're back.
Perfect.
Either way, though,
I'm
Keel's
always
going to get here too late in order to actually go for some dive, and there's no camps here to actually invade from XU. So overall, Furix Starforge doing a good job avoiding the worst of what Team Liquid Challengers could do early.
But I will say, the fact that Keel's actually slightly ahead in the clear, he gets to the Scuttlecrap faster than XU did. Not what I expect out of the Brand. Typically, Brand lightning fast jungle clear. And the fact that the Sejuani on the first back is actually matching the Brand, this is not something that I'm used to seeing. So I think well done from Keel there to just focus on farming it up and maintaining that clear speed. Bax gets the Kindle Gem. This is where XU will just continue to accelerate the clear speed, as Keel wasn't able to go for something like a Bobby Cinder.
Yeah.
But for the first clear, not bad.
I mean, in general, this is a pretty common thing for the Sejuani, right? You don't need the early clear speed, because as you've seen, it's already pretty darn fast for a tank. So, ultimately, a pretty normal early play from both sides. And one of the things that we have been seeing from Team Liquid is that they are very good at getting leads kind of across the board, just kind of relying on their laning, especially from Jenkins and Roamer. And then the issues will come a little bit later. And one thing that I know that they've been working on quite a bit is trying to clean up their shot calling and clean up their confidence around playing around each other. It's something that I have been seeing a lot of issues with Kim Down and Keel oftentimes going in at different times. You need to make sure that everyone is coordinated. And they already do have the first step of their plan, right? They're winning the early game. They have some of these laning leads coming through for a very small gold lead. But just like the Underpants Gnomes, it's not a question about what the first step is.
Very confused by that reference, but I'm just going to have to trust you on it. Top lane's the big one, where Jenkins is up a full wave. The mid lane, it's still impressive. Roamer hasn't been too far shut out here. Blaze Olive hasn't actually gotten that much advantage with this range matchup. As I'm sure Twitch chat's probably reacting to whatever you had said earlier, but I'm just not going to acknowledge.
They understand.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, that's all right. Either way, though, it is very good of Roamer, and this matchup does become better for Yone, especially after he hits level 6, which he just does, where he can start putting a lot more pressure onto a Blaze Olive to increase movement speed of the Berserker Greaves. However, now we got to start paying attention more towards the bottom side of the map, because the dragon is spawned and also the first set of grubs. And so, Team Liquid is a team that oftentimes will trade grubs in order to pick up these early dragons. And the Solo Mountain, one of the strongest single dragons you can pick up, Kim down in the top half, but it looks like he's going to head back towards the bottom side of the map. They want to trade that direction.
Yeah, as... okay. Back completes in the top lane. Yeah, Keel's just beelining it straight to the grub, so not that early dragon play like you were talking about. Kim Down not even walking up alongside, but Roamer's actually getting collapsed here as Kim Down in his back pocket. And that information is not known to FXS yet. Starforge have their Alistair go in, but Roamer's able to just outplay. Now we're going to fight at the grubs, though. XU's here, not level 6 yet. Keel gets the first one, and now Arctic Assault's away. Jenkins could be in some trouble. Has the flash available, and flashes forward aggressively with the Yone over top. First blood to TLC, as Winsome's in trouble as well. Philip will get one in response, and Winsome doesn't go down. The Unbreakable is enough. A Blaze Olive looking for more. One more auto on a Roamer should be enough, but he just can't quite get in range. Kim Down, meanwhile, got caught out from everybody else. Looks to trade onto Winsome, can't quite find it. Very close fight there, but Fearox Starforge do come out with one extra kill.
To get an extra kill, they also have control around the grubs, but because XU was the first person to die, he's not in a position to do anything about it. Keel is left all by himself on the top side. They already got the one grub. Fearox Starforge got one themselves, and now Keel, because he's still around, looking to take down Blaze Olive, who has no mana,
no flash. Use the Valkyrie away, but Jenkins will look for the chase down and try and find the stun. Flash from Keel to guarantee it. Jenkins picks up the kill. Nicely done for TLC, guaranteeing that they do get that gold.
So ultimately, the grubs ends up being a trade 1-for-1, but Fearox Starforge will be picking up this first dragon after all is said and done. In Team Liquid, they will at least get the second grub for themselves, so they can still look to play for all the Twitch chatters on their side. But what is Roamer up to?
That's just rude. Kim Down will spot out Winsome right there, as should have understood that they were around the area. Roamer gets another wave in, as Winsome and XU are just tag teaming right now. See if they can find something. They do get the lockdown. And just burn damage onto Kim Down, who will now re-engage onto Winsome. Still level 5, actually does not have that ultimate available and will get taken down. I believe Aftershock was on cooldown because of the little poke onto Winsome, or Kim Down earlier, as XU will fall too. Roamer picking up some gold in his pocket, and TLC just take advantage of Fearox Starforge being over-aggressive in their own jungle.
That's some of the coordination we love to see. A Blaze Olive goes aggressive, not going to find anything there, but that's the coordination we've been needing to see from Keel and Kim Down for a long time. They both go in at the same time. They layer their crowd control in a fantastic way. They find multiple kills, and crucially, it's being spread across the entire team. A kill goes over to Keel. We also see one going over to Romer. This is a ton of pressure that they're finding. They have so much of the underpants already collected here. The question is, what do you do with it next? They still need to try and find some of these dragons. They still got to get the next grubs, and this is where Team Liquid Challengers has had some struggles with in the past, and Fearx Starforge is a team that can absolutely take them down.
I gotta say, Josh, I just Googled it, and now I'm more confused. I still do not understand.
Step 1,
but you know what?
Underpants.
Okay.
Step 2, Step 3, profit.
Well, I feel like Step 2 in League of Legends is pretty understood. It's you usually go for like a Baron.
It's well
or
understood,
like
but not
Dragon,
necessarily by
Drag
everybody.
Soul. Okay.
Like Team Liquid Challengers, they don't get that one spot.
Okay, all right.
It's a joke, haha.
We'll see. We'll see if they're able to this time around here, as they are currently with a gold lead, 1.4 thousand. Fearx Starforge had a nice answer in the early game, but since then, it was really just that one invade, over-aggression from Winsome and XU, so looking to clear up some of those types of mistakes. I like the proactivity of attempting a play, rather than just a pure passive play style, but just wasn't one that they were able to execute correctly there. So hopefully Winsome doesn't get discouraged. You are the Alistair. You are the primary engage. You still need to be the one to make action happen.
Yeah, and Fearx Starforge is a team that has relied quite a bit on their ability to play later game, kind of in a way. Oh,
here we go.
Okay, never mind. Here we
defended the control.
Yeah. Fearx Starforge kind of reminds me in some ways of like back when we used to have 100 Thieves Academy and Team Liquid Academy going head-to-head, and they would really just like push each other around trying to find these small angles, and we see another potential skirmish in the mid lane.
XU does land the damage. Full brand passive plus the Pyroclasm. Engage from Winsome, and that should be a dead Leona. Blaze Olive with a kill credit there. I love that type of play. The commitment from everybody saying, yeah, it's a tank, but they're out of position. We got the damage over time.
I gotta talk about it a little bit as we bring up the experience across the board. Look at how everybody in the game for Kim Down is already level 6, having that ultimate available, not having the extra stun really takes down Kim Down there. This has been a problem that we have been seeing quite a bit, and I love the fact that, like you called out, Fearx Starforge is like, wait a second, that guy is not actually tanky, and then they just take him down. However, Team Liquid Challengers still has the gold lead. They still have the pressure in the mid lane, and Romer finds another plate for himself here in the mid lane. We got Grub spawning in the next minute.
Yeah, shielded to a break will only keep Leona tanky for so long. Once it goes down, all those free stats go with it. Kim Down's going to have to respect that going forward here as you're building into that Warmogs, I imagine. We've seen some of the melee supports pivot away from the Warmogs and go towards things like Locket against the big AP junglers like Brand. So interesting to just note that Kim Down is going to be opting for the more self-sufficient item rather than the anti-Pyroclasm item.
Yeah, I'm watching really closely to make sure that Kim Down hits level 6 in time for this Grub spawn, and he does.
Ooh, but will Keel still be on the map for it? Yeah, it does get away.
And Instinct is already here at the same time. Spawn does not have a teleport available, so this is Fearx Starforge starting up the Grubs, and Team Liquid Challengers, like, some members want to contest. Jenkins is still in the area, but the rest of them are just now coming.
And this would be 4 Grubs for Fearx Starforge. One of the magic numbers, and yeah, uncontested from TLC. That's 2 times in a row. That happened for the last Grubs as well, where Instinct is willing to roam up towards the mid lane and just be around in case action happens. Spawn was bot side, got a plate for it. This time around, Spawn's on reset, so it doesn't even get any gold in his pocket. Fearx Starforge just on better timers for these Grubs.
And I also really have to say, Team Liquid Challengers, you got to criticize Jenkins a little bit there for if, you know, maybe he's making the right call, but ultimately it doesn't matter if he wants to fight and no one else on his team does. He needs to go do something else. He had an opportunity to take a plate, get those waves crashing up in the top side, and now Team Liquid Challengers, they're on the Dragon trying to equalize, but Fearx Starforge, they're on the same page and they want to fight.
They got the reset off. They have items purchased, gold spent, Dragons started, and the ult misses from Keel. No lockdown, but now a follow-up from Kim Down. They're trying to get in onto the damage dealers. XU's in trouble. Pyroclasm goes out. A Blaze Olive in a good spot, but Romer with the bait sailed over the top. And Fearx Starforge, a triple knockup lands from TLC's mid laner. Kim Down trying to lock everyone down. Spawn that DPS as Romer gets back into the fight. Flash away from a Blaze Olive. Fearx Starforge They thought that they had the gold spent. They thought they had the stats to take it. But Romer throwing a huge wrench in their plans.
Yeah, really good job attacking XU, making sure the brand was uncomfortable in this fight. Him down, jumps directly on there. There's the ultimate coming through, locking them down. That gives Romer and Spawn plenty of time to get their damage down on towards the brand. And Romer, like you called out, the huge 3-man knock-up, make sure that no one really ends up going down after that. Team Liquid trade up 2-for-1 and find the dragon.
That TP comes in. He's even exhausted, but Romer still not getting all the kills, but felt like the difference maker in that skirmish. And as we're back to live, it does seem like TLC were able to pick up the dragon after the fact. That is an Infernal in their inventory. So well done for TLC. They will benefit from that dragon scrap. And now we're back to a fairly standard and even position for both teams right now, as Herald is on the table, but neither team currently setting up for it.
Not quite as important these days, but Team Liquid Challengers, they've done a good job figuring out all of how they're going to be actually executing on these fights. It is definitely one of the things that they have been getting better at, something that they have been practicing quite a lot. We've heard Keel talk about it in the past. Now, got to make sure that they continue doing that. Because Spirit Starforge, one of the things that they have been very good at so far is their lane assignments. They're more consistently on the right place in the map at the right time. But as we're currently seeing, doesn't matter if you're in the right place. Just like we said, they were on the same page going for that fight. Unfortunately, they just didn't quite have the position down. And Team Liquid Challengers, they are now the ones playing on the top side of the map. They have the teleport from Jenkins if they need it. But Kim down and Keel, Romer, and Spawn all playing for this Herald. They will pick that one up, and Pyrrhic Starforge cannot play.
Yeah, it feels like both of these teams have just been willing to give up a couple of objectives. They're fighting for the dragons, but not always these top ones here. As TLC will pick up that Herald. Let's see if they decide to use it early or if they will save it. So far, Jenkins has gotten half of the health from that top turret on his own. Romer is now assigned to the top side as Jenkins has a lane swapped bot, and the bot lanes are mid. We are officially into the mid game.
Yeah, I really like this swap coming through from Team Liquid Challengers because you've seen that Philip already building more of that magic resist. And he's like, hey, well, what if you start playing up against a physical damage champion? It's like, oh no, I'm not equipped for this kind of lane. And suddenly Team Liquid Challengers, we know that Jenkins can play in either lane. It's not as though a Blaze Olive is like building up a ton of defensive stats to actually play up for that lane. So suddenly Jenkins, he's fairly agnostic, but Romer really likes playing to the Cassante right now. And so Team Liquid Challengers, they're going to build up a little bit more of a gold lead over the next couple of minutes. But they also have the Herald here, Kangas. They can go for the mid lane turret and set up for the Dragon fairly soon. And if they can take the Ocean Soul, it'll nullify a lot of the damage that XU and a Blaze Olive are going to be doing.
Yeah, Dragon in a minute 35, so they got some time to prepare for that. And interesting to note that Romer's actually reassigned bot lane, which is where the Corki was. Doesn't get the ward yet. Ah, he's so close. One more auto. Jenkins reassigned top lane, which is where Philip is. You had just mentioned, I mean, with the itemization, it'd probably be better for the Yone to be up against that Cassante. Still don't know if there's going to be a lot of kill threat, so we'll see.
Blank. Yeah, I mean, Jenkins does have to be very careful about the angles that he comes in from, simply because this is one of the reasons why the Alistar was picked, and it feels as though it was the intended counter pick. It's like, oh, they picked Ken, and we intentionally left that open so that we could pick Alistar. And now Jenkins is like, well, that's great. We have a Leona, which is a much better champion, and if I can find these good angles, which we know Jenkins has been good at in the past in previous splits, he can still create a lot of pressure. Of course, he doesn't even need to fight Philip necessarily. You're seeing that even with only the 2 grubs that they were able to pick up, he's just slowly chunking away at this turret. He's slowly nickel and diming Philip's health away, and he will eventually continue to find leads in this side of the map.
All the Alistar mains out there, don't let Josh's mean words hurt you. The champion is still good.
Yeah, casters aren't real. They can't hurt you.
Herald has been dropped mid now, so Dragon up in 25. They're not going to time it along with the objective. Instead, they're just going to run it straight into the mid lane. Get the turret down. That means that they can now shove in waves better, as they almost kill Winsome right there. They did not commit any ultimates, though. Important to note, Winsome did use Unbreakable. That's a almost guaranteed Dragon now for TLC. They have way better cooldowns to take this fight. Teleport top lane. Jenkins could be in trouble. Can Philip chase him down? Hard to get on a Kennen. Slicey Maelstrom available, Flash available, Teleport available. Can he get out of this one? Flash forward all out. Slicey Maelstrom as he will flash forward, try and trade his life for a Blaze. Oh, almost gets him! Shut down gold to the Corki
Two-shot
barrage. It will be spotted. You know it's coming to Blaze Olive, and there we go. He gets out of there. Smooth.
Yeah, the little Corki feet are going to keep him alive, but this is what we call a good death from Jenkins overall. He still is able to trade flash for flash. He still gets a topside turret. His team still gets a dragon. And overall, this is what we've been seeing so much this split in particular. Teams will do this over and over. They will have someone split pushing. They know they're going to get targeted. They know that that person is going to be the play. As long as you get even more for that death, it is still a good death overall. And Jenkins, absolutely all right with being bait in these scenarios. So Team Liquid Challengers, looks like they've learned a lot of the lessons about how to convert some of these mid games. They're up 3,000 gold now at only 19 minutes.
Important to note, a Blaze Olive did not have to flash, so I think Fear X Starforge do still have some tools to play around, but there's nothing to play for. It's Baron in a minute, Dragon in 4 minutes, so it would be a little too early to go for that Baron, and Dragon's going to be quite a while. Those flashes will be back up for players like Jenkins. So if Fear X Starforge, they don't have a lot of, options other than play for a turret maybe, try and find a pick, or just catch these waves and wait for another dragon fight. TLC with the gold lead, feel like they are firmly in the driver's seat. They are controlling the pace of this game.
You can kind of tell how far ahead Team Liquid feel they are based on how far forward on the map Spawn was just playing. The fact that he was basically solo pushing the mid lane turret, because he has so much vision on the top half of the map. He knows as long as he cheats towards that side of the lane, he's never going to be under any real threat from Fear X Starforge. Just showcases how much control they feel they have on the board. And now, Team Liquid Challengers, I mean, they're already setting themselves up. The Baron has just spawned, and they just need to look for some of these fights to try and end things. They really got to wait for a spawn to finish the Muramana, but they don't even want to do that.
Aggressive TP from TLC. Solar Flare misses from Kim down, but here's Jenkins with a slicing Maelstrom on to 2. Follow-up CC, but a tank from Winsome. This is actually not too bad for Fear X Starforge. The tanks are doing their job. They do take down Exu, but his damage has already been output. Can Instinct carry the fight from here? Red-White is good for Aphelios, but the rest of the team is not confident. So they're deciding to back off. No ultimates available on the side of TLC, but they got the flash Arctic Assault straight onto Philip. Winston with the re-engage. Now he's hit by the Zenith Blade, goes down. Roamer can't quite take down Instinct right there, but TLC will get the enemy support at the tail end of the fight.
I love the confidence coming through from Team Liquid. Maybe a little bit too fast coming through from Jenkins, but it's still Team Liquid finding more than they lost. They get the 2 kills in exchange for just Jenkins in that last fight. They continue to push out Fear X Starforge and make sure it is known who the top side of the jungle belongs to. Look at how much vision that is still in control of Team Liquid up the top side of the map. Fear X Starforge is going to have to check every single bush on their way. However, I don't know if that's a Scuttle Crab or a ward. They still have some control over the Baron. It is a ward, but once that gets cleared, they will not know when Team Liquid is actually hitting it.
Okay, let's see if Team Liquid Honda Challengers have the confidence to go for that type of play. They drop the controller, but again, does not spot that one. The fun change to the Rift for this season means that there is a wall there now occasionally. I wonder if there's like an optimal way. I don't think it's possible to spot that side and the inside. Yeah, I like that.
Gotta sweep it.
True.
You know, it's gotta go get your broom. But either way, it does mean that Team Liquid Challengers, they're gonna be pushing up. They do not have Jenkins with the teleport for a little while, neither is Philip. So Jenkins just ever so slowly pushing Philip in. It is not a fast way to win, but it will work as well. Oh, that's some damage.
Roamer completely whips the Fate Seal. The Blaze Olive sidesteps against the solo kill shutdown. Okay, well that makes things spicy. Now there's a champion advantage for Fear X Starforge.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage coming through from a Blaze Olive all at once. Has the Muramana and the Trinity Force, and he just takes down Roamer. Just a subtle sidestep there of the ultimate buys them enough time to actually take down Roamer as he goes the wrong direction. Either way, Team Liquid Challengers, they still have a lead, but they are losing a little bit of control of the top half of the map. And we have seen a Blaze Olive carry games for Fear before. I think it was the double MVP of 2 games in a row last week just because of how effective he was on this Corki. Now he's the richest player on the map, and you know he's looking to make the same kind of plays.
And I'll actually have to go back and look at that again later because Blaze Olive does have Flash down. Potentially that's the reason that the Fate Sealed went wide, but Flash will not be available for the Dragon now in 20 seconds. Ultimates are coming off cooldown for all members of TLC. They are ready to take this fight. And XU, a Blaze Olive not having flash means that FearX Starforge, they're actually going to threaten the Baron side instead. Really good poke from Spawn here. Again, it's Winsome that's the target. Instant Unbreakable to cleanse out that Glacial Prison. And FearX Starforge's big frontline support no longer available. XU hit as well. Fate Seal on to 3 with the slicing maelstrom as well. The Wombo combo from TLC is just too strong, but the damage from Instinct is stronger. He's able to blow up the Cannon and the Yone, and FearX Starforge now have a champ advantage for the Dragon fight.
The 2-for-2 trade overall, but Team Liquid Challengers, I still like their position to play for this. They still have Keel who can hit this. Spawn is going to push them away, and there's not real credible threat coming out from Fear to actually go for the Baron. So overall, we get to see both sides of it, right? I love the idea from Team Liquid to be looking for these fights, but as soon as they get Winsome's ultimate, as soon as they push Fear that far away, they know that there's no opportunity for them to contest the Dragon. There's not an opportunity for them to contest the Baron. They could have always gotten this Dragon, but they give a couple of shutdowns over at the same time. Team Liquid, even though they do come out slightly ahead, those are one of the opportunities where, yes, they're on the same page, but maybe we just didn't need to do it.
Yeah, it was a tough call right there.
Yeah, I like this.
Use on Winsome.
No, I really like this. You take Winsome, he doesn't have an ultimate anymore, he cannot engage in the next part of the fight, but this is where you see the Solar Flare come through, and then you go for the other side of the fight, but it's very difficult. Roamer's already taken so much damage, and Instinct is no longer under threat, and this Aphelios doesn't need a whole lot more. Yes, you get the Leandric to find another kill, but that's where it starts to become a big thing. If those abilities had all been used at the same time, if the Solar Flare was laid at the same time, maybe it works, but just kept reaching when you can just go get the free objectives.
Well, we'll say a couple shout-outs to a couple mechanical plays right there. Fantastic flash and cleanse timing from Instinct in that moment.
True. To
get away from the engage, flashing the Fate Sealed. He definitely would have died. That was a knock-up, which you cannot cleanse. So good on the 80 carries for FearX Starforge. Let's see if the rest of the team can bounce back, because at the end of it all, even though they did trade those kills, they survived the fight. They lost the Dragon. Dragon Soul point now acquired for TLC, as they've repositioned by the Baron. Jenkins getting a shove bot wave. No answer from FearX Starforge yet. Philip is going to have to walk down and catch that, but that's TP advantage and tempo advantage for TLC.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for Philip, too, this game. You know, yeah, he's got a couple of kills and assists to himself, but he's the entire time like, ugh, I have to fight this little electric rat. I am a water type. What am I supposed to do with this? And it's just a very tough position for Philip to be in. He's doing a decent job. However, we're still looking at how Team Liquid Challengers can close this game out, because as we take a look at the gold graph here at Kangas, it's remained fairly steady for about 10-ish minutes at this point, 8 minutes or something. This has been something that has plagued Team Liquid quite a bit, and every minute that goes on is another minute that Instinct and Blaze Olive get more and more items. Blaze Olive already completing the Lord Doms. He's on that third item, and Instinct not far from his third as well. And we got to see how much they were already doing to Roamer.
I take exception to calling Cassante a water type. Just doesn't feel right.
He's probably rock type.
He's going in.
Rock fighting.
Jenkins in some trouble. No flash available. Stun lands from XU on the sped up rat. Well done. Hard ability to land right there, but XU snipes him.
Really good stuff. That's some of the classic.
Oh! Not even close, baby.
30-something health coming through for XU, but you only need one to get back to base, as Team Liquid Challengers trying to pick up the mid lane turret, but not going to be able to do it just quite.
It's so close. It's not going down. Yeah, Instinct's tanking it up. 37 health on the turret.
That's one cannon wave. Anytime, any unattended wave in the mid lane will tank that down next time. However, Team Liquid Challengers, we already are still in a position where Team Liquid stalling out just a little bit, because we are seeing that FearX Starforge still looking for these plays. Philip just waiting in that bush for a long time, waiting for Jenkins to overextend just a little bit, and now they're looking to potentially cut down anybody who tries to come topside to farm this wave.
I do like this from FearX Starforge. You got a minute 40 before you have to fight for that dragon. Take this window to get more gold in your pocket. Go for that top turret. They're behind 3,000. This is not bounties available on objectives, but hey, it's still gold in the pocket of a Blaze Olive. You don't feel bad about that. They can also get vision down around the Baron here. Now go for resets, I imagine, and then get ready for that dragon fight, which could be a big decider. Ocean Soul's not necessarily the scariest to just give over, but I imagine that they won't just want to make it free for TLC unless they go for the Baron instead. Maybe that's the call. They are still committed to the top half of the Rift.
Yeah, Jenkins, he gets the push out, still has a teleport available, but he doesn't have great wards.
It's a game of chicken! And Keel ain't no chicken. He's walking right in there. Had the passive available, has to flash away, so that is Summoner Spell down. Pyroclasm used by XU, so no Brand ultimate available. TLC could use this potentially to just start up the Baron. That's a lot of the damage in the team fight for Furix Starforge.
Not going to be going for it. They don't get the mid lane turret there either, and Jenkins roaming down instead of teleporting means that the bot lane turret didn't take any damage either. Win some.
Okay. Will not have Aftershock now for the ensuing fight. I think that's just one of those moments where you don't need to go in for that. Teleport in to the mid lane now. It's Roamer joining up with the rest of TLC. And oh no! That one went a little wide. TLC still have Kim down on the Leona to look for non-committal engage, so it's not all over. Still have the Slicing Maelstrom with flash as well for Jenkins. Roamer jumps in there trying to bait Furix Starforge too far forward. Winsome, I think, is marking Jenkins right now. You watch where the Alistar's positioning, and he's just making sure that the Kennen cannot get in there. But TLC don't need to get in. They just need to stay on the Dragon. Big poke from Spawn. This Ezreal putting in work now, and Roamer just pushing everybody away. They're still on the Dragon. This is the focus for TLC. If they get the fight, they're happy. But they just need the objective. Killer Flare lands onto XU. Flash over the wall, avoids the fade sealed. And now Roamer's actually in trouble. Spawn on a rampage, though. Somehow caught Philip away from everybody else on the team. So Furix Starforge in full retreat. They do not have their top laner. And they just gave up. The Dragon's Soul now engaged from Kim down. Gets onto XU. He's able to limp away. Stun onto Keel. Dodging away from Spawn's damage, but Roamer's trying to stay in there. Flashes forward with the Q, but can't quite get the damage. Furix Starforge out of their shot. Oh, not even close again! XU just getting lucky with these. But they will get out of there. I don't think they're going to be able to contest the ensuing Baron, though. TLC, they've done their job.
Jenkins. Yeah, Jenkins doing a great job making sure nobody is allowed to back away. Team Liquid challengers, they push Furix Starforge so far off the Dragon that they're able to get to Baron immediately after as well. A beautiful set of pushing around coming through from Team Liquid Challenge to take everything down in that last one. And once again, we see that Spawn doing so much damage in all of these team fights, but with the Ocean Soul, with the Baron buff already to their name, Team Liquid Challengers should finally be in a position to start taking down this incredibly loyal turret and opening up the base of fear.
I don't know, that turret being up there is, you know, it's an
true.
ego hurt for TLC, you know? They got to take that thing down. That's just like spitefully in their face. Yeah, it's taunting them right now. Teleport bot lane.
Okay.
Looks like Philip was just trying to catch the wave, so just stopping that.
You're wondering how Philip died in that last fight. He actually ulted and ulting Jenkins out of it, and he went over the wall into the blue buff, and that's where he ended up dying to Spawn. I actually really liked the ult. Unfortunately, the rest of his team could not follow up. They did not have the damage necessary, and there's the turn.
Okay, they got it. Well done, Roamer. Does he die for that? Has to fate seal away. His instinct was walking up there. So TLC focus on the bot half of the map right now. They have a Baron-empowered cannon wave coming up here. Is that going to be enough to take the turret?
Slowly. We don't see Roamer in the middle yet.
Oh, all out. Jenkins pulled into everybody, but does not have the damage to one-shot them. Philip does it again. Actually, that was just a pull back right there. Jenkins, I think, got hit by the third Q.
Either way, it puts a stop to a lot of what Team Liquid Challengers is looking to do. Furix Starforge, they have minions hitting the mid lane, but who cares?
Yeah, it could have been Winsome as well, as the Alistar is now looking for more engages here. TLC do not have their top laner. Not the end of the game for them, though. There's no big objectives for the side of Furix Starforge to take. So TLC can just back off, but Furix Starforge are still in the game. They're not giving up the fight. They're down a lot of gold, but they prevent a tier 2 turret from falling against a Baron buff with that gold deficit. That's not easy to do, so props to them.
Yeah, the front line not necessarily particularly strong here as Philip lagging behind in terms of damage, but you know who has a lot of gold? Azov has a lot of gold. Also, I guess I can just show that as we actually just have Instinct and a Blaze Olive doing pretty good for themselves. But mostly, it's going to be about this Gorky. He's going to be shredding every single member of this team, including Keel in the upcoming fights. And Instinct, Ardent Threat, we have seen how many years it takes. Uh-oh, Philip. That's his escape tool.
Okay. He has the ultimate available. He has no flash available, so all out already used. He's just going to try and do as much damage as he can, and it won't be a lot because the teleport coming in from Roamer and Spawn being there as well. Who gets the kill credit? It is Keel. TLC commit everybody for that find, though. So Furic Starforge are actually going to take this opportunity to kill the mid-turret.
Might be able to kill a second mid-turret as well. The bounties are going to still be up for a while in Team Liquid. They don't have the waves in places that they want them to be, so overall, still a pretty good death coming out from Philip as long as the rest of his team doesn't go down. That's going to be 2 bounties in the mid lane, a third one in the bottom lane, and look at that. What was just a 5,000 gold lead crumbled quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Philip said, hey, Jenkins, you had a good death earlier. This is a good death. My team's going to take 3, almost 4 turrets.
They got him.
Sealed, but he's just going to be locked down. Roamer dies to the burn from XU. Is going to want that play back. Furic Starforge, off of all of that, they lose their top inhibitor, but they get more gold in their pocket than they had at the beginning of the series of plays. They will be happy with how the last 3 minutes have gone.
With a minute and a half left for the upcoming Elder Flip, it's going to be totally fine. They're still here. This is so many bounties. Bounties are still up.
Wow. They were down 5K. Now it's 1.3K gold lead for TLC. That is a 3.5K gold swing, and definitely a negative Baron power play from TLC.
Now, Furic Starforge just need to get out of this, and Instinct is still good on the top side of the map. That was about as good as it possibly could have been for Furic Starforge. What looked like an unwinnable position, suddenly they just need one fight to win, and it's going to be around this upcoming Elder. We have 50 seconds left until it's there, and as we take a look, everybody should have their summoners by the time that this actually comes up, but 3.5 items now on Instinct. Ablaze Olive is on 4 and looking to get that Hex Drinker as well. They have significantly shut down Jenkins' ability to create threat in this game, and Furic Starforge, Winsome knows he cannot make the same mistakes. He cannot be losing the ultimate before the fight start.
Doesn't have the exhaust for the big Roamer Fate Sealed either, or the Slicing Maelstrom. And TLC have tempo on the Rift right now. They have Supers pushing top for them. Spawn is just pushing mid on his own. And Furic Starforge have one very deep ward for a potential teleport flank, but they're going to lose their inhibitor turret here. Maybe another inhibitor. Spawn, they just can't get on him. 2 inhibitors down as Elder Dragon is spawning right now. This is going to be the big deciding fight.
And with so many supers up in the top side of the map, that means Ablaze Olive cannot be there for the poke, cannot be there for the beginning of the fight. He's going to need to teleport in, and that leaves a lot of time here for Team Liquid Challengers to set up around the Elder Dragon the way that they want.
Look at Jenkins. The cannon on a big flank right here. That's teleport coming in. It is Philip's teleport, though. So that is the front line now. Second teleport. Jenkins is going to reposition with the team and look for a more traditional approach. Could look to flash over the wall with the Slicing Maelstrom. Watch for the cannon. Watch for the Yone. Watch that poke damage out of Instinct and XU. It's going to get healed up a little bit. Disengage from TLC could be the game-deciding play. And they're going to play it very patient.
Here knows that they need to force the issue around this Elder. They want to take the 50-50.
Okay, they're just going to run into them.
And
there's the 50-50. Guaranteed for Furic Starforge. Jenkins got in, but it's not enough. The Elder Bird is going to go huge in this fight. As TLC said, bet we can win the Smite fight, and they just lost it. Maybe they can win the fight afterwards regardless. They do have the gold lead still. Roamer gets 1, but he's caught out by Instinct at the end. Super's pushing mid and top still. Baron is up. Maybe TLC can look to trade objectives, but that was a big pickup for Furic Starforge.
You do not challenge to Lauren's XU Shu to a Smite fight. He has had such a history of winning these. He wins yet another one, and Furic Starforge finally have a gold lead. Yes, he needs to leave Philip or Ablaze Olive or someone back in the base to make sure the supers do not end the game, but they find themselves with another lease on life. They have a gold lead. They have the Elder Dragon, and it's going to be up for long enough to get all of these inhibitors to come back up. A minute and a half left on the top side one, and Philip is going to be able to push that one out.
And it looks like we're going to have a minute here. Hopefully we can get a replay, because I'd love to re-see how they all avoid Jenkins's Slicey Maelstrom. He gets into the pit, but it didn't feel like he hit anybody. They just were able to separate, able to spread, and get away from that. It felt like TLC had so many engage options, and they just weren't able to find the right engage. Eric Starforge, meanwhile, are actually on the Baron. Blaze Olive taking some damage from it, not committing to it.
I mean, we still get to see just how much damage the Elder buff can do. They still have it for another minute at this point, and they have the damage. They want to force a fight while that is still available, but Blaze Olive is like, guys, we need to make sure we still have the tools available. We got supers in the top side, but the rest of the team is like, oh, we can just bring this Baron.
I really like what Blaze Olive was doing, though, because in case anybody was up in the top lane to try and push and end the game there, he was able to answer. And that is the Baron buff picked up for Fearx Starforge. They now have a gold lead, Josh. I mean, this game has completely flipped around. Here's that replay.
Yeah, and we get to see that the smite comes through from XU. Yes, Jenkins flashes in, but he just doesn't have the damage this game. He's been completely gated in this one. And yes, we get to see some people running around. Roamer is able to at least find a kill on the backside, but the members of Fearx Starforge, great flash away from that. Make sure they get another kill. Now they also have the Baron buff as well. And as we take a look at the gold lead, look at that.
Wow.
It is 5,500 gold in favor of Team Liquid Challengers, and now we're already looking at nearly a 3,000 gold lead going over to Fearx Starforge. The experience is coming in clutch. And the same curse we've been talking about with Team Liquid for a while is yet again plaguing them.
It felt like, Kennen was able to get in there, but it was solo, no one following up. An Instinct, a Blaze Olive. The damage dealers are playing these fights spectacularly from Fearx Starforge. We've talked about a Blaze Olive a lot already. His comeback to competitive play has been very impressive. And it's time to talk about Instinct now. On this Ophelia, as you said it, his third most played all-time champion, something that we really know him for. And he's stepping up when the team needs him as well. There's so many damage threats to keep track of, but these two in particular are just positioning so well in these fights.
Starforge, Winston goes in.
Damage on the Kim down. Probably not going to be a kill, but as I say that, I mean, here's Philip. They can lock down that Leona. So Fearx Starforge are now in a 5v4 with the Baron. This could just be the game. TLC have completely lost the plot here, as Roamer's going to try and jump forward. Keel's got to look for a miracle engage, but it is
they got him.
knock up though! Huge from Roamer with a Slicey Maelstrom over the top from Jenkins. Fearx Starforge grouped together, and that is their undoing. TLC still have some game left in them.
That means we're getting another fight around the Elder Dragon King as we get to see that Instinct not there with the rest of the team, and now with a 4v2 for a little while on the map. Team Liquid should be able to get at least one of these inhibitors right on back, but the game will continue as Team Liquid Challengers, their waves not in a position where they can actually end anything. It looks like they might try.
I mean, 25 seconds on Winsome, 26 on a Blaze Olive, 30 on Philip. I think they could try. It's going to be tough. They got to commit together. They have teleport on Jenkins. Kimdown's going to have to run all the way from base. But yeah, XU's wave clear, Instinct's wave clear. They're just going to try and hold. I think TLC might just go for the inhibitors and back off. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have the waves to make this play.
All right, there, they got it. Still, that's a Pyroclasm.
Oh, okay. Looks like Keel wanted to commit to the play. Not everyone was behind him, but now XU goes into the stasis. Flash from Winston with a double knockup as Keel is all alone now. Instinct can do the damage. Jenkins with a Slicey Maelstrom gets onto the AD carry. Kimdown's in there, but Jenkins will fall. So will the Alistair. Two picked up in favor of TLC. They only lose their top laner for that, and they also get the double inhibitors, but Super's pushing into their base from the bot lane means that they gotta get back.
You gotta be so careful with this. Philip and Blaze Olive both have their teleports available. Roamer will complete the back, but that is a lot of damage gonna be going on to the second Nexus turret, and also at least one member that is not already there for the Elder Dragon respawning in 30 seconds. Team Liquid leading us to an absolutely crazy game on the back half. So many inhibitors down. They're looking for spawn.
Now, I know it would have been crazy, but a double TP there, I think, could have been an angle for Fearx Starforge. They didn't make the play, so let's see how they approach this Elder Dragon fight. 5 seconds for Winsome, 10 for Instinct, but it's spawning in 7. So TLC will be able to fight this without the enemy Aphelios. And that's great news for them. Yeah, I think the Fearx Starforge really did lose their one angle there with the double TP play. I don't see a world where they can get in here. Philip's going to have to make a miracle happen. XU does have the Pyroclasm, but a teleport flank coming in from Jenkins of all champions. This is the most terrifying to see. Winsom's got to mark him. Maybe Philip can instead. Romer fate sealed. They're just trying to buy time for the Elder Dragon. Romer is the sacrifice, but the slicing maelstrom. They lost Dragon the cannon, and he gets onto a Blaze Olive. XU might fall to the Dragon Burn.
Instinct here.
Can't quite get on top of him though. Now Instinct has joined the fight. Can the Aphelios be the hero? Can they fight through the Elder Dragon buff? But Supers are also in their base. So Fearx Starforge, they got to get back. DLC, if they can delay these, the minions could just end the game.
Fearx Starforge, they just got to get out of this one. There is an Ocean Soul and an Elder Dragon. The minions are here. This is the final defense, but no, there's minions knocking on their own door. Everyone on Team Liquid is like, we cannot end the game.
Philip's got TP. Philip, you can TP in and try and end the game right now. They still don't have the confidence.
He's doing it!
Now he is! He's doing it! All right, teleport in. Can anybody get back? Spawns in 15 seconds. Nobody's backing. They lost track of the TPs. Maybe Spawn can do it.
They stopped him!
They take down Kim down. The back stop! Philip's gonna do it! Philip with the backdoor Cassandra. He's taking it so slow. 3 seconds for Romer. 6 seconds for the cannon. He'll get back. He can't lock him down. Fate sealed in on the Philip. He flashes forward and now teleport from a ways off. They're gonna go for the backdoor. I can't believe Philip's in here. Slicey Maelstrom gets it. And we're still playing League of Legends. Let's go, baby!
Oh my god, this is what happens when Boogie comes back. 50-minute average game time, baby. And Fearx Starforge, they lose so many members. It's a 3v2. The Elder Dragon is gone, but we have a Baron spawning a couple seconds, and it's Instinct and XU versus the world yet again to try and stop this next Baron from coming through.
I cannot believe how close this game has been. TLC, it was theirs to win, and they give the gold lead back to Fearx Starforge, but in this moment, they got the lead again. They can take this Baron as long as XU can't do something crazy here. He is running towards it. He has Flash available. No smite as of right now. We'll spot them on it, and XU does not want that smoke. TLC will get the Baron buff, and we are still in this game.
What is this? Is that the third Baron of the game coming through for Team Liquid Challengers? They have the 2 inhibitors already down. One side has 1 Nexus turret, the other side has none of them. And we still have a fight yet to go. And now we've spent so much time that Instinct not only has completed his last item, he's even converted his boots into the Zephyr. On the other side of the map as well, Spawn doesn't have boots either. So everybody is already starting to get towards full build. Let's see, everyone except the supports and then heal also still just has a giant spell. So Team Liquid Challengers looking to close this one out before the absolutely crazy damage.
He's only got a BF sword and still boots there, so Romer's actually a little behind the curve right now, but still has been able to find some clutch Fate Sealeds. Fearx Starforge are on the defense right now. Are there any wards? No, there's no wards in their base. They don't have to worry about a teleport flank from Kennen into their own base, but if they try and approach any of the objectives or any of these turrets, then they have to be a little more worried. 2 minutes 50 for the Elder. Baron is still on TLC, so they're going to start the siege.
The inhibitors are all coming back up at this point, so it's just a matter of how these teams will execute. We still have the minute and a half left, the rally cry Baron buff in this game as these inhibitors now going to get siege and killed Ghost.
Glacial Prison, good from Winsome right there, just saving XU's life. The Pyro buff goes out, big damage on Romer, but the slicing maelstrom again from Jenkins just flashes over the wall and almost blows up everybody on Fearx Starforge, but they don't get Philip. The Cassante's alive, so Jenkins falls for XU right there. 1-for-1 trade, and I don't think either team can still go for the end off of something like that.
No, but I mean, Team Liquid, they still want to get these inhibitors. That's what they came for. That's what they're here to do, but Instinct and a Blaze Olive are both still alive.
Are there any engage options? There's no flash for Winsome. It's very telegraphed when you're the Alistar just running at the enemy, so hard for Fearx Starforge to actually start a fight on their own terms. And they can't even get into their jungle. All these camps are being taken away. They're getting suffocated away, but at this point, a gold lead of 2,500 doesn't really feel like anything because everybody is basically just full build right now. Level 18 for everybody but the supports.
Yeah, this is where Winsome and Kim Down start begging. He's like, please, can I last hit a minion every wave so I can build another item? And the rest of the team's like, no, must push. We need tempo. Who cares about your gold? Minute and a half left until the next Elder. This Baron buff is going to be running out as Winsome goes fairly deep for some wards. There are some wards here in the base of Fear X Starforge, but there is a Nexus turret. So as long as there's not minions in the base, it doesn't mean a whole lot. They will expire, so we're just going to get another fight. My money right now, I said it before, XU is perhaps the greatest 50-50 smiter in the West. He doesn't have flash.
He's got a dream, though, and he's got a team alongside him. If they can make space, if they can open up that window for XU on the brand to get into that Elder pit, we saw what happened last time, or I guess technically 2 Elders ago at this point. But still, XU has that trigger pull, has that clutch factor for junglers in North America. And the rest of Fear X Starforge keep up.
Just need to get in. There's no flash still for Winsome or for Jenkins. The Jenkins' job has become just that much more difficult. He's also playing with the rest of the team as some poke goes down into Philip. He's a tanky boy.
It's a Blaze Olive and Spawn trying to trade. Glacial Prison misses. Winsome goes back in on the Keel. Again, that is the Aftershock down now. Still is the Unbreakable. TLC, this is the calm before the storm right now. This is the early wins, as nobody's gone straight into the eye of the hurricane yet. Now the Arctic Assault, damage on to Winsome. Roamer's got locked down. Loger, he's almost out. The Guardian Angel has been popped. Roamer has no flash available. It's just off cooldown as he comes back up. Fate Seal defensively gets out of there, but Instinct snipes him down. Keel in trouble as well. He is tanky, slicing Maelstrom from Instinct or from Jenkins very defensively, and it's just not enough damage yet again. Spawn's got to do some work here. Spawn just can't safely auto-attack anybody. They're getting chased down. TLC only have an Ezreal and a very low health Sejuani and a base with no Nexus turrets. Fear X Starforge, I think they've done it. They have an angle bot lane here. Heal is healing up with the Warmogs, but they gotta walk forward. They can't just let FXS walk up.
There's no Nexus turrets.
Winston's just gonna keep them away. No Nexus turrets. Fear X Starforge have done it. The comeback win and a tenacious resolve. They'll take game 1.
Honestly, an absolutely crazy game 1 off of that one. I did not think that we were in store for a 50-minute game yet again here at Kangas, as it's just Fear X Starforge showcasing the resiliency that we are expecting of a team with this many veteran players on it. And in particular, gotta give a shout out to Blaze Olive in particular for finding all those angles in the mid game, leading the charge and taking that huge gold swing that we saw last time. And we'll get to see one last replay from this last fight, Kangas. And like you called out, it was just a couple of catches on some of these solo laners as Roamer tries to go in with no Glacial Prison available from Keel. Roamer just goes in and they instantly jump on him. They use all the crowd control that they're available because they know they just need to take him down. The Guardian Angel is not enough as the ultimate coming out from Instinct, taking him down. Jenkins trying to find something, but Fear X Starforge, they don't give him anything as soon as it starts up. XU has the stopwatch available and everybody else just able to get out of that one. And Blaze Olive does so much damage in this last fight.
Yeah, I think Spawn's going to be reviewing this one closely, thinking, why was I only able to land 2 Qs in the entirety of that series of plays? It felt like TLC, they were just kind of struggling to engage together. Everyone was kind of doing their own thing, and it wasn't as coordinated as the previous couple of engages. And when it's late game like this, you don't have Nexus turrets. One uncoordinated engage is going to be the end of the game because this man kept Fear X Starforge in it. A Blaze Olive, our player of the game. He is racking these up, baby. 10, 5, and 11 on the Corki.
Consistently showcasing so much resiliency, like we said. Blaze Olive looking for the solo kills, able to outplay Roamer a couple of times, also able to pump out the DPS later on. 1,000 damage per minute is a ridiculous number to come out from any character, and Blaze Olive manages to do it yet again. And so, Fear X Starforge, they find the first win in a best of 3 going up against Team Liquid Challengers.
And a Blaze Olive getting his win against Roamer. We set that up as an important match in the mid lane to focus on because the Blaze Olive is coming back to competitive play ever since his break after the LCS stint that he had up against one of the shining stars of mid laners in the NACL, especially with Quad getting his promotion up into the LCS. Roamer was that guy that we were really looking at is like, can he step up now and be that head and shoulders above the competition? Ablaze Olive says, hey, no problem for me. But with that said, that's game 1 in the books. We're going to send it to a very short break before we are back with game number 2 in the series right after this. Blink and you missed us. We are back for game 2 of our first series here in week 7 of NACL Summer Split. What a banger that last one was, Joshi, and I don't use that term lightly. Fearx Starforge had to make an insane comeback because TLC just couldn't quite end that game.
Unfortunately, it seems like when push comes to shove, you go back to your instincts, which unfortunately are, what if one person goes in at a time? It's like,
Well, instinct's actually on Fearx Starforge, so I think that maybe that's why.
My bad.
Yeah.
Ultimately, either way, though, Instinct and Blaze Olive did so much damage in that last game. A bunch of clutch plays from individual members there on Fearx Starforge does find them the first win. But, Kangas, we're not done with that series because it is a best of 3 and it's also Fearless Draft. So everything that we saw being played in Game 1 can no longer be played for the rest of the series.
And if we have the updated bans, we can take a look at that while we're getting ready for the players to hop into lobby for game number 2. Because some notable ones that are off the table for both teams now, I would say immediately, Brand and Sejuani are the top 2 that come to mind for me, along with the engaged supports like Leona and Alistair.
Yeah, Ezreal and Corki are also definitely very strong. So ultimately, there's just a lot of power picks that are going to be gone. However, one of the big things that does leave open is there's still a lot of power picks left available. The Zyra, which has not been quite as popular on this patch, but the Ashe is still one of the best champions in the game. We've been seeing it play a lot in the LCS fairly recently. We know that that is still something that both teams can obviously play and can have a lot of success with. And the team that's going to have the first access to them is going to be Team Liquid again.
I will say I think Team Liquid was a little more creative with their draft overall. The Yone in particular with the Kennen combo felt like it was going to be this 1-2 punch that would get them across the finish line, and it almost did. But arguably, that's more pocket picks for them. They still have some more standard picks that they could pull out. Whereas we saw very stock standard from Fearx Starforge in game number 1. It isn't typically until game 3, though, that we see the real wacky stuff start to come out once, we have 20 champions banned before ban phase even begins. Speaking of, I believe we are ready to hop into that shortly here. So we'll see what the teams are cooking right now.
I still feel as though the Kennen was always the thing that Fear wanted TL to play because they had the Alistar just in the back pocket there. Oh, also, while we wait for the draft to really get started as the bans come through, go on Twitter and or Twitch chat or whatever and go wish Mazel a happy birthday. As it is, he's turned 31 today. So he would make it to hear from all of you.
That's my roommate.
That is. Looked like you were about to point at him. Just like...
He might be over there. He might be somewhere.
That direction.
Or he might still be at lunch, although it's a little late for that. So
it is.
I
heard
he's watching.
I heard he had some good K barbecue, so hopefully
Mazel, if you hear this, if you're watching, you can come say hi. We'll sing you happy birthday. You have like 6 minutes for the rest of draft.
True. Either way, Ashe, Zyra, Renekton, Rumble all taken off the table. These have been pretty standard picks kind of across the board, and Team Liquid Challengers will have their first option for a lot of different champions. Now, Tristana did, I believe, take yet another round of nerfs. And I have not seen it quite as popular, though it is still one of these champions that we know people are very comfortable on. They're going to continue to play it. And with the Jace ban, it says to me
He's
that...
here!
Hello!
Get in here!
Happy
get in
birthday!
Here. You want to this is this guy's birthday. No. Shout out Mazel. They can't hear you. Do you want me to turn this mic on? All right, fun little production moment right there. Thank you, Mazel. Happy birthday! Another NACL caster right there.
Go that guy.
All right.
Either
what were
way.
you saying, Josh?
Nidalee got picked. And then with the Jace ban already coming through as well, kind of makes me think that Team Liquid are also looking to either bait a Blaze Olive to play in Tristana or pick Tristana for themselves, because Jace has been one of the growing counter picks and something that a Blaze Olive loves playing into the Tristana.
But Lockdown notoriously is hard for Nidalee to play through. You're great at sniping the spears and then jumping in and one-shotting somebody. But a Nautilus, even a Zeri who can jump over the walls, even if you are able to tag her with that Q, can be kind of difficult to stick on top of, which makes me surprised even more to see the Nidalee this early in the draft. It was banned last game.
Yeah.
So maybe their thought process is just that this is one of Keel's more comfortable champions, and it's just something that they're very confident in, but still feels very early.
So a lot of Yordles picked up by Team Liquid at the same time, and with this coming through, the Jax instantly getting locked in for Philip, it feels as though Fearx Starforge just getting the champions that they want to play, because the Jax is pretty decent into the... Or rather, okay, it is good for Gnar until Gnar makes one mistake, and then it is terrible for Gnar. And so it is going to be on Jenkins to never make that mistake. However, like you're calling out, there's no real crowd control coming in for Team Liquid in the top half of the map, right? Keel doesn't have the ability to go towards the top side and play around Jenkins unless he's in Mega, and even then, only one of the crowd control abilities is particularly consistent.
Yeah.
And then Tristana is going to knock someone away, so you actually just have to be a savant if you want to hit those spears.
Tough setup for Jenkins so far. Let's see if they can correct that in the second half of the draft. But with Nautilus picked up, Leona and Alistair already banned away from the Fearless game 1. Not a lot of engaged support options for TLC. Typically, that's where we'd see the engage now that they don't have primary engage in the top or the jungle. But Rel taken off the table. I'm wondering if they go for something even like a Thresh. I mean, I'm trying to think of the other like engaged champs that you could even think of right now for TLC.
Thresher's good. Blitzcrank is good. Braum would have been the best one, but that one got taken off the table. I really do kind of think of the Thresh as one of the major picks, not only because it is decent into Nautilus, but also because it is one of Kimdown's best champions. Before he ever really started playing in the NACL, he was a Thresh main. Even before that, he was a mid lane main, but that was years and years ago. Either way, Kimdown, great Thresh player. It's one of the things that he did make a name for himself for. Now, Fearx Starforge, they just have an all-around very strong composition, and they know that Team Liquid Challengers, they've got a little bit of poke to them, but they're not going to be the highest range of compositions, and Fearx Starforge are here to brawl.
Interesting to see the Ivern locked in. Typically, I see the Ivern when you're the team that's looking to peel back and be less of that hard engage, but it seems like so far Fearx Starforge had the primary engage, but this is engage for TLC now. They're locking a combo of Kai'Sa alongside the Rakan, a much squishier engaged champion, but is still a go button for Kimdown.
I look at this one, and I already feel as though Team Liquid Challengers is going to need to be ahead in this game in order to get all these plays going through, right? Rakan and Kai'Sa can only jump in if they can actually kill someone. And, ooh, it looks like we might have something a little bit spicy coming out for Fear. We did see, I believe it was Insanity playing the Zeri in the mid lane earlier on, and this Misfortune coming through. That's actually really bold this time. There's a couple of tools for Team Liquid Challengers to stop the bullet time, but they are all very front-loaded. As soon as Rakan jumps in, he doesn't have the ability to jump in a second time and do even more damage until well into the fight, and the bullet time will get its full chance.
And Tristana has difficulty using the Buster Shot to stop that because you're probably going to be tanking a lot of it on the way. You are in place, though, so if Keel has a flank angle, it can be a little scary to lock yourself down, kind of like a Jhin as well. But I mean, with the Ivern there, with the Nautilus there, it's probably going to be more of, hey, we found them, we engaged on them, and we're going to blow with them up rather than TLC finding these insane flanks. It's going to be on the members of TLC to find their angles into this fight. I'm liking what Fearx Starforge have put together here, and I'm liking the more simplistic type of style of draft that they have. It feels like ease of execution definitely on the side of Fearx Starforge.
I think there are some teams in the Challengers League that would be good at piloting this Team Liquid Challengers composition, and in fact, I think there are teams in Challengers League who, if you were given this draft, I would say would be favored from this. Unfortunately, Team Liquid Challengers isn't really one of them. One of the things that we have been seeing from Jenkins is he's been very good at getting the first turret in these split pushes. He's very good at getting the outer turrets. However, he is oftentimes a player who is going to push out a wave and then come to join the rest of the team. But this is not a situation where I like the odds of team fights coming through for Team Liquid. And so, yes, Gnar is better at that style of split pushing, but it's not the style of game where you really want to go. I would love to see players up on the top side who are just going to hit the turret when they're off on that side. They're just going to take all those turrets, get themselves a ton of gold, and then try and convert that into fights later.
And I'd even say that the Gnar pushing for that second turret against something like a Jack, pretty terrifying as well. By the time you're at that point of the game, Trinity, that's my opportunity to be able to take more advantage of the Gnar, capitalize on the take a little bit more. But we'll see how the top of the matchup looks as we are into the early jungle clear. Like Twitch chat, or the chatters in general, are behind Fearx Starforge right now, 100% believing that you are a TLC fan or believe. Make sure to start spamming TLC in chat. They will need your support here. And
it does not look like Chad is particularly fond of Team Liquid's chances in this game, as Fearx Starforge are going to be setting up.
How? That was... Wow.
Hey, Kim
I
Down
actually
has been
definitely
losing
thought
weight.
that would land. Yeah, he's really in that alcove right there. Either way, able to dodge out there on Winsome. They get now level 2 advantage as Flash out of Winsome. Huge advantage right now for TLC's bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit surprised at how aggressively Ferric Starforge were playing for that, considering how far behind they were in terms of actually hitting these minions. And so they do just lose Winsome's Flash. Not the worst thing in the world. However, the big thing that we're going to be looking at is how this top side is going to be going. Jenkins versus Philip. Jenkins did get the better of Philip in the side lanes for most of the game. However, Philip did a really good job at neutralizing a lot of the pressure that Jenkins had. And now Philip on this Jax, one of the champions he's been better at, is going to get a good trade and make sure the crash is nowhere near as painful.
We get that minion, but let's see how much the rest of the way he can grab here as Instinct knocked up after trading heavily onto Spawn right there. And then we'll try and equalize a little bit of that. Interesting to see how that all came to be. Full clear from XU already completed, as he will now be hovering on the bot side. Are we going for some sort of dive?
Oh,
we have a shield on Nautilus, we have a shield on Ivern. If Winsome tanks us up with the Aftershock, this is big, but the wave is here. As now they are under the turret, rooted up, locks down, and that is first blood picked up by XU on the Ivern. Flash forward from Kim Down with the Ignite will guarantee the kill response, but still damage done. It's a full wave crashing that Spawn will not pick up.
Yeah, it's not even about the kills so much. Like you said, so much of this is about the gold and experience denied to Spawn. And yes, Kim Down has the double buffs and Keel is around the corner. Whoa!
Oh. Whoa! Solo kill almost in the mid lane.
Yeah, Roamer doing a good job. We didn't really talk about it in the last one, but Roamer did get the better of the mid lane ever so slightly in that last game with that Yone.
1 CS up at 15.
1 CS, yeah. Big numbers. With XU already making himself known in the top half of the map, letting Jenkins know that he is not safe, and you get to see how badly this lane can start going once Philip can start doing that more regularly. The leap strikes come through, and now just looking for it. Jenkins has the hop available.
XU's here. Stun. Hop used. Oh, XU, that was a stun target, brother. Flash used. Jenkins got away. Let's call it an attempted predict right there, as Jenkins does get away safely.
Yeah, you know, it happens. Either way, it does get the flash coming out from Jenkins, which I think is what they were mostly looking for in the first place. So, we talk about this a lot. It's not about the first time that you go to a lane. It's all about the second time that you do that. But Philip, now with the flash advantage, can start turning this lane into his favor. And that's why Jenkins is trying to establish a freeze.
Ooh, okay. Jenkins stops the back from Philip. That's pretty big. And now he can attempt that freeze like you were just talking about. And it is already up in CS, so this could be huge for Jenkins. Yes, you're down flash, but you're in a very safe lane position and are actually getting a lead over your opponent.
Yeah. Same time, though, the dive was being looked for by Keel and Roamer. They are still moving towards the bottom side and find XU.
Okay. Last cone keeping XU alive right there as a Blaze Olive trying to back him up. But here's Kim down. Winsome spots him now as Keel is deep in this jungle, taking away the wolves, committing to it, and will get it. Now, can he get out here? No flash available. Has to flash into the wall there, actually. I think that was just a little delayed on my feed, but Keel gets out. TLC successfully steal away the wolves.
Nice. Big wins coming through. I mean, ultimately, it does just mean that the game is kind of going even so far. And this is definitely a composition from Team Liquid Challengers that you have to take some of these risks. You need to be strong enough for Spawn and Roamer to feel comfortable jumping onto Instinct later on. And now Keel up in the top side knows exactly where XU is, hasn't seen him for a little while, and the speed which Italy can move around the map does mean that they get the first grub.
Philip's here. He doesn't have the team around him. The team's actually looking at mid currently as Kim Down's also walking up. Roamer gets the wave in. So TLC are still trying to confirm, guarantee these grubs. Nice from Philip, though. Taking at least one away. The next one will reset. So no free grubs for Keel because Philip says no.
Philip says no, and there's no trade of the Cloud Dragon either. Ferric Starforge, I mean, they're doing a good job. They have an ever so slight lead, but we were looking up at the top side. Jenkins, like you called out, has a really good freeze, has had a really strong lane position for a while, and with XU on the other side of the map, at the top lane, we're sitting there like, please, I need help. I can't farm.
As I'm 2 waves down, he won't hit the minions.
What do I do? Very tough position. Either way, does look as though Fearix Starforge are at least thinking about starting to hit this dragon, but they don't do it particularly quickly, and XU instead looking for a potential opportunity to invade, but gets spotted out, and he's down a level, doesn't have Daisy.
Yeah, Keel saw that the red buff had already taken some damage, so assumed that, hey, there's an enemy jungler hitting this thing. Jumps into the brush, pushes XU away. Keel in a fantastic spot in the jungle right now against the Ivern. Basically 3 camps ahead while on the bottom side of the rift here, so could just look for that dragon with all this pressure that Spawn and Kim Down are giving him to play with.
Yeah. I don't know, actually I know exactly why, but I keep thinking whenever I see Ivern hit level 6, there's like that meme with like Daisy and Luigi, and Daisy is like, he asked for no pickles, and I always think of that with Daisy, the you know, the blue buff, and Ivern. Definitely what it feels like a lot of the time, so XU has to move towards the top half of the map.
So Ivern's the Luigi in this situation?
Absolutely.
Just to make sure I'm following along? Okay.
Yeah,
okay. I got you.
No
Ooh, nice Reg line lands right there, but the counter engage from Kim Down. Full time still available for Instinct. Never used it. Kim Down went in for the knockup before Instinct pressed the big R button.
Yeah.
Speaking of, XU didn't order pickles, Keel. Get out of here. There we go. Void Grub secured. And we might have some more action bot side too, as Jenkins actually gets the knockup. Keel throws a spear straight into Daisy. Now Phillips on top of him. Keel just cannot get in onto XU. Daisy is just playing bodyguard. Jenkins tried his best, but just had no backup. Daisy playing massive goalie there for XU as it plays all now 1v1 in Roamer here, about to go down. Close charge goes off, but Roamer cannot keep following up.
We got to see exactly how few pickles XU was ordering in that last one, because both Philip and Daisy doing everything to keep him alive. Blaze Olive also healing up a fair amount in these fights with XU just around the corner. He has no Daisy, but he's got a shield. He's got a Gromp, or a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, he's able to just prime it, smite it, walk away. Keel, meanwhile, I don't think was spotted. Actually, maybe he was. Philip is backing off. Spear lands, but no flash from Keel means that you just can't close that distance. Philip gets the wave in and gets back.
Yeah, really tough position overall for Team Liquid Challengers. And, come on, Kim. Gotta start hitting level 6. I guess Winsome isn't level 6 either, so you get a pass for now. You gotta get that level 6 on the recon so you can actually start looking for all of these strong roams. He's a little bit below. How close is Winsome, actually?
Yeah, we're just over half. And Winsome's one wave away. I'd argue Kim Down might be 2, although if he gets some solo XP, that can help out Kim Down here. As he is, yeah, actually about to hit level 6. No, not there. Okay. He's going to need one more minion. We're on level 6 watch, everybody. Who gets it for? It's a race.
The race. Plays all. Hit the minion. One more.
Kim Down's going to get it. No, wait. Oh, it's going to be 3 more minions. I was very wrong. There we go. All right. Well, it was about the same.
Yeah, they hit it about the same time. That is very good. That is one of the big things that I am always watching with Kim Down, because unfortunately it has become a trend where he is just level 5 for way longer than most supports are meant to be. But with all the pressure now coming down towards the bottom half of the map, this dragon has been completely untouched. This is the other kind of fantasy book. You want to bring dragons back.
I was very concerned where you're going with that one. All right, Dragon is the objective on the table as Winsome's walking forward. Kim Down has a lot of mobility and is fine. Gets out of there.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised at how long it's taken for these two teams to actually go for this, but they just haven't had a lot of pressure down here as Daisy goes over the wall.
Oh, Daisy over the wall onto Keel, locked down by the Nautilus, and here's the Blaze Olive to clean things up. Bullet time flashed away by Kim Down. Spawn takes a big chunk of damage as Fearix Starforge just find an insane pick onto the enemy jungler. I didn't even know you could summon Daisy over walls.
Yeah. Oh, Jenkins up on the top side.
I'm Philip right now, and gets away from the counter-strike. Beautifully played from Jenkins.
Oh.
Okay, this could be a solo kill. Flash forward does not want to allow Philip out of here. Has the passive. One more auto might just get it. No, the boomerang. Not quite there.
Yeah, Jenkins has had enough time for that flash to come back up, use it to trade up against Philip, and because he had such a strong wave position earlier after XU's gang, still a lot of gold going into Jenkins' pocket, but Instinct is still trading it back on the bottom side of the map, getting 2 plates off that last pick. They also grabbed the dragon, and so far, Keel in this Nidalee has not been able to have the impact that he has wanted. XU is just slowly finding more and more opportunities to fight, and now scuffling over these chickens. Keel's only going to get a couple of them.
Yep, grab the dragon, sounding a little bit more like a book you'd read as the chickens are secured here by XU. There we go. Pushes TLC off of it. And is that going to be Herald spawning? Yes, we are 12 minutes, 15 seconds in. So Herald will now be an objective to fight over. Currently, TLC have way more members on the top half. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Never mind.
That's how math works. As Philip does not realize how many members of Team Liquid are here.
No flash available, and he just teleported to lane, but he does get out.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I've learned.
Yeah, the Twitch chatters are in full effect.
Yeah, okay.
Instinct on the far side of it.
I'm waiting to see if it happens again. Okay, well, we might have
It'll be when we least expect it. But Instinct's on the bottom side, and Spawn is also on the other side of the map. So it's going to be a 4v4, but that's going to be another plate getting picked up by Instinct, the third one they take on the bottom side of the map. And even though the gold and CS lead never really materialized, this is a bit smaller than I was kind of expecting it to be. Instinct getting 3 of those plates is a lot of money. And here's XU try and find something, because Jenkins is slowly filling up this lead.
I mean, remember the fact, yes, no flash on Phillip, but also no flash on Jenkins. So if we do get that wave in, there's a potential of a dive, but instead, they're on the grubs, which we can't see, so that one doesn't count right there. FearX Starforge will claim these ones. That is their third, rather, and they will guarantee a fourth. No contest.
I really like the way that Instinct has been moving on the map, knowing that nobody is fighting for the grubs, so I wonder where they could be. Oh dear, I'm an 80 carry. Please don't do anything. What was that?
How did Winsome know? Must have seen it from a ward somewhere else, or else was just blind hooking into there. Either way, has to flash away himself. TLC don't want to full commit to the play. Down did use the quickness, but it was not enough to lock down for a kill.
Honestly, kind of crazy. The fact that Winsome just blind hooks there, that is some really good game sense coming out from the support of Fear. Just saying, well, this is the kind of place where I would be if I was them, so let's just see what happens. And even if I hit the wall, well, that just means it goes on half cooldown. So it is just going to be FearX Starforge making sure that no fights happen on the bottom side, and they just get the top side grubs for free. 5 grubs go through, and that means everyone in Twitch chat, I know you guys were already voting for Fear. Now you guys are officially on their team, helping them taking down all these turrets. The Rip Herald has spawned. We still have 2 minutes left until the Dragon, and it's going to be Team Liquid first to the book.
You know, this is going to be a slight tangent here, but you know how when Nautilus uses the Q around the Rip, we call it Spider-Man? Or like some people will say Spider-Man. Ever think Spider-Man, when he's swinging through the city, just like accidentally hits a dude looking out a window or something? Just like, oh, whoops. Well, either way, the Herald is secured there, so that question... Oh, wait, no, it's not. Never mind. It is reset, running away.
It is reset, and now Fear, they have everybody, but Roamer's on the far side of the map. Should be able to pick up that turret if he sticks around, and Instinct also totally fine. That's going to be another objective. 5 of the grubs, and the first Dragon going over towards FearX Starforge, and they're just pushing around Team Liquid, and I'm a little bit worried here, thing is, because I look at how this game is going. I made the claim that Team Liquid needed to have a gold lead, and they don't. And this composition...
What's plan B?
Oh, that's the Underpants Gnome's dilemma yet again. Unfortunately, they didn't even collect any of the Underpants.
I don't even know where this comes from, everybody. I apologize.
Usually, people keep it in dressers.
You know, fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, I got one of those, like, cloth hangers that you put on the closet, like, hanger thing, and
that makes sense. Yeah,
collapsible. Yeah.
Either way, but
I don't know
Team
what to call it. Is it?
They didn't even get the raid done. So now it's a position where they're behind in gold. They have a composition that's going to struggle to go for some of these fights, and it puts more pressure onto Keel and Kimdown and Jenkins in particular to get some of these early fights started, or to find some of these angles so that they can actually jump on top of a Blaze Olive and jump on top of Instinct. But there's so much defensive tools available to FearX Starforge that even if you land like one spear, might not be enough.
Hear me out. Here's the code.
Hearing? Yeah.
You said Kimdown's got to be one of the ones to make action happen. You said Team Liquid needs to be ahead of gold. Well, look, Kimdown's got a kill. Maybe he's ahead in gold, and he is jumping in onto a Blaze Olive. There we go. You're a genius, Joshi. You called it, and it happens on screen.
There we go. We get even more gold going over, and Roamer looking for Phillip. Not going to get a whole lot of damage down there, but look at what happens. That might be another good death coming up from a Blaze Olive, because yes, you're going to get some damage on the top side turret, but an entire mid lane turret already falls. And all right, Instinct, this is what we want to do. It is.
Oh, no! It was smited. Heel stops it. Teleport coming in. Kimdown's on the flank, and this could be huge for TLC. Instinct's down before the fight even kicks off. There was just no fight to be had. FearX Starforge get a little over-eager. I don't know if that was a misclick or intentional from Instinct to try and take the second charge, but either way, it was a mistake. TLC get 2 kills, and they're onto the Dragon.
Yeah, this Dragon should be going over them as well, but gotta give a shout out to Keel in that last spot. Yes, Instinct maybe getting into the Herald was a mistake, but going towards the turret was very intentional, and it was the wrong call to smite. As soon as the Herald dies, Instinct just pops out, and it's like a balloon, it's like a piñata, and it's like, oh my god. Instinct comes out, this is my favorite candy, takes him down, and now Eric Starforge, they still have a gold lead, but not having the clean gold lead like they were hoping to. They just have XG up on the top side. But there's a lot more members of Team Liquid here than they might expect.
Ooh, stunned for Root lands rather on the Roamer, but they don't want to commit. And if Winston was a little closer, I actually think they go for that one, but not quite. The turret will stand. Yeah, at the end of the day, TLC did your plan. They played the top side. They almost got punished for it because they lost the bot turret and the mid turret. But then FearX Starforge going for a little more than they could actually afford is what is making this game interesting. We're back to a 1,000 gold lead for FearX Starforge, so they still have the lead. But now they're not stacking the Dragons quite as fast, and they've given gold over to some of the carries. Keel picking up a kill, Roman picking up a kill. That's pretty big.
Yeah, I also want to... Oh, whoop. Alright, Keel seems to... He's got the spidey senses going on. Oh, no!
Oh, I think he got it! I don't know. Yeah. Ah, the steal from Philip. Look at this man.
That doesn't really have a big impact on the game, but it's more tilting than anything else.
Don't trust him with your passwords. This guy's going to change your lock screen. All right. Takes away the buff as now a fight starting off. Bug jumping in there. The Kaisa can do a lot of damage. Huge buster shot. Romer tries to get away, but a Blazeall chases him down.
Round 2.
FearX Starforge still have their mid laner to play with. Keel just runs past, takes out the enemy jungler, and will now think about the AD carry, or rather mid laner, but a Blazeall is still up, and now here comes Philip! Jumps in over the top, and it's Winston with the kill, but Philip with the turnaround. TLC do not win that one. FearX Starforge feeling quite strong right now.
Jenkins, without the teleport, has no choice but to hit this bottom lane turret, but it's going to be matched up on the top side as Philip does the exact same thing up in the top lane. So the gold lead for FearX Starforge does continue to grow yet again. Looks like Team Liquid, they understand they need to muddy the waters. They need to go for all these crazy fights, and that's why we get another teleport coming through, and Philip has no idea.
And look at Keel. Interesting approach here as Romer's the one trying to walk forward. Flash from Philip to get the stun, but the resets come through from Romer, and he is chasing Philip down. Philip used the flash, but a second explosive charge means that Romer will pick up the kill.
Yeah, yet again, another fight coming through from Team Liquid Challengers. They're finding these small opportunities to take down FearX Starforge, and that's what they need to do. They need to be punishing people on the side lanes whenever they try and make one of these plays happen. They've done a great job making Instinct uncomfortable so far in this game as Romer and Spawn and Kim Down and Keel all jumping on top of the same target. Yet again, Team Liquid Challengers, as they find another turret for themselves, still down about 1,000 gold. And the biggest problem is we just saw what happens when they take down Instinct Kangas. They have a backup AD carry. His name is Blazeall.
Yeah, and he was the benefactor of that last fight. I was about to bring our attention. Hey, remember last game we said Blazeall got the better of Romer? Well, look at Romer now. You know, he's still behind in CS, but he's got 3 kills. He's got 2 items. Boots completed. You know, maybe he can carry. Blazeall is still ahead, so it feels like it's going to be a mountain for TLC to climb, regardless of the fact that they have gotten closer with the gold. I'm curious what the gold even looks like, but currently it is a Blazeall at the top.
Yeah, Blazeall got a little bit more, but we got to look at how that'll affect things as we look at the upcoming Dragon. This Chemtech Soul, we did unfortunately roll low, but it is still spawning in about a minute, and it is a very good thing for members like Instinct and Blazeall because with the extra resistances and tenacity and blah 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 it gives you when you are low, Instinct and Blazeall will suddenly have an opportunity to do anything before they just die. So FearX Starforge actually still want to be playing for this quite a bit. That's part of why we're seeing them start to create some pressure on the bottom side of the map, but they just need to get the vision control first. If they can put Instinct into a comfortable position, we know what bullet time can do, we just haven't seen it this game.
Yeah, we actually haven't gotten that full combo yet, but so far the game plan's been let Philip get Prio in a side lane. He doesn't have teleport though, so he will have to walk all the way if they do look for a fight at that Dragon Pit. Romer also doesn't have TP though, so it's going to be the same story, but pings on the Baron. No way TLC go for this. That control ward that Philip dropped down is putting in work. Can be cleared, but he has another one in his pocket, so theoretically he can be the one to spot, but will he just die right now? Jump over from Roamer, as beautiful from Kim down, waits out the Counter-Strike. Philip has no flash available, and Roamer just keeps going forward. Counter-Strike's back off cooldown though, and Redemption keeps Philip alive. Oh, he's jumping away, he's juking, he's gonna go down to the explosion. Oh, the Counter-Strike yet again is the turnaround they needed. A Blaze Olive, and the rest of FearX Starforge have grouped up. Cannot believe Philip lived that. TLC also in disbelief as they are getting hard punished for that attempt. It looked good at the start, but FearX Starforge were fast enough on the answer.
That feels so rough for any Team Liquid fans. It looked like the perfect play that they were trying to go for, but now it's FearX Starforge starting up the Baron buff. Jenkins on the far side of the map. I don't even know if he's going to get this Dragon in time before Philip can test him. They might not even get that.
Jax is here, straight into the pit. Counter-Strike available. Yeah, Jenkins, you're going to have to try and get it, but you're probably going to die afterwards anyway. Oh, good use of the ultimate. Jumps over the wall. Oh, Jenkins! All right, smooth play right there, but that's a consolation prize at best for TLC because the Baron is the prize for FearX Starforge.
That's right, Baron buff comes in 23 minutes into the game. We take a look at the gold graph coming through, and look at that spike. All of a sudden, we suddenly get the Mariana's Trench coming through for FearX Starforge. They have suddenly found so much gold. We'll see how much this Baron power play will actually get them. The one thing they do have to be careful of is we have seen Team Liquid Challengers like, what if we all just ganged up on Philip? But he has lived again and again at this point.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid Challengers, they don't have anybody to jump on in the side lane. They're not going to be winning these fights front to back.
Felt like Roamer and Kim Down said, we're going to go touch the boat, and just we're a little too far out in the water right there. XS now teleporting into the bot lane here. They have the Baron-empowered minions, and they're going to start knocking on the turrets. Tier 2 right now, Daisy summoned, just going to create some more space for them, and TLC, yeah, they really don't have any business stopping this or contesting this, especially when Instinct was positioning down. If a fight happens, if an engage happens, that bullet time combo is still going to be fierce.
Yeah, Daisy goes down though, so that is going to be part of frontline just disappearing, and Instinct running on over, strutting his way towards the rest of his team. But they are now sieging this, but they are missing vision on Kim Down. They don't care.
Yeah, interesting where Kim Down is right now. I mean, even if he found something, there was follow-up from Spawn, but that was about it. So FearX Starforge, they just basically get a free inhibitor, and there we go! The engage onto Roamer. Jenkins is able to stop the bullet time ultimate from Instinct, but the damage is done. There's no Tristana. Do FearX Starforge push for more? They still have Baron, but they only have one cannon right now. There's another wave coming. Winston walks back and grabs it. They have the numbers advantage here as Philip backs, has the teleports onto the minion that's tanking up the first turret. And FearX Starforge want to end this series right here, right now. This is not going to be a second 50-minute banger. This is going to be a 25-minute stop from FearX Starforge and a 2-0 in the series.
It's crazy because the second game was almost exactly half the time of the first game coming through. FearX Starforge, they just felt like they had a better draft. They felt like they had a better game plan, and even though Team Liquid Challengers did what they could to muddy the waters, they just were not able to make these small plays happen. So FearX Starforge, great stuff. Look at how deep that trench suddenly goes. It looks super good already for FearX Starforge, and they improve to an undisputed second place at it should be 6-2 at this position, only behind Dragonsteel.
Solid performance from FearX Starforge. Like you said, solidly in second, but they are still potentially chasing for higher up. They got one more series ahead of them against Dragonsteel, which is the competition. If they can take that series, we haven't seen the top two in the standings right now face off against each other yet. That could be huge if FearX Starforge can actually, take first place going into playoffs. But overall, I think that this is just a success story for a lot of the individual members on FearX Starforge. Again, a Blaze Olive has just consistently been stepping up. XU still winning every 50-50 smite. Philip even smashing that side lane in that game number 2. And Instinct Winston absolutely pulling their weight. Things are clicking for this team.
They're looking good. We are looking at this team as one of the squads that can absolutely look to challenge Dragonsteel when we actually get towards playoffs. However, They only have one match left at this point with Fear X Starforge, and that's going to be up against Dragonsteel themselves, the final boss coming through in the last week.
Everyone mark your calendars for week number 9, but for now, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with an interview with one of the winning members. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our post-series interview, our Rally Cry post-game interview with Philip, the top laner from FX Starforge. Congratulations on the win, Philip, first of all. And I want to start off asking you, what was going on with the positive deaths that kept happening in both of those games? We kept seeing you get picked off in the side lane, but the team getting wins, and then you showing up big anyway in the fights. It felt like it didn't matter how much focus was put on you during the games.
Well, it kind of felt like I was making mistakes, but we were getting rewarded for it, especially that last one, right? Like I definitely should have died there for overstepping, but I guess my champ is pretty good in this scenario, or those scenarios, against AD carries, so yeah. Luckily I'm playing this champ.
I'd say so. It was a great piloting of the Jackson game number 2, but I want to also go back to game number 1 because you were on the Cassante, the big tank frontline for the team, and I want to hear what the team sounded like in comms, what everybody was shouting when you attempted the backdoor, because that clip's going around Twitter. That clip is what everyone's talking about from this series. It was a 50-minute banger, but around like the 40-minute mark, 45-minute mark is when that moment happened. So talk me through the decision-making of you and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think the idea was from XU. Like, he told me the back door if they went, and they did go, right? And they tried to end, so... And then I said I was gonna buy a red pot And then a few months later, Ablaze was like, no, get a blue pot, but it was too late. So right when we knew it was like 1 HP Nexus, like yeah, that was really unfortunate. They were like, oh, if you had blue pot, it would have been over. We've been so happy.
Yeah.
And, yeah. And then after that game, like Yuji even messaged me too, like, oh, you should have bought blue pot or got another item. Yeah.
Oh no! When other players are messaging you, that extra 25
Yeah,
true
no,
damage
that
per
was-
hit might
That could have been a game changer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. In the moment, it's tough to make those calls, but at the end of the day, you did pick up the win, which means firmly in second place, but you have potential here. You will match up against Dragonsteel, who is the big opposition so far in this summer split. They are in possession of first place. Depending on how their other series goes, there's a chance, small chance, but there's a chance that you could take first place away from them. What do you think about Dragonsteel, as they will be your Week 9 opponent? You have a full week off before you go into your final match of the summer.
Obviously they have Yuji and Sparax. It's me and Winsome's old teammates, so I think we said in previous interviews that we really want to beat them. But I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a good match for sure. I mean, no surprise they're
All right.
number one. I think they have very good players across the board, and they're a good team. So yeah.
Any message for Zamudo? Can we intimidate him here? Do you want to talk some smack?
I mean, I think he deserves some respect, honestly. Like, he's a good player. I think fits pretty well with his team. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Well, it serves me right for trying to get Philip, the most wholesome player, to smack talk his lane opponent here. But I want to give you the podium right now. Shout outs for anybody watching, anybody that you want to, let know that you appreciate their support.
Shout out my team. Shout out people watching. Yeah, that's it, I guess.
All right. Shout out the team and all the fans at home. Thank you so much for coming on, Philip, and chatting with us. I'll let you get going as you prepare for your big match to close out the summer split. And everybody watching at home, we'll be right back after this break.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our second series of the day for Week 7, Day 1 of Summer Split NACL. We are strapping in for FlyQuest NZXT versus Blue Otter. Right around the corner, one of these teams trying their best to prove that they can compete with the top, yet struggling to maintain a top position in the standings. The other just trying to make it into playoffs at this point. We're talking about playoffs so heavily because we're only a couple of weeks away, and Blue Otter technically in the bottom 2 positions. So they're going to be scrapping as hard as they can. So let's take a look at the schedule here to catch everybody up on what's happened today so far. A 2-0 swift for Fear X Starforge.
Yep.
As TLC were struggling themselves.
But this next one with FlyQuest, NZXT going up against Blue Otter is definitely a must-win here for FlyQuest. FlyQuest is a team that we had kind of in a tier of their own before the season actually started, and then they haven't necessarily lived up to quite as much hype as we were hoping them to. However, this is still a team that we should expect to find a 2-0, because as we look at Blue Otter, well, they're only 1.5 games behind CCG. They are an entire series behind. They need to start finding some of these wins relatively quickly, and this is going to be a very tough spot for them to do so. And then they have Disguise next. They got to find some wins. They got to find them fast.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Blue Otter's roster to talk about how they might be able to find some of their wins in this week against a tough opponent. Blue Otter from top to bottom, Quacker Music, Sammykin, Levitate, Rovex. Sammykin is typically the player that's been drawing a lot of attention on this roster as a hopeful in the mid lane. Got to watch a lot of his play in the offseason as well during tryouts. Happy to have him in the league because he's somebody that I think is proving he is not just a Zoe one trick, as a lot of people have billed him.
Yeah, the thing that's actually been really interesting about Blue Otter is overall they have a positive goal differential at 15 minutes on average. Unfortunately, it's not a particularly large lead, and they don't have a great win rate even when they have this early game lead. So we look at the fact that sometimes they just blow games out of the water early on. However, they don't do that. It's been very hard for them to find their way back into it. And this is definitely one of those spots where, well, Sammykin is the first person that we're looking at. We're going to have to look at Quacker and Levitate in particular to try and elevate their game even further against some of the best in the biz.
Yeah, I'm looking at Quacker right now. Is he wearing graduation gown?
He is. I believe he graduated last year.
Hey, let's go. Congratulations, Quacker. Love to see it. Love to hear it. But would love to see them bring competition to the team that they're up against today. Let's take a look at FlyQuest NZXT Challengers, a roster that on paper just felt like it should be the top of the league, but they're sitting 4-2 in series score and 9-6 in game score. They've dropped a couple of games, but arguably the hardest schedule is behind them. They only have Blue Otter, AoE, and CCG ahead of them, which are all teams towards the bottom of the standings. So we expect a late season surge here from FlyQuest. But talk to me about some of the star-studded players on this roster.
I mean, the big thing that we're looking at right now is the people who have impressed us the most this split have been Shaden and Sajed, and both of these guys have been absolute stars. Shaden is definitely one of the players that is in the forefront of our minds as we start looking towards the Most Valuable Prospect Award for the regular season, and Sajed, he was the rookie of the split last time around. He is still looking absolutely star-studded in this summer, and now we're just looking for how these guys are going to take down all of their opponents. One of the biggest things that we're going to be looking for is, can this team move together and just shut down any opportunity for Music and Sammykin to run away with the game?
Jaden, a lot of people have had their eyes on since his stint in the LCS. Surdy as well nods to him for his incredible journey so far from spring into summer. A lot of names on FlyQuest Challengers are in the conversation for potential future LCS positions. I'd say a little further along in the developmental cycle of players in Tier 2, which is all the more surprising that they have struggled a little bit along the way. But like we had said, expectations can still turn things around in the second half of summer here. Let's see how they do it in pick and ban. Zoe manning at Sammykin feels like it's every single game, every single time. So strap in if you don't know Sammykin. He's got a lot of Zoe games.
A lot of Zoe
played
games.
The champ a lot.
It's actually one of the most banned champs up against Blue Otter. In fact, it's not the most banned one. The most banned one is actually the Udyr that we already saw banned, and the Darius, the next ban coming through, showcasing a lot of respect to Quacker in this game. However, with all these non-standard bans coming through, it does say that FlyQuest is like, yeah, we just want to make sure that you're not going to throw any wrenches into the game. We can beat you on anything standard that you are likely to play. And so Blue Otter, they're like, well, we do need these standard bans. We need to limit what it is that FlyQuest Challengers can do. And so, you look like you're ready to start talking about what FlyQuest is about to do.
I was going to say, I think it reinforces what I had said before. FlyQuest Challengers are the more experienced team overall. When you look at the roster, you look at the amount of time that they've all been competing. So it makes sense that they're going to lean more towards the standard picks, whereas Blue Otter, they've picked up some of their wins. They picked up some of their better looks with these niche picks, with these pocket picks. So I think it makes sense that FlyQuest is giving respect to some of those champions as they rock in. Renekton just blew one. Okay, all right, let's go, Surdy.
That's very bold. Into a lot of teams, I think this would be okay, but Quacker, Quacker is definitely a player where a lot of the champions that he is known for playing are pretty decent into the Renekton. The Olaf does have a bit of a tough matchup early on, but will be able to brawl it out. And of course, the Mordekaiser, another kind of classic pick up against the Renekton at the same time. The Brand and the Ezreal coming through, but with the Nidalee also grabbed up, it's a very classic combination that you can play up in the top half where the opposing top laner is just very sad the entire game.
All right, well, yeah, FlyQuest Challengers came in with a game plan. They are locking these champs in fast. Renekton Nidalee combo, like you had said, along with the Tristana in the mid lane, still a very powerful pick for Bradley to pilot. Also, welcome back to mid lane, Bradley. I know we've said that a lot so far this year, but we're going to keep saying that as this is his return to the mid lane. This will be Sammykin's first opportunity to go up against Bradley in the summer split.
Yeah. I also look at this right now, and as the Cassante does come through, it's like, well, the Renekton has had a pretty decent matchup into the Cassante for a while at this point. It does feel as though Blue Otter, I mean, okay. You know what Aura is, right, Steve?
Aura? Like, just like your general vibes you give out to the world?
Kind of. Well, the biggest thing is, it's been taking over the League of Legends community. I haven't heard it as much recently, but if you have Aura, it means that people just kind of assume that you're going to make the right decision, and they give you respect when perhaps when you make the wrong decision, they're like, oh, he must know something I don't. Just having that, giving the benefit of the doubt to your opponent every single time, feels though Blue Otter is respecting FlyQuest Aura a little bit too much right now with this Renekton pick. You gotta be able to fight fire with fire, and instead it looks as though they're going to be trying to play towards the bottom half map, saying, yeah, we're never beating Renekton Nidalee. Instead we're gonna have to come up with a different game plan.
So what I'm hearing is that when I blind face check Brushes as Pantheon and die, I'm not inting, I just have insane aura.
You might have
that's
negative
what I got from
aura
that.
At that point, just like Azale was saying,
okay.
like, I've seen your Pantheon enough to...
You didn't have to go there. All right, second round of bans. Bring our attention there. As another Shield champ banned away. Braum taken off the table here. Kaisa and Alistair off the table from Blue Otter side. So FlyQuest get one more ban. You mentioned focus on bot side for Blue Otter because they're accepted the Cassante. So that means FlyQuest Challengers have the ability to try and limit some of their more aggressive options. I think Leona is something that they could be looking at as well.
Yeah, ultimately it is... Oh, okay, there's the Leona ban coming through. Blue Otter, I kind of expect that this Ezreal is likely to go towards the mid lane. It has been something that Sammykin has played. It's also something that has a pretty decent matchup into the Tristana at the same time. And so, here's a lot of openings here for Levitate to try and come up with something that will have a lot of pressure. But first, you got to be looking at the support. Nautilus makes a lot of sense here. You got to get some kind of engage tool available. And
or we just go for the Talia. Okay, so the AP matchup into the Tristana, it has had, in my opinion, middling success rates so far from the games that I've witnessed. I mean, theoretically, you can stop the Tristana from jumping, or stun her rather mid-jump, but also you're still just Talia on the current patch, so it's going to be difficult to actually play around. Although I will say, with the Renekton and the Nidalee showing, you get a lot of mileage. With your abilities.
Not bad. It has been something that we do know that Sammykin also plays, but as the Nautilus and his Fortune go over towards FlyQuest from this position, it doesn't really feel as though Blue Water have very many proactive tools this game. Even if Rovex picks something like the Rakan or the Rel or the Nautilus, whatever one is left available, that's only one player that can really ever go forward, and you're just going to get pushed back over and over by the members of FlyQuest. It definitely feels as though there's not this wrinkle in the draft. You did all the prep, you got everything ready to go, and it's like, okay, now it's time to play some standard League of Legends against, one of the best standard League of Legends teams in the league. That doesn't solve the problem.
Unless we go for something a little different. I was thinking probably Rel at this point is what we would handshake if we give over the Nautilus. Still engage option, they would like that, so yes, it is locked in. So yeah, Blue Otter are just playing a fairly stock standard draft. The Unraveled Earth can put work in against the Renekton Nidalee Tristana. But you know what? It doesn't stop. It's just a misfortune bullet timing on top of all of that. I still think the FlyQuest challengers have a lot more tools, especially in the early game, to make action happen. But if they let the game slip out into the late game, maybe Blue Otter, with their front line, with their damage, will be able to just win some of the team fights if everyone's grouped up.
That's a tall task that they're going to have to pull through. This is not an easy league to try and win some of these early games going through. It's going to be tough playing up against FlyQuest because just as we were talking about with Team Liquid Challengers, FlyQuest likes finding these early game advantages. They have some of the best laners in the entire league, and they don't let go. Like, once they have that lead, that is one of the things that has been typifying FlyQuest games, is finding those leads and then just absolutely running them over. And they can do it from any part of the map. Every single one of these lanes should be able to build power whenever it wants, and that is the perfect recipe for success with Shaden.
The quad threat team, the quad threat roster.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And Chime on Nautilus. Let's see if they can pull it off here in game number 1 against Blue Otter, or if Blue Otter have enough in the
30 seconds until minions.
the little frog hop into the river. And while we do that, you in chat can spam fly C if you believe FlyQuest NZXC, or spam blue if you're a fan of otters. I'm being told it was a duck that spawned, not a frog. Wait, go back to the river. That's a. I
There
didn't
is a
see no
frog.
duck.
There's also...
It's a frog.
That one's a frog. Yeah, there's also
okay,
a duck there.
I'm being told there was a duck there earlier that I missed. So
It's okay.
Minions.
Otters,
Classic.
frogs, ducks, they're all river
Oh!
creatures.
that was a hook of all time right there from Chime. I don't know if it's going to mean
Oh, yeah.
much. Levitate does just get out.
I learned something recently. So you know how Nautilus has that like line in the middle of his skill shot like indicator, and he's got like the really fat one?
Yeah.
The line in the middle is what hits walls, but the fat part of it is what hits champions.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like, also minions then, because I was
Also
gonna say I
min-
feel like
yeah.
I've still hit a lot of stuff with that the thick part of the queue, but if that's champions, it would be
Yeah.
probably coded the same way to hit minions. That does make sense.
Yeah,
Interesting.
so there are just straight up 2 hitboxes on it. I learned that
That's
recently.
why I always miss the turrets when I'm trying to Spider-Man the lane.
Yeah, you gotta hit it with the
makes
narrow
sense.
part of it. It all comes together now.
All right, well now I'm gonna climb some elo. Let's go.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's been holding you back for sure.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
The one thing, and my aura, my
Oh,
lack
yeah.
of aura. I've learned that too. Yeah.
Either way, we'll figure out what my tattoo is going to be for the next one. But FlyQuest challengers in this one, they have a lot of pressure already coming through. They already have push up in the top side and mid lane if they want it. And now they're already level 2 on the bottom side. Chime, the first hook didn't really do a lot to the game, but it did send a message.
Yeah, it said we're here to play. We ain't here to just have a passive lane state. And with the misfortune, definitely expect the at least potential to have aggressive lanes. I do also favor the Nautilus over the Rel, typically. It's just harder because Rel has to completely go in. Nautilus has a few more tools and can catch you out of position rather than having to come to you.
Yeah. It's also the kind of thing where the ultimate from Nautilus is non-committal, right? You just throw it on, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, well, that didn't do what I wanted to, so I'm going to leave. Whereas Rel is like, we're going in, boys! And then there's not really a way to leave from that position. So Robo's going to have to
Tonight
be
we
very
ride.
careful. Tonight we ride or die. And oftentimes it's both.
Especially if I'm the one piloting it.
Yep.
Talking a lot about my solo queue games, though. We need to get off that topic. Bumming me out a little bit. Top lane. Let's talk about top lane. We got Surdy versus Quacker up here.
Yeah.
Surdy on the Renekton. Blind picked. And the big counter pick. The big brain play. Asante. A bit of a bummer. A bit of a
Yeah.
letdown there. But overall, it has been Surdy still getting the
Can't talk
better
about
of the
Surdy,
matchup.
though. I mean, Surdy, okay, so we've spent a lot of time glazing Surdy this season, right?
Sure.
You know, the fastest challenger, like 100% win rate into Masters, the all-time, like, Western ELO, or, like, challengers LP ranking, right? This is all true and all very impressive and all very cool. However, he's also...
He didn't hit the turret there.
Yeah, he did. It just does, like, no damage before first couple minutes.
I don't think he... Maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
it definitely did. I will check
Oh.
in a bit. Either
All
way.
right, all right. Sorry,
Alright.
what were you actually going to say? Actually, we have to get back to that as Shaden is finding music here. Dodges out on the W, gets Flash out of the brand. Music must have had the E on cooldown there.
Yep.
He chose to try and land the W instead.
But yeah, it hasn't really translated to the stage quite as much. It's now Chime looking for Samikin.
Dive potential here. Wave is in. Samikin's trying to get it all down. Flash forward from Chime just to commit to the play. Bradley's got the last auto for the kill, and a beautifully juggled turret aggro means that Chime gets out.
Yeah, really good stuff from Chime, not taking the turret, the inner turret there either, so they just shut down the mid lane for Samikin to teleport back into lane, and we are already looking at some massive leads coming out from Bradley and Surdy already in this game. Not 1,000 gold, not even 5 minutes in, and Sajed is going to get most of this wave on the bottom side, so he's not going to be too far behind. What I was going to say is one of the recipes for success that we have seen to take down FlyQuest, you just gang Surdy because he doesn't respect the jungler very much. And that is something that Music has not been looking for. We have not yet seen Music do anything proactive on the map on this brand. We shouldn't expect it just quite yet, but it is a pathway for Blue Otter to try and find something in this game. Is if Blue Otter can send Samikin and Music towards the top side, look to get Quacker a lead.
And more importantly, up in that top lane, I did see Surdy get the demolish the second time, and it did barely do any damage. So I'm caught up on how top lane works in League of Legends, and we're caught up on what the game plan for Blue Otter could potentially be. Right now, though, Samikin's got to get level 6. Typically, we see the Talia start to roam around that time.
Yep,
you got the Weaver's Wall, you can try to lock down the Renekton, who is shoving, but Bradley just chunks Samikin right there. So could be an awkward roam window. This would be the type of lane state that you're happy with it, though, because Surdy is forward and just used the slice and dice. Wrecker's walking up, but Shaden's actually on the grub, so I don't think there's really a window for Samikin right now.
It's really tough. There's not even an opportunity for a trade because Music clears slower on this brand in the Italy and already getting pushed out of your jungle once, losing the flash, and not having any vision. Not having cryo in your solo lanes hurts a lot.
Quacker all outs on the Surdy. Dominus popped. Can Quacker get this? Has the flash available? Flash Q might be enough. Ooh, Surdy had flash as well, so Quacker's not willing to go under turret. Almost gets the solo kill.
Same time, that is going to be a good show from Quacker to make sure that he can get things done as Bradley. Getting another chunk out of Samikin, just really using all the mana as in his pool to push Samikin back consistently. Ooh, only level 5.
Okay. Interesting. Spear lands. Again, Music started with the Q there onto Shaden. I'm just tracking the brand ability usage. I wonder what the cooldowns have looked while these have gone on, because that should be the indicator of these decisions. But either way, Shaden gets pushed away. Music still not level 6, though. Falling behind clear speed on the brand.
Yeah, look at how aggressive Bradley's being. He's like, yeah, you won't. You got nothing. Just like walking up and auto-attacking them in Chime. He doesn't have to go for a blind hook here. He doesn't know exactly where Music is.
I'll just get some damage. Corvex has to jump away.
Either way, Kangas, we're already looking at a 2,000 gold lead. It's only 7.5 minutes in, and there's only one kill. The top lane is a big lead coming through for Surdy. The mid lane, a massive lead for Bradley. And the bottom side, we've seen that, yes, Jed was struggling for a little bit, but it is already coming right around. He is doing A-okay, and he's this misfortune. He's shouldn't necessarily be expecting to have a great time going up against Ezreal, who has been one of the most lane-dominant AD carries for a long time. Blue Otter just don't have a leg to stand on currently. And the biggest question for this one is who's going to actually be creating the most pressure? Who's going to be the ones making the plays on FlyQuest to take this small lead that they have and blowing it up?
Maybe right now. They're committing for the play. Chime at level 5 still. No flash. That is what Blue Otter needed. Find a play, find some gold, get the kills.
And it went over to the perfect person. Levitate finding that kill. Will get some money, but look at this. Surdy already has 2 plates 8 minutes in, and you saw how little damage was going into the top lane turret right at the beginning of the game. So,
actually, I didn't.
Oh.
But, yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the point.
They're so small, yeah.
But Blue Otter, they're going to be picking up the first dragon of the game, unless Shaden finds this field.
He is in the neighborhood, but no, it's gone. Music picks that up, and actually, Stutter Steps gets hit by the spear. No flash available from the earlier invade. Shaden's still looking for it. Pyroclasm goes out. That spear does not land. Can Rovex find the engage? No, they're not willing to commit. They didn't have the vision. It was into Fog of War, so Levitate's trying to jump away now, as he will, I can shift over. Flash forward from Chime! Just barely misses. His Levitate, I think he used up all of Nautilus's Q luck from that level 1 play and says, nope, that time it's not going to hit me.
Yeah, that time we're going to be all right. But look at this wave state already coming through from Sajed. Just so difficult for Levitate to even walk up into that at all, guaranteeing that there should be. And there's only 3. Depending on how exactly they play this, it could end up being a wave pushing back the other direction, and that is exactly why they're like, nope, we're just going to stick here. We're going to throw this back the other direction. And once we're done throwing it back, then we can back away for our items. It was intentional.
FlyQuest Challengers throwing it back in the bot lane, as now they will go for a back themselves. Levitate and Rovix getting down there right now as checking the timer. I'm going to get it right this time. That's grubs spawning.
It is.
In under a minute's time. So let's see if either of the teams try and prioritize that. Buster shot's available for Bradley, so a flash from Sammykin, but he's stuck in the wall. Chime's locking him down. Bradley's gonna get it. There we go. Another roam from Chime mid lane. Gets another kill for FlyQuest Challengers.
I don't think I saw the Buster shot actually push, but they got the kill regardless, so like it is what it is. The result ends up being the same, and Shaden up here on the top side, not able to find anything onto Quacker. But the mid lane really falling apart. We know how aggressive this Tristana can be. They are threatening the Grubageddon, as Shaden will be picking up the grubs on the top side. Music trying to do anything to stop that. But the
Splash has Pyroclasm, so this is actually scary for Surdy and Shaden.
already got 4.
They honestly could just give this up if FlyQuest aren't feeling the fight right now, which currently seems like that's the game plan. Yep, there we go. Okay,
1.
Should be 2 picked up now. You don't really need to fight for the 5th. Maybe we fight for the pick afterwards. Music does have flash. He's going to have to use it. Actually just lands the stun with the Pyroclasm. Surdy's taking a lot of damage. Big engage. The ultimates are used. Pull back from Sammykin, who's there at the perfect time. Bradley has to flash over the wall. Does get the reset, the jump, but Weaver's wall follow up from Sammykin. He's going to try and lock them down. Threaded volley just completely misses, but has the Unraveled Earth with another round.
No way.
Misses. He's out of there. How did that happen? Bradley survived as bot lane 1v1. Levitate should win this one. Sajed just not enough damage. Has to use the barrier. One more auto on the way out.
Oh, no.
So live bullet time. Levitate also had the barrier and also survives.
Everybody lives. I can't believe Bradley walked out of that one, dodging out of everything, winning the mind games with Sammykin to find his way back to base safely. Only Surdy going down in the top side. But yeah, just like you were saying, they didn't even need to fight for the grubs. They thought they could, and Surdy just takes way too much damage from Music. And that's going to be a plate going over to Quacker at the same time. It's still sitting around a 1,500 gold lead coming out for FlyQuest Challengers. But it is a tough position for them to kind of push this, because the main person with a gold lead is Bradley, and he's like, it's Tristana. He's going to do a lot of damage later. He instantly gets shoved back there. Make sure he gets the reset on the W so he can go ahead and get out. But watch how Sammykin throws his first Q.
Yeah.
He throws it into the river. No damage there. And then this seismic shove barely going wide at the same time. And so a couple of skill shots not going to be landing, allowing Bradley to get out of dodge.
And
wait, what?
There was one at the very end. I didn't even witness
okay.
that. No, never mind. He gets the shield. Okay. Oh. Close for Rovex. Close for Shaden, but doesn't get the kill at the very end. And that gold lead still in favor of FlyQuest Challengers, but plays like that make you start to sweat. They make you start to question. Will FlyQuest be able to close this game out fast enough? Because I still look at things like the Nidalee, like the Renekton, and think these are typically, in my mind, more for early mid-game. You don't want them to be these late-game 50-minute bangers.
Yeah.
Blue Otter, Cassante will just keep getting tankier. Levitate, you know, Ezreal with a bunch of items is scary. Sammykin as well, but we're just going to dive under the turret. Oh! Dodges out on the Q from Shaden, which means no play.
Yeah, good job from Quacker to make sure he's on top of at the right time. Levitate, no flash.
No flash available, and he's definitely dead. Yeah, it's really hard to run away from a misfortune, and it's Chime with the dredge line that picks up the kill.
Either way, it's still going to be a kill. It's still more money being lost to Levitate, and we got Bradley.
Uh-oh.
Nice
He's
buffer.
stunned up. He's able to buffer away, but pulled back. Buster shots there, but the damage is going to be enough. Bradley, the wrong place at the wrong time. That's a shutdown over to Sammykin as he gets revenge.
That's not
for
done.
the early game.
Shaden's here.
Okay, you're right. Flash forward from Chime. They get the root. They get the stun. Sammykin in trouble. Bullet time onto 2 members. Just not enough. Shaden somehow had damage, somehow had the burn still from Leandres. I have to imagine that's what gets the kill on the Samiken, as Music will get right back into the jungle. But this dragon is on the table for FlyQuest challengers.
Yeah, FlyQuest, it's a little bit sloppy, but they're still coming out ahead in all of these small plays. Bradley gets caught, but it's such a strong, or such a long engage that the rest of FlyQuest can come in. They can find a couple of kills and really good flash into bullet time coming out from the Jed at the same time to force Samiken and Levitate out of that last fight. But FlyQuest find themselves the first dragon for themselves, and they still have 2,500 gold. But Blue Otter, they're the ones starting up this Rift Herald.
So Rift Herald could turn into that first turret, as currently it's FlyQuest challengers winning that race. That top turret is about to fall, and they have Bradley up there right now, so Tristana takes these turrets even faster than to demolish Renekton. But looks like Blue Otter are going to answer. At least they still have Quacker up in the top lane. Bradley will now poke him, says that's kind of funny. It tickles just a little bit. Kraken Slayer doing its best, but Quacker ain't no Kraken, even though you said he was a water type in the last series. This time around, he's got a lot of armor.
True. He's definitely a rock type this time. We get to see that there's not actually that much plate gold that went over towards the FlyQuest. It was mostly up on the top side. However, take a look at the general gold.
Oh!
It is, yeah, it's pretty big. When
That's
so
a lot
Jed,
of blue.
the poorest member there, is still ahead of Music and Levitate, the richest members of Water. A very tough position, and watch this as Bradley gets this turret 7.0, 7.6. That's a lot of money he just got.
Yeah, and
In a
Cerny's
briefcase.
also put a lot of work in that bot turret as well, so they might just lose both outers in the side lanes. Blue Otter in a precarious position right now. They got the first dragon, so they're delaying the dragon stacking for FlyQuest challengers, and more importantly, delaying the Elder Dragon, and more importantly, dodging another Nautilus Q right there.
Yeah, that one
Shaden
looked
is
really
able to
odd.
jump away.
I was definitely expecting
Yeah.
Shine People to land that one, but I guess Rovix just pulls on back, dodges out of that one. But it is still FlyQuest.
That's me, it hits me.
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. That's just how it goes. You're just on the wrong team all the time, but it is still going to be Blue Otter. They're trying to find something going into this one. I'd expected to, look for opportunities to talk about how Samiken was fighting things, but he's currently down 60 CS because Bradley has just bullied him out of the mid lane. They get the mid lane turret there as well, and now Sturdy's going to get the bottom lane turret. 5,000 gold lead, 17 minutes into the game. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear that's not supposed to happen, where you just simultaneously lose two of your outer turrets at basically the same time there. I think rotations have just been better for FlyQuest NZXT, specifically Bradley, like you had said. A lot of that CS lead, yeah, he got some in the mid lane, but he's also just gotten bot wave, top wave, mid wave. He's been everywhere on the map benefiting from these rotations, and is a full item ahead of Samiken right now. So Blue Otter really don't feel like they have a leg to stand on in this game at number one, other than just hoping that it slows down and they can get some scaling, they can get to that late game.
Yeah.
This early game's not been going their way.
One of the things that... Oh, hold on. Rovix.
He is a
Fine.
tank, but he's also a support. He's also trying to catch Bradley, and he's also not going to do so. All right.
All right, good
FlyQuest
talk.
challengers, get out.
Yeah, one of the things that we've
Wait a
seen, like, that was the first,
Oh!
real thought. Okay.
That was, made Music sneeze right there, and another one. Whoa, back to back.
I think that was the first time in this game where we've really seen Blue Otter have, a holistic idea on how to make a play happen, whereas the other ones they've kind of stumbled into a little bit. They're like, oh, look, that guy, he's not where he's supposed to be. Whereas that one, they were entirely like, hey, let's see if we can find a play, make it happen. The FlyQuest was also there to make sure it did not happen, and I think that's one of the things I'm looking for more of from Blue Otter, is just this more holistic sense of how to play the game. And also, I mean, we just gotta say it, losing to FlyQuest in the laning phase is not, the worst thing in the world. They have some of the best laners in the entire league. But we still need to find something where we can stand up, because this is the kind of scrim where it's like, well, it's just a slow bleeding. We gotta find something. We gotta use this as another opportunity to showcase that we are learning.
When you start to go for the Hail Marys, when
Yeah.
you start to go for the lower percentage plays, just because you're not seeing as many plays available to you. Dragon's up in 45. Potentially, that's where Blue Otter will try and make some action happen. going to be on the back of somebody like Rovex, most likely finding a big flash engage. So eyes will be on Rel if Blue Otter actually want to attempt. The other strategy would just be try and collect as much gold as you can on the Rift while you give up dragons. You can give basically 2 in a row before it becomes a big problem to continue giving them.
You could. I'm looking at Blue Otter right now, though. They want to try and make something happen. The biggest worry that they have to have this game is Tristana just free farms for the next, like, 5-10 minutes and then just has so much money. They need to make sure that Bradley is, if really not ending threat, but Surdy's coming top.
It's actually FlyQuest challengers that are making the play. Teleport, flank from Surdy, gets straight onto Sammy, can straight onto everybody. Blue Otter have already lost their mid laner. As the bullet time over the wall, Rovex has no means of escape. Levitate's now joined in, a lot of damage onto Shaden with the Pyroclasm coming down from Music, but Quacker just doesn't have the items to stay alive in these fights. There's too much damage, and Blue Otter will lose 3.
Likewise, if they just go and hit the Baron right now, they have all their members in the perfect position. The Rip Herald just spawns the other side, and yeah, FlyQuest just going to be hitting it basically as soon as it spawns. They want to catch these hands here. They're trying to end this game as quickly as possible. The Rip Herald up the top side will not be able to even impact a turret. There's a dragon on the other side. It looks like Blue Otter is pinging towards that, but there's going to be opportunities for FlyQuest to challenge it.
Teleporting bot, I don't think FlyQuest can actually go for this. They have teleport from Bradley, but they're going to have to catch his mid-wave, although they do have a turret there, now that I see that. Music's here. I imagine this dragon's over. Yeah, Shaden's going for the back, so it's going to be a dragon for Blue Otter, but the Baron for FlyQuest Challengers is going to be huge. They've already taken all the outer turrets. Now they can start sieging these tier 2s, but 2 objective bounties doesn't feel too bad for Blue Otter. 7k gold lead feels worse.
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in. I do like the fact that they were able to pick up a couple of things. The Rift Herald, like you said, though, not going to be crashing anywhere. And then FlyQuest, I mean, that's a classic play that we have known Surdy to look for, right? Looking for all of those teleport flanks very aggressively, knowing that his team is so far ahead that they can kind of get away with anything that they go for. All engages pretty much are winning. But they also have 2 items on Zed. They have 2 items already on Bradley, 21 minutes in, whereas most of their opponents are still looking for their second item to be completed. And we'll see how much this Rally Cry Baron buff can actually earn them.
And if Blue Otter can actually stop it, no, see, just go in, Dredgeline lands, so Rovex has to jump away. Okay, first of the tier 2s have fallen, so I'm going to take the moment while FlyQuest will choose which other one they want to go for, to talk about the game plan from FlyQuest Challengers in this early game. You see a Renekton, you see a Nidalee, I immediately think top lane's the focus, but what actually happened when we think back? It was mid lane. It was giving Bradley the keys to success. It was hard camping him with back-to-back roams from Chime, 1 under turret, 1 just to catch Sammykin on the outskirts, and it gets Bradley giga-fed, and he has been delivering on the promise that he made. If you get me that gold, I can carry this game, and so far this Tristana has been putting in a lot of work, so props to Bradley coming back from a top lane role swap back into the mid lane here. And if we're being honest, has had a couple of rough games in this split, but this is definitely not one of them.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like some of the undefeated Bradley from the OQs that we were seeing earlier this year when he was playing in the tier 3 ecosystem. But now you can see that Surdy also moving around and just daring Blue Otter to try and do anything, overcommit anywhere, and then as the next wave comes through, Bradley just takes the entire mid lane turret, and as a hook lands, at least it's levitate, so he can run away, but still, that is a 10,000 gold lead, a 3,500 Baron power play coming out from FlyQuest Challengers. And like we said before, this team does not give any room to come back in their games. They are much better at closing things out, and now Blue Otter cannot find any engages.
And that was like close to a 20-minute Baron too, so you can't really ask for much more than just every tier 2 turret. They took down 3 of them. Map is wide open. They have wards down in the jungle, and there's no camps for Music to clear here. Likewise, Challengers are being clinical about this one. And like you had alluded to, they are not giving any breathing room to Blue Otter. Not allowing that gold lead to disappear as the depth charge lands. Dredgeline as well onto Levitate. Here comes the damage as Surdy is flanked around the long way. Shaden almost goes down, but they do still get the kill at the end of the day. Sajed as well is here, so Rovex will fall. That's 2 picked up, while Bradley almost 1v2'd against Music Has Sammykin there as well. And wow, I don't even know what just happened there, but he got pretty far, so he's out of there.
Yeah, ultimately, Bradley, like we're saying, just delivering on what he said, but Sammykin very fast in this Talia as long as he stays next to walls. Oh, Bradley, got to keep going.
Does he have another rocket jump flash forward? Oh! Wow. Just barely in time. Bradley gets out of there.
Really good stuff. Gets out of that one, and it would have been a good death anyway, because it comes at the cost of the mid lane inhibitor turret for FlyQuest. They pick up another structure off of that one, 11,000 gold already up, and we got to talk a little bit about how FlyQuest got to this position as well, because they are not in first, like some people might have been expecting them. They actually dropped the very first series in the league going up against Dragonsteel, and then they also dropped to Disguised in week 5 of the Challengers League. However, this should be, like we were kind of alluding to before, probably a 6-0 end for them. They have Blue Otter, AoE, and CCG, currently the bottom 3 teams in the league, and so far, you know, there were a couple small mistakes here and there, but still FlyQuest absolutely dominant as Quacker looking for something.
This seems like it could be the last-ditch effort. The Hail Mary from Blue Otter as Quacker is on the flank, but he's all alone. Now teleport coming in from Bradley here. FlyQuest Challengers have found their front to back. The flank from Quacker did not work. Surdy just flashes forward and said, let's fight! We came here to play some League of Legends, so why are we stopping? And FlyQuest Challengers are just running through Blue Otter. They got no defense. Quacker tries to pull back Bradley, but Bradley still gets the kill on Levitate. That's a double for the mid laner of FlyQuest Challengers, given the keys to success. And he's driving that car straight to Blue Otter's Nexus. A triple kill to Bradley, and FlyQuest NZXT Challengers will make swift work of their opponents in game number 1. A 14,000 gold lead and a swift victory.
Yeah, just under 26 minutes into this one, FlyQuest will find another game win for themselves and go up 1-0 in this one. Just felt in control almost the entire game. They had all the waves, Bradley in particular in this matchup dismantling Sammykin in the mid lane and never really looked back. He had really good positioning in the fights, really pushing the limits of what his champion could do, but consistently getting away with it anyway.
And again, I want to hype up the reason why it's so exciting for Bradley coming back to the mid lane is because he had spent an entire 2 years in the top lane. And he's going to be our player of the game for that performance there. Yes, they played heavily to him in the early stages, but when you're given that lead, you need to know what to do with it. And Bradley was just a menace, man. He was taking every turret, almost 1v2ing in the side lanes at the end there. Yeah, this guy, he showed up.
Can you point out the CS differential there, Steve?
I would rather not.
Yeah, that is a lot of CS difference coming through from Bradley. Absolutely dismantling everything. 800 DPM. It's way easier to get crazy DPM numbers later in the game because people have more HP and you do more damage. He did that in a 26-minute game. So ultimately, a very good stuff coming out from Bradley on that Tristana. So congrats to FlyQuest in the first win. But as always, it is a series. That means that we have more games. That means we have more Fearless. That means we have fewer of the same champions.
And that means you won't have to wait very long for the next game because we're going to be back here after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for game 2.
I won bot last time, guys. I'm going to come up with combos you probably can't even do half of it.
There's just one word if you ask me, washed. That's all I have to say.
Just let me cook. Let me cook.
Welcome one and all to another episode of NACL Bot. Today we have none other than Team Liquid Challengers Jenkins, FlyQuest Challengers Bradley, and CCG's Crimson. Let's see who's going to be going first today. First and foremost, it is Jenkins. Secondly, we'll have Crimson rounded out by Bradley going third.
All right, cue the dummy where it's gonna land and auto at midair. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. I'm so washed.
Buy all the haste items that you can. Q this one, time to the last second. Ward hop Q while you're flying mid-air to this one. Cast the Q dummy on this one. And then as you're still flying to this one, you're gonna R flash it into the basket and then retake the Q on this second dummy. Does that make sense?
Brain just melted. Let's see it first.
Let's see it.
I think I can see what you're saying.
Bro gave up ER right into the brush. Easy, right?
ER.
Oh, wait, no way you missed.
That's
Wait, what are you saying? It went in. Look, it went in.
Oh, yeah.
You need to pop the cookie mid combo. Like, that would kind of be advanced. Call it the cookie crunch.
So same
yeah,
combo again.
I hit the wrong one!
You're gonna want to Q this brush, and then you're gonna want to ult it into your Q, and then Failure E, but it works anyway.
You might just have some BO here, Bradley, if you don't make this one.
Wait, BO. Oh. Right. Yeah.
There you go.
Does that count or no?
I'll count that. I can count that.
No.
Wait, no way.
That is a B. Same Lee Sin combo.
I already know what's going on here. No,
my God.
I missed it.
Get closer.
Rocket belt left towards the brush and spit him out.
Wait, I don't want to be that guy though. But if you rock about, no, actually, no, don't tell him. Actually, no.
Wait, you
Wait.
can't W?
You already know what's going on.
Oh my god.
QR? Let's spit it out here.
Oh, wait, what?
Wait, what do you mean?
Wait,
Wait, what?
You okay, flash in the bush,
Whoa.
and you failed.
Let's see.
Oh,
you made it.
All right, let's see it, boys. Oh,
No.
Oh, that's an O.
No.
oh.
No?
You actually almost had it.
All right, that is
My
a
first
B.
I needed to hit it. The one that Bradley was talking about before, without the redemption.
I'm not doing it. Or at least not in that order. That's actually hard.
Oh, he gets the basket.
Ah?
Oh,
No, that doesn't count. I can't lie, that doesn't count.
that's gonna be an O. All right, he makes it.
Yeah, you
Like,
can't.
I'm the inventor.
Q, walk at it, and then R flash into the brush.
This guy literally said the same combo, but instead of ward hopping, we're walking at it.
Alright, we'll see if you can do it then. And then just flash into the brush. Easy.
We're gonna take a look at Bradley. Gotta make the shot. All right, he made it.
Okay.
He made it.
Alright.
Oh, no way.
Wait, he's out. He's out. He's out.
He's out?
That is
Oh, no.
bot-like behavior.
Just shame on me. Oh my god.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Just like that.
They made
Let's
it
see.
in.
Oh, you're so lucky. You're so
Oh,
lucky.
that's barely in.
Run it back on the top side. Eventually, he's gonna fail.
Oh, I know what I'm doing. Oh, you're about to lose. You're about to lose this episode, bud. I already know what I'm gonna do. Oh, you're cooked if you don't make this.
Fail.
Oh, no.
Alright, you're cooked. Alright, you're cooked. Alright, you ready? because what I'm doing isn't even Lee Sin. It's a champ you probably never played before.
What champion?
Dear. Good luck.
No,
Dude, wait, that's actually. Wait. Can you cast redemption? Oh yeah, you can.
EQ into the brush, alright? That's part of the combo.
Wait, what? You're comboing after the dummies in the bush for fun.
Yep, exactly.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, okay, sure. That works. Sure.
All right, let's see it, Bradley.
There you go.
He did it.
Oh, what are all these champs?
There's too many to choose from.
Yeah,
it's out.
literally. Q should knock the dummy up in the bush, okay?
Okay, let's see it. No, it actually worked.
It actually
Dang.
worked.
Bang.
Q
Oh.
redemption,
Q redemption.
and then you rocket belt flash R.
Okay, ready? No!
Where's your redemption?
R?
That's
No.
a big fat T, and we have our
No.
winner.
2 chains, 2 victories. It's just, I got it in me.
Jenkins, do you have any words for our honorary top father in Bradley?
Just congrats. I'm disappointed in myself. That's all.
One fair and square. I'll give it to him this time,
Yeah.
but there won't be a next, that's all I have to say.
It's not even fair. I had to play against some top laners. If we need some real mechanical experts, we might need to bring in some mid laners. That's all I'm saying.
All right, that's going to be our episode of Bot. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Love that game show. Love Bradley's attitude and love his gameplay from that last game. A winner and bot and winner so far in this series. We do have
Steve.
FlyQuest NZXC challengers up 1-0.
Can
Yes.
we call out Crimson for going for like the most basic ass like combos ever? He just was like,
It got
what if
Jenkins
if
out.
we
It,
just?
it works.
I guess that's true. It was like, what if I just body slam ultimate this guy back into the bush? And I guess that's true. Jenkins couldn't do it, so.
I love that he was trying to combo with Azir after getting the dummy into the ward or the brush. That was the best
There's
part.
some weird things going on there, but ultimately, you know, you gotta get your simple combos. We'll take another look at that last game, the breakdown that we had, because Bradley did a little bit of damage in that last one. Double.
Oh, you could say
damage.
that again. Oh, that is double.
Yeah.
That's more than double. Okay. Well,
Next game.
bright side, Blue Otter have another game.
Another game.
This is best of 3. They can try and bring it back because that was not the performance that they were looking for, especially not the performance that Sammykin was looking for. We went into that last game hyping him up a little bit. He's somebody that's been on my radar for a while, and he's trying to deny the Zoe one-trick I'm blanking on the word right now. Allegations. There we go. But also a notable Lux player. Either way, Poke champions. He's trying to play more meta in NACL. And did not work out this time. So hopefully Sammykin can bring it around for game number 2, because that was all Bradley's Rift.
That was definitely a very dominant game from Bradley. As we go into this next game, the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking for from Blue Otter is whenever you look at a David versus Goliath situation like this one feels to be, you got to come up with something weird. You got to, knock the other person off their feet a little bit, make them respond to things where they aren't as comfortable with. I would love to see something a bit more unusual coming through, but I don't really think of Sammykin or Quacker as the players who are going to be doing that. I guess Quacker has things like the Mordekaiser, which is a little bit more out there, but they generally are players that just have their champion. So maybe it's Music that has to come up with something a little bit weird.
I will say Music on the brand was not that successful in the early stages. He actually fell behind in clear speed to the Nidalee, who granted was invading and kind of pushing Music out of his own jungle, so you got to factor that into the equation. But we've seen time and time again a lot of our junglers in the NACL not having the optimal clear speed on these AP junglers, where that's their whole shtick. That's the whole purpose of them, is hard farm early, get level 6, take the grubs, and then just be a menace once you're level 6. If you can't do that, yes, maybe other picks for Music could be the keys to success. Trying to think back to his champ pool, though. In terms of what he would play. Volibear? Is it time for Music Volibear? Are we back?
Well, it's definitely none of these champions, that's for sure. That's the big thing. That is, again, how the Fearless works. You cannot play a champion if it has been played previously in that series. And no Bren, no Nidalee. I'm going to look at what else. It has been a Volibear kind of, or not kind of season, but kind of player coming through. I'm looking at other things that he's played. The Rek'Sai could be kind of interesting. Oh, he did play a Mumu. I did forget about that. That champion is not good. We saw that played by AoE, I think it was last week, and it was definitely there. But you gotta throw some of these wrinkles in. It needs to be a situation where you're able to play something more. We can't just go to the last pick and be like, what if it was Rel?
Yeah, the counter pick support has not felt like it's been the keys to success in this meta, especially if you're going to be red side again. We see FlyQuest and ZXC Challengers yet again on blue side here. So Blue Otter will get that counter pick. They were not willing to give a true counter pick to Quacker. They saw the Renekton early on. Blue won, in fact, from FlyQuest, but instead they went for the Cassante. I want to see Quacker step up. I know Surdy's an intimidating top laner to go against, given all the accolades he's been racking up this year.
He has aura.
You're Quacker. You got the pocket picks. You got the wacky carry champs. Let's see him.
Yeah, I would love to see things like the Olaf or the Darius or the Mordekaiser, things that he has built a name for himself in the past. The Udyr has been a consistent ban going up against Blue Otter, and I don't know what it is that you can really do. One of the things that FlyQuest did last game that really kind of put the screws into Quacker was they first picked their top laner and says, well, we are going to dictate what the matchup looks like. We're not going to be trying to give you an opportunity to manufacture counter picks. We're just going to take something that is very strong, and I would not be surprised if FlyQuest tried to do something similar, because we know how versatile of a player Surdy really is.
If FlyQuest lock in a top laner blue one again, that is message sent and delivered and received from Blue Otter and Quacker. That just feels like Surdy flexing.
I mean, if it's a Gnar right now, it would be good. Like, I don't know of a champion that Quacker plays that will really beat up on a Gnar, because he does not play a lot of the things that Gnar tends to have trouble with. Alright, it's not essential.
Okay.
Alright. This is a good Jade champion. He's been pretty good at it. It was something that he really started playing well alongside Ryoma back on his time on Evil Geniuses, and ever since then has showcased that he is willing to kind of step back a little bit when he needs to and allow his solo laners to take control of the game.
Yeah, one thing I remember trying to learn the champion Kashaden, more prevalent in like the Graves meta. That's when he was first coming into the scene, and we saw him proficient on the carries. Picking up Sejuani, one of the tough things he had to learn was how to be a primary engage, how to be the one to go in first for the team and start off the action. But he has been growing. He has been picking up those engaged champions. Speaking of, we will have another one on music side for Blue Otter. This is not a spicy jungle. This is not something exciting, but it is something that can control a lot of space, give a lot of vision, and allow you to spot out your opponent with all those saplings you're going to be tossing everywhere in the jungle.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of potential control, and as the Zeri comes out at the same time, you do have good damage. So this does already look like Blue Otter opting into a situation where they're going to be letting FlyQuest challengers dictate the speed of the game. And I never really like seeing that in this meta right now, because to kind of quote Diamond, now you're just kind of assuming that FlyQuest is going to mess up. And that's always a dangerous position to be in, rather than being the team that is setting the pace of all the fights and getting all the engages going on your own. And FlyQuest are saying, hey, what if we just played some resets and just blew up one target right away, and then Sajet is just going to be the strongest player in the game.
All right, remind me, Joshi, if FlyQuest win this, whoever I interview, ask them why everyone's hovering Katarina. I gotta know. I gotta understand
question.
the lore. What's going on
Why
there?
are you assuming you're interviewing?
Oh, if you want to take it, go for it. By all means. Okay, it is the Gnar, like you had said, though. If you're going to blind pick a top laner, this is the one to go for. And it's not blue one, but I'd say it is still a challenge. It is a gauntlet thrown to Quacker.
Yeah. And all the things that Quacker plays are, like, this is historically one of the best matchups into the Gnar.
Okay.
Because if you start landing those axes, you can just run down the Gnar relatively early on, but it's also okay for Gnar to just give a lot of ground early on. And if Quacker doesn't go double combat summoners like Flash Ghost or Ghost Ignite or something like that, Gnar's very easily going to get out of the laning phase with that teleport effectively.
Yeah, and then you have more global pressure. And the Olaf can still side lane and take turrets relatively fast, but not exactly what you're picking the champion for. Typically when I see Olaf logs in for the top lane, it is to smash that top lane and to get that lead and make it so that nobody can really answer you. But we have a second round of bans now. It's going to be Jace taken off the table. Blue Otter do not want that range advantage with things like a Zeri and an Olaf in their pocket.
Alright, it's a bit late, but I still want to say, whenever I pick Olaf to smash too. So it is going to be the Jace up on the top side that's banned, or in the mid lane banned away. I'm kind of curious what it is they're trying to take away from Bradley and what it is that they're trying to allow Samikin to play, because Samikin we know mostly as a Zoe player, but actually in this split he's been playing a lot of Hui and some Corki as well. But I also look at the Hui, and it's definitely a champion that doesn't really provide a lot of utility to the Olaf. It doesn't really help out the Zoe all that much. And just picking a lot of like individually strong champions can work, but not when you're facing such a strong composition already from FlyQuest as the Yuumi banned away. Rovex hasn't played that this split.
Interesting ban there. I've been getting to talk with some coaches from the league about what they think are other champions that have been locked in yet that could be on the rise. Yuumi has not been mentioned yet, but things like the Enchanter supports have. Things like Melio in particular have been rising up in potential. If we get into game 3 scenarios where all the engaged champs are gone, or maybe all but one are gone, you can give it up and then take the Melio, things like that. But speaking of engage, again, it's locked in for Blue Otter. Rakan as the support for Rovex.
I mean, it makes sense. It is one of the classic engage pieces that are still left, but there's still a lot of other things on the table. The Nautilus was banned, or was played last round, so I can't play it this time. The Rel was gone, but
do we Melio for FlyQuest now? I mean, Lulu could work too. I'm trying to think of the ways to disengage. This is a disengaged champ. Pick up the Janna makes it very hard for the Maokai and the Rakan to stick.
We did get to see Bradley showcase some of the mechanics on that champion as well, so hopefully Chime able to do something similar in this one. Now FlyQuest, they just got to get one more champion. It's probably going into the mid lane here, and pretty much anything that they play just creates a very strong combination. I would love to see a little bit more burst coming out from FlyQuest, such that they can start resetting the Jinx. The Azir is okay at that. There's a lot of range available to them here, and they do have the ability to create some terrain to push out Olaf. But I actually suddenly feel as though Blue Otter have an opportunity to slam the door shut if they have something that can be very aggressive in the mid lane.
Not exactly this, but it can match the Azir for, range and damage in big team fight scenarios. But I still feel like the Azir plus the Jinx combo, in my opinion, a little scarier than the Hui and Zeri combo when you factor in the front line around it. The Sejuani and the Gnar are going to create more space, especially with that Janna protecting you, than the Maokai, Rakan, and Olaf will for Blue Otter. So it can come down to execution, but I'm slightly favoring FlyQuest challengers.
Yeah, I actually think this draft overall is a bit better from Blue Water than the last one that we saw. However, one of the biggest things is because Maokai has been meta for so long, people are really good at playing around his ultimate at this point. There's like, oh, yep, all right, Shaden, it's your turn. Just go ahead and get hit by that so that the rest of us can just, hide behind you and everything is going to be all right. Whereas Blue Water, they do have some tools, but, to quote one of our great friends, this Olaf is going in dry.
Does not have a lot of backup, nothing to speed it up, nothing to give it that extra oomph, other than maybe Rakan and Maokai to try and lock down the targets that it will be looking at. So eyes will be on Quacker. How does the top laner for Blue Otter navigate the fun pick, the spicy champion that we said that this team would most likely need? There's the duck. It has been confirmed. I got to get my eyes checked, but what you can do right now in chat is spam Fly C for FlyQuest NZXT or Blue if you're a fan of the Otters.
A little interesting to see that the first strike coming out here from the Maokai. This is something that you do still see from time to time, but it's usually phase rush that people are going these days. So a little bit more magic damage coming out from music because of this. However, we are going to have to be looking at this top side quite a bit because Blue Otter, with this Olaf being given over to Quacker, one of his best champions historically, also one of the things that can potentially push around the Gnar, he needs to build a lead up in the top side. If Olaf is going to be relevant at all this game, he needs to be winning the laning phase going into Serdi's Gnar.
Like this little invade from Blue Otter, very late to get that ward down and spot Shaden's clear while also trading against Sajed, so Blue Otter's bot lane should have a stronger start. Quacker's even dropping one down too, so they already see where Shaden is. This allows for an invade. Music is actually going to commit to this as Robux will just bully Shaden, trading health bar, so Shaden cannot stop the Raptors. And I love the call because now the red buff's going to reset. Shaden's still level 1.
Yeah, this is a good plan already coming through. Music is level 2, and Chime is here, throws out the Zephyr, but not going to be doing any real damage. Looking for a smite.
That's the Airy, though, and even the autos can proc that. Yeah, I got 3 Airy procs there. Music is a level up, and Shaden just could not get in time. So Shaden still 0 camps cleared. Music just walked in and took 2 of them away. Really good early game from Blue Otter.
Yeah. Really good early plan, and Music not done with it either. Moving towards the top side of the map. We got to see Quacker threw down a ward on the top side. Shaden has to be so careful because he does now. Well, he just knows now that Music is coming around, still hunting for him.
Does he just flash the wall? I mean, maybe he just flashes. No, he's going to throw that. Oh, and now he's going to bait Shaden over into it. He can flash with the Q. No, he doesn't have the Twisted Advance, so he can't quite get on top of the Sejuani. But, I mean, damage is done. Like, Shaden is just out of this early game entirely.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure already being put onto Shaden, and one of the things that we have called out about Shaden a lot in the past is if the early game goes wrong, he has had trouble historically coming back into the game. And this is about as much trouble as you can expect early on. And so Shaden has to move down towards the bottom side, has to look for his Krugs. He has to move away from where Music is because Music has gotten 3, 4? This is going to be his 4th camp from the opponent's side of the map.
And they even have the ward down. Yeah, I'm happy. Thank you, Kai, our amazing observer, for highlighting. They even have a ward on Krugs. So they know that Shaden did not beeline into Krugs. If you know where they're not, you know where they are. Based on the number of camps remaining, they should assume that Shaden is on the Wolves. So Music can go take the top scuttle, probably just path the bot scuttle in his bot camps to make sure Shaden can't go for an invade down on that side.
And there's no information at all for Shaden as to where Music is going afterwards. Alright, Serdi does have a good wave state, but because Shaden doesn't know where Music is, he has to be so careful.
This is just gross. Shaden's gotten 1 camp, guys. No buffs. Music's got red buff and blue buff and is just saying, yet again, bet. You're not going to take these. They are my chickens. Second chickens, by the way. Is there enough backup, though? Shaden is just focusing damage on the Music, and here comes Chime. Here comes the bot lane. Good roam from Rovex as well, but Music almost goes down here. They're still looking for more. Double knockup from Chime. Flash is committed. As the Jet gets excited, the resets on the Jinx. One more auto gets it. Who needs jungle camps when you can just fight them and get the kills?
Oh man, we didn't even notice that the bottom lane for FlyQuest was moving up and Blue Otter didn't either. But as soon as we see Music fighting for these chickens, you see that the bottom lane of Sajed and Chime move up, and Levitate does not move with them. This is a 4v3 for FlyQuest, and even though Chime is the one who ends up getting the first kill in this, Sajed still gets excited. He still gets the next couple of auto attacks down onto Music, and it's okay. It's Sejuani, guys. Having no money on this champion, it is what it is, because now you have some money on Sajed. He goes back, gets the Berserker's Greaves, and he only has to give up about a wave for it.
That moment is every Janna player's fantasy. Flash Q triple knockup to guarantee first blood and get the reset for your Jinx for another kill. As Shaden yet again will just go for the fight here. It's Samykin and Rovex this time. I think they're safe as Music's in their back pocket. So Shaden is still behind, but the fact that bot lane has gotten kills is good news for FlyQuest challengers who have a overall gold lead. But Dragon started up here. Blue Otter are still controlling the jungle.
Yeah, they all hit level 6 at the same time as well for the mid laners and the bottom side of the map. But the gold lead, this is much better for Blue Otter. They very clearly had a strong early game plan. They executed on it for the most part. Fortunately, it did end up going wrong, and this is a pretty small prize for picking up with just a single Chemtech Dragon. At least it means we're going to get a good dragon later on. But FlyQuest, as they move towards the top side of the map, look at the fact that Shade, he's the same level. This is the power of catch-up XP.
Yeah, 14 CS, that's about 2.5 camps cleared. Or sorry, 3.5 camps cleared. As opposed to Music, who's going towards his top side, I believe for the first time this game. But I like this roam from Rovex here. If you are the team that has this jungle XP lead, jungle clear lead, try and play to the jungler. Try and play to these grubs. Your bot laner's got 2 levels up over Sajed, now only 1 level up, but still it's going to be just fine down there, and that is exactly what Blue Otter's doing. Shove mid means that Sammy can even get there first as well.
Yeah, and so this is still going to be a pretty big prize, getting some of these early grubs, because we got to see exactly how threatening FlyQuest were last time around. So Blue Otter doing a much better job overall. However, a couple of things that we were looking at for keys for this game is how is Quacker doing up in the top side. And so far, he's down a little bit. Surdy does have a better CS score up on the top side of the map, and Quacker not yet finding opportunities. It means that he was not landing a lot of the undertows early on in the game to push Surdy out. And that just means that this Gnar is going to be able to get to that Trinity Forest relatively cleanly, and then you're just never going to catch him again. Yeah,
it was close at one point. I felt like Quacker could have actually tried to ghost chase down Surdy during one of the scraps while the invades were happening, but Quacker didn't commit, and like you said, now he's falling a little behind, so I don't think that's going to be the win con anymore, as Surdy's actually chasing him down. Speaking of, maybe we go for it here. Second undertow lands, a lot of damage from Quacker, but he doesn't commit the ultimate, he doesn't commit the ghost.
Yeah. Really good stuff, actually, from Surdy there to wait until the Hop is going to get the bounce value, both getting the slow and the extra damage off of that before he just jumps away. A very patient style play, something that we know Surdy to go for quite a bit, especially in terms of his laning ability. He's going to throw a rock here, probably.
I imagine there's a rock in the face for Music. Oh,
yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And it did stop the bank, so Music has to walk away, as Bradley was even hovering in the area, so Surdy, it felt like that was double duty, stopping the back, but also trying to play bait, because if they walk up, there was backup coming. FlyQuest challengers, notable, they are building up their team synergy, and they are making calls together from early game to late game. They are one of the better macro teams that we have in the NACL.
I also do want to call out that I really like seeing the game plan from Blue Otter early on in the game. Now it's about a question of, can they continue doing it? Will they be able to build new plans? Because once the plan goes wrong a little bit, a lot of times people will have some trouble, but it's going to be FlyQuest who are actually the ones pressing the advantage.
And we're just pulling the trigger button, going for the dive. Glacial Prison will answer back, but now it's actually Shaden getting chased down here. Does not have the passive anymore, and Music was there, but Quacker could have done it himself. Just solo kill Shaden, essentially. Yeah, that's what you pick Olaf for. You can't CC him under his own turret.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see Shaden actually going for that, especially with Music right around the corner. I mean, no flash. The ultimate was absolutely going to get the ultimate trade from Quacker, and then you can immediately leave, which it looked like they were trying to do. But just settle for the extra plates that we're going for in the top side of the map. Allow Sergey to just quietly win. He doesn't need to blow out this top side of the map. You just need to be able to find a small advantage because the rest of your map is still going quite well. Bradley is doing a really good job in the mid lane, yet again, taking advantage of Samikin's weaker laning phase.
Top lane's 20 CS up. That is a massive lead. Bot lane, though, Levitate also has a sizable lead over Sajed. We remember that the kills came through for FlyQuest, but there's a sacrifice of XP and clear. Now, another dive attempt. This time it'll work. No summoner spells, no ultimate available, so Quacker is in a lot of danger here, and he does sniff it out, but there's just no chance of escape. It's how much time can he buy? How much can his team get done for it, and who gets the kill credit? It's Surdy that picks it up.
Yeah, Chime even finds his way towards the top half of the map. Is there any play on the bottom? There is not. Music picking up a red buff, but this is going to be a lot of money going over towards Sturdy up in the top side, and we can kind of showcase that right now. He's already up. Where's Quacker? It's 800 gold, 900 gold over Quacker. It's going to get worse as more of these plays will end up going over at the same time. Now FlyQuest.
Chime on the flank.
Damikin.
The flanking Janna. Flash ult, but didn't push him into the turret, and then Music is right here. Chime thought that they had the plays. Bradley was not quite in position, but I gotta respect the attempt.
I gotta say, that one's a B right there. So, you know, 2 more of those, and he's gonna be another bot in this series. That was a little...
He wasn't even in the episode.
He's in the real game, which is way more important. Either way, though, that is not a good look from Chime, shall we say, and it's going to have rippling effects across the board as now the Jet doesn't have help.
Yeah, he's got a flash away right there, has the funds available, but Levitate can just walk forward. Yeah, I don't think that they're deterred here. Jinx Chompers will stop the continued assault from Rovex and Levitate, but that wave is shoving in. Blue Otter, despite how bad top lane is going, which is where we expected them to play too, everything else is actually still looking all right. Mid lane's not too far behind, and we got to play for Samikin. Levitate's getting the 4th plate bot side here.
Yeah, it's been a very heavy roam coming through from Chime's Janna onto the field. We've given a lot of praise over to FlyQuest Challengers for the way that Chime and Shaden move around the map as a team. Samikin,
big play, big fear. Bradley goes down! Samikin with the solo kill. Will trade his life as Shaden shows up, but you're still going to take that one.
Really clutch fear coming out from Samikin to find another kill in this game. However, Blue Otter still don't have much of a lead, and it's going to be another play up in the top side for Surdy. The game is much closer. It's not going to be the same kind of just collapse coming through from Blue Otter, but likewise, they are still in a position where they are playing for advantage in this game on the blue side, and then as this top lane turret has already lost 4 plates, just as we saw in the one in the bottom side, it is going to be Surdy and Levitate as the 2 richest members on the map.
For me, it's going to come down to how well can Quacker hold Surdy in this lane. As speaking of, we got a 1v1 going on right now. Quacker does have the ultimate available. Not using it, actually. Ragnarok is still up. But the idea being that you mentioned this in Pick and Ban, you highlighted it. Quacker took double combat summoners, does not have the teleport to join up with the team. So Surdy with the gold advantage for his team is being played to instead. He doesn't need to teleport anywhere. They're playing to him. The Shaden is knocked up. Chime's here as well. Rovex stunned up by the passive, knocked up by the tornado, in a lot of trouble, but jumps to Quacker for safety. Glacial Prison used. Quacker no longer has the Ragnarok because he used it to try and chase down Surdy. Double knockup from Rovex. Charms up. They're trying to lock down Bradley, who's now... Oh, he's the one that takes the Maokai ultimate. Shaden not willing to put his body on the line, but it might not matter. They do still win the fight. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of FlyQuest, and it's Surdy that picks up another kill. Oh, they might even get more. Now Rovex is out of there.
Rovex gets out, and then this should be the top lane turret going down as the Demolish comes through. It is finally FlyQuest finding their way into this one, but just as you called out, we were giving Shaden a lot of props about playing around the Maokai ultimate, but that time it's like, you know, Bradley got that one. He's going to be all right. Still, it's a 2,000 gold lead already coming through for FlyQuest Challengers, but Levitate has to be very happy with his situation on the map as well. We'll take a quick look at where the plate money has gone. And look at that. 500 extra gold going over in favor of Levitate, and a teleport coming on top lane.
It's already looking for the chase onto Samikin, who has no flash, and I think he tried to predict which direction the Gnar was going. Or maybe just believe that the team will follow up. The fear misses, though, so Samikin's in a world of hurt here. Surdy can't quite get on top of him, but Levitate repositions while Music goes in. They have some range to play with the Hui, but not enough time with Music's health bar. Maokai goes down as the fight for Herald goes in favor of FlyQuest.
But is the fight already over? Yeah, okay. Levitate and Robux will be leaving. And the bottom lane turret will get picked up by Quack at the same time, so the gold lead is cut into as Music does end up going down. FlyQuest, so, I mean, we got to see almost the exact same teleport ward that got Surdy and FlyQuest a massive lead in game 1. Finding them another one as Bradley just allowed to walk in.
Yeah, curious that Samikin's stuck around. Bradley's going to take a lot of damage, but Samikin's got no escape path, and Shaden will just commit the Glacial Prison.
Yeah. Bradley just can't get anything as long as Shaden's around. That is going to be 3 grubs going each direction at this spot. So unfortunately, Twitch Chat cannot participate in this game. A FlyQuest, they are building up yet another lead, and it feels as though they're positioning on the map, their lane assignments, and taking advantage of Samikin going a bit too far forward twice now up on the top side. Is giving FlyQuest avenues back in.
And it's impressive the Blue Otter got the 2 turrets that they did, but it's unfortunate that it hasn't netted them any gold advantage. It's still 2.5 for FlyQuest. It feels like they're just passively getting gold. Just somewhere. I don't even know where it's coming from. They're behind in jungle. They're behind in bot lane. I guess it's just Surdy. It really is the Gnar in the top lane who got that turret alone, got the plates alone, and is 40 CS up over Quacker.
Fortunately, you look at this Olaf, and it's going to have a really tough time actually playing this game out because, you know, you try and jump into Bradley and Sajed. Well, Bradley, as long as he throws up the wall at the right time, Olaf has to walk around it. And then Sajed, if he ends up having the opportunity to get excited, he's going to just run faster than Quacker can chase after him. So then Chime just creates even more health for this Jinx by just ulting. It doesn't even matter if it knocks Quacker away because he's going to be healing the backline for so much.
Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so I want to take the time to set up what this could look like for both teams, because summoner spells across the board are available except for top lane Surdy. Will not have flash, will not have teleport. The teleport doesn't matter though, because he's here, but the Mega Gnar does. Actually hits Mega well before the dragon has spawned. And try and restack it here, but there's no wave to hit. So this is actually a potential window for Blue Otter to make a play happen. Samikin does have TP, he can't get into the fight, and Quacker does have a big flank.
That's the hop gone. It's going to take him about 20 more seconds to actually build up rage, and here's
Watch
the
where
engage.
Quacker is. Sajed's going to try and flash over the wall and straight onto Quacker, but he has some backup with him. The Jin is going to try and keep him alive, but he's down. Shut down Golden Quacker, and the team fight working for Blue Otter. Surdy on the flank of his own, Bradley as well, but Bradley can't quite get in there. Surdy's in a 1v5 right now, trying to kite it out. Successfully, I might add, has hit Mega now. Still no flash. Just gonna be a hop and an ult and a dream. FlyQuest will drop down the Herald, but without their AD carry, their hopes of winning this dragon fight are dashed.
Ooh, Surdy. Oh, all right, crashing it into the wall. Makes a little bit of sense there, as does not want to engage with all those members of Blue Otter. But that's what happens. A fantastic flank for Quacker. Finds them a kill, finds them some more space, and also ends up stopping the Rift Herald at the same time. But now FlyQuest, they can look for a second fight. But,
yeah.
Oh, they just jump onto Ropex.
I can't believe that FlyQuest are actually still the ones that feel like they're in control here without their AD carry. Blue Otter took way too long to attempt at starting up the dragon fight with their 5v4. They didn't have any ultimates available, and I think they were afraid of Bradley on the Azir. Sajed is back. The Jinx went down, used summoner spells, but is now on the rip yet again. Music tries to walk forward and just go for the 50-50 and does not get it. Shaden gets out of there, so that is the dragon for FlyQuest Challengers.
Yeah, they end up just finding a dragon, stopping the stacking coming through for Blue Otter.
It's unspotted. So Jed's in a safe position. Does anybody walk up there? There's no reason to, unless they were going for the Raptors. Oh, Sajed, though, definitely. Okay, there we go. Spots out where Blue Otter is.
Still, this is a much better game coming out from Blue Otter, but now they got to get away. Shaden has to be careful, too.
What are we doing here? Ultimate popped from Music. And Bradley's fine. Oh, Samikin fine, though. Bradley just doesn't want to go forward. Has the flash, has the Emperor's Divide. I'm waiting for Bradley to pull the trigger, but not willing to do it.
Shane doesn't have Warmox completed yet, does he? No, he doesn't. Okay, he was just like running up. I was like, is he going to start healing at some point? No, never really comes through. But still, FlyQuest very much in control of the dragon, but lose some control around the mid lane turret, take a big chunk out of that one. And so Blue Otter can come right on back towards the mid lane, try and take the one down. They're actually playing a much better game all around. It really started off of that level 1 that they went for, shutting down Shaden very hard, but even as we say that, Shaden has the most KP on his team, 3, 1, and 5. He is very, or I guess he's not that rich for a jungler, considering he has not been able to farm, but is still allowing Surdy in particular to be very strong. And Bradley is like, my ward disappeared. Maybe I don't go that way.
Shaden is 100% KP, in fact, as he has been there for all 8 of his team's
Bradley.
kills. Oh, shout out to Bradley then.
Yeah.
Nicely done. The mid jungle from FlyQuest stepping up here as Baron is now on the Rift. Unexpected that a team would go for it this early. Maybe FlyQuest could if they get a very extended amount of time on it alone, but Blue Otter should not give them that time. They have Hwei in the bot lane. Samikin's going to be catching Nar's wave that he's shoving in, while everybody else is mid.
Did you know Hawk didn't know that we called Bradley 2 Chains?
I guess it's not like that common that we call him that, but let's get back to that. Shaden is unspotted. Rovex does not know. Okay, now they know. Oh, okay. Well, I was getting excited. But yeah, so not everybody knows the lore of the Proving Grounds 2-time champion.
Yeah. So Bradley on Team Liquid Academy at the time actually did win the final twice.
You might have to get back to that as well, because these teams are about to just face check each other here. Rovex, squishy on the Rakan's, got to be careful. All right, I'm hoping you get story time here, Joshi.
That's most of the story. I mean, I just found out at one point he was like recording, which one is his podcast? Salty Runback?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one. And then he comes in and is like, Josh. Because he doesn't call me Josh, he calls me Josh.
Okay.
He just comes in and he's like, do we call Bradley 2 Chains? Because apparently Graves was like, yeah, we call Bradley 2 Chains. And then I was actually very excited when Bradley came in at the end of bot and was like, oh yeah, call me 2 Chains, 2-time winner of bot. Like he knows what's up. And honestly, I still think he's in a pretty good position to potentially become 3 Chains.
I think so.
Yeah.
But he won't
It's
throw me.
Dragon Steel.
You don't get to throw me through a table twice, Bradley. So you won't earn that second chain.
Yeah.
Wait,
did you give him a chain for that? That would have been hype.
No, but that would also be the second time doing that. So now Bradley known for his 2s as he's caught out here by Rovex. Has flash available and a shuffle available, so he is just fine.
Yeah, he's out of that one. FlyQuest have definitely slowed down a little bit, but it's not as though they are super worried about this game because they have an Azir scaling and a Jake scaling, and Surdy has to flash on his way out. But they do have to be careful because this is a very split fight.
Okay, Glacial Person used. Rovex trying to buy that space. Surdy goes in, but immediately shoved down, and Surdy's just going to die. Shut down over to the side of Quacker, who's just going nuts in this team fight. Double kill to Quacker, the Ragnarok singing the song of death of his enemies. The Jed will go down to a double kill to Levitate. Blue Otter out of nowhere. Just win a team fight.
And in control of this game at the same time, they suddenly have access to this Baron buff. They're going to take it 23 minutes in. There's no opportunity for FlyQuest to try and fight the back onto it. The fact that FlyQuest still just trying to overforce a lot of these situations, we got to see Shaden goes for the ultimate. Surdy tries to jump on top of Music as well, but completely misses his ult, and suddenly that's all the pressure coming through from the rest of Blue Otter. Watch how Music gets out of this situation because Surdy has to flash right away. This ends up coming back to bite them as Shaden throws the ultimate at the jungler. Surdy will jump in, but he does not even hit the ultimate. Now Music already throws out the ult, and Bradley not able to throw out the Emperor's Divide in time or at all, and suddenly Quacker has no one left to do damage to him. Sajed and Bradley do not yet kill an Olaf by themselves, and Quacker taking full advantage of it.
And Sajed didn't even have a chance to auto-attack that Olaf, just got completely zoned out from the fight. Yeah, this was a rough one for FlyQuest NZXT Challenger. They lose the fight, they lose the Baron, they lose their gold lead that they had for the entire game. Say maybe the first couple of minutes with the jungle going wacky how it did. And now a third dragon picked up here for Blue Otter, so it's looking like the pendulum has swung and Blue Otter could be on the precipice of giving a game loss to the team that we were all touting at the beginning of the year could be that championship roster.
Yeah, now look for Sammy but misses.
Yet again, Glacial Prison going wide. We've had a few of those today. And Sammykin's happy he didn't have to flash that time around. They even snipe out the mid-wave. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, Levitate in the bottom side of the map, it's oftentimes Tristanas that do this, but Levitate just picking up a turret down in the bottom side of the map. But FlyQuest, they get a lot of pushing going, and now they're looking for Levitate.
Oh, he doesn't have flash. I thought maybe it would flash ult again, but not going to find it that time around. Music just are not the nature's grasp. Teleport flank coming in from Surdy. No rage bar stacked up. It's going to be a little gnar.
No Quacker.
Rovex could be in trouble. You're right. It's a 5v4. You don't need Mega Gnar. You just need the numbers advantage, but you also need to stick on them, and Blue Otter just get out. There was nobody stopping their retreat path.
Yeah, Surdy just takes a bunch of damage as he tries to find them a second time. Shaden not having access to the Glacial Prison does mean that everybody on Blue Otter is going to be able to walk away. They take control of the top side at the same time. They get the top lane turret taken down by Quacker. The gold lead is growing, but Bradley still off on the side. The biggest worry that you have to have for Blue Otter is that they don't get enough over the next couple of fights, because they have a dragon spawning in 3 minutes, but 2 items are already done on Sajed, on Bradley. If they get another one done, Quacker loses a lot of his ability to take down these fights.
From my experience, especially watching enough major region pro play, once that is here, gets that Rabadon's death cap, that is when things go from 0 to 100. Bradley has one needlessly large rod on that back, so still about 2,300 gold away, maybe a little less than that with a wave or a camp caught here, but Bradley not quite close for the next, actually maybe by the next dragon fight. Do we think in 3 minutes he can get that?
And you generally get like 500 gold. Like, that's kind of generous per minute. And so, unlikely unless there's a big fight, which could be brewing.
Yeah, Surdy could be the target here. He's all alone, hops away. Shaden throws out the Glacial Prison. Now Mega Gnar, big damage onto Music. Trying to stay alive as long as he can as Levitate now joins the fight, and it's Quacker that gets the kill. Blue Otter absorb yet another play.
Definitely looked as though FlyQuest or Surdy was expecting the rest of his team to be coming towards that side of the map, but instead Bradley's on the bottom side, and then everybody else on FlyQuest had to walk safely towards the top side of the map, and so Surdy ends up getting caught. Whereas FlyQuest, they're not going to be getting anything, but they're constantly pushing and prodding to see what it is that Blue Otter want to try and do, and other than a couple of turns they've gotten so far, this is going to be the third one that they get with the Rally Cry Baron buff. Actually, the Rally Cry Baron buff is gone. But still, 2 minutes left until the Dragon, 2 minutes left until the Baron, and these major objectives are going to be Blue Otters to fight for. They are in pole position to take us to a third game.
I mean, you were talking about how do you get more than 500 gold per minute. Teleporting into a fight as an Azir could have been a way. Bradley was not willing to do it, had the teleport available. Now it's more gold in the pocket of Blue Otter here. And I want to give a shout out to the members on the team, specifically Quacker, whose early game was going very rough for the young Olaf, as Bradley backs and gets just another needlessly large rod, so it does not have the death cap with a minute and a half. But back to Quacker, has held strong, interesting build path I'm noticing right now, but either way is still trying to be relevant in these fights, and absolutely has been. They have not been able to stop the Olaf from just running down Sajed.
Yeah, the Zeeks will also do a lot of work for this Olaf as well, just slowing down everybody, doing AoE damage. And because so many of the members of FlyQuest are going to be stacking up on top of each other, you get a lot of value out of this one. He just needs to make sure that he stays alive. And so FlyQuest, we've been saying that they're trying to be the ones being proactive, and we were a little bit worried that Blue Otter were going to let FlyQuest be too proactive, but FlyQuest screwed up, and that means that Blue Otter are now the ones in control, because they can constantly create pressure and demand that FlyQuest try and go for bad engages while they're down in gold.
They need to think about this Dragon, though, because Quacker, again, does not have teleport. Is in the top lane. Surdy has TP himself. And, I mean, Dragon Soul is huge for Blue Otter. If Olaf gets that Dragon Soul, he's just going to be unstoppable, right? He's just going to run past everybody. So Blue Otter should have their eyes set on that. But at the same time, they don't need to necessarily. It's not like it's Dragon Soul for FlyQuest Challenger, so they could go for the Baron instead. But no, they are now sending Quacker down the river. Everybody's getting ready for the Dragon fight.
they're not necessarily taking control right away. It's taking them a while to actually get into the river, and they're once again playing for the mid lane prio. Looks as though the calls are a little bit confused, but music is going to be starting up. It does happen on Vision from the Scuttle Crab. FlyQuest, they know how far away he is. But it looks like they're going to give and trade it for a Baron.
Going for the Baron instead. Now it comes down to the rest of Blue Otter. Samykin in particular. Samykin, this champion, so strong at punishing Baron takes, as he's got so much range. Glacial Prison lands on the Quacker, does not even need to use Ragnarok. That's bad news for FlyQuest challengers. Zap lands onto one. Music is here. Nature's Grasp goes forward. Twisted Advance going on to Surdy here. Shaden's locked down as well. Samykin's getting the damage levitated as well. They're chasing down onto all members of FlyQuest. The front line just ain't doing enough. As Surdy will try and get damage onto Rovex. You're actually still alive, as Shaden could flash and get away to safety. FlyQuest challengers don't lose anybody, but they did lose that Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Shaden busy mogging at the same time, so he's going to be able to walk right on back into the fight. And Surdy with the teleport means that the opportunity for FlyQuest to continue pressing is not over. They're going to push Blue Otter out, and Quacker with the no teleport. We are seeing that FlyQuest doing a really good job taking advantage of the fact that they can find opportunities where Blue Otter do not have all of their members together at the same time. They move down towards the bottom side, they move up into the mid lane. Well, they don't get any structure damage. They're just buying more and more time. The Rapidons is out for Bradley now. The third item is completed for Sajed. And that means that there's a damage core already ready.
I hear you, Joshi, but I'm going to bring it back one step. What was that gnome underpants thing that you were talking about? Step 1, start up the Baron, pull him towards you. Step 2, I would like to say either win the fight or get the Baron. They did neither.
Yep.
They were still pushed back. I think the Blue Otter with their gold lead, and now that Dragon Soul are still in an okay position, but it is worrying to see that 3-item Azir. Bradley, if he's got that one big team fight in him, that could just be the end of the game.
Yeah, this is where you got to be careful that you don't overplay your hand. Surdy in the bottom side of the map is going to be hitting this structure, and there's no teleport from Quacker to try and match that. This will be an entire structure getting picked up by Bradley as
he is hit by
Hui.
Rovex is there as well. Surdy could be in some trouble here. Taking a lot of damage. Samykin is outputting the damage right now, almost towards the death cap for himself, but with 2 members there, FlyQuest challengers start up the Baron yet again.
They're committing.
Nature's Advance, Nature's Grasp. Music's in there, he gets it! The Bramble Smash plus the Smite is enough. Bradley, Emperor's Divide does not stop an Olaf, and it don't stop Levitate from flashing on top of you. Blue Otter, they get the objective and they win the team fight. They might just look for the game end right now. We got 45 seconds on Bradley, 35 seconds on Sajed.
Oh man, Blue Otter looking to take a game off of FlyQuest challengers in this one. They have so much pressure. The second Rally Cry Baron buff is here, and Shaden doesn't have an ultimate. He doesn't have a flash. There's not a lot he can do.
Yeah.
He's trying to cut the wave.
Okay. He's able to catch this one. He should go back and catch the next one, actually, because Surdy and Chime might be enough here. Although, as I say that, the turrets are falling quite fast. Now Shaden's back onto the wave. Blue Otter, we're not able to ferry that one in quite fast enough. And the game looks like it will go on. Shaden should go down here, but with Sajed and Bradley spawning, they might have enough wave clear to stop the next push from Blue Otter, which means in 2 minutes and 45 seconds, that Elder Dragon could be the game decider.
But the game is not over. Really good stuff from Shaden to make sure it does not end. But Blue Otter, I mean, we were talking about XU winning those 50-50 smites. This time around, it is Music who jumps into the pit. And FlyQuest, they bait themselves into this. Look at how they have a split call when Blue Otter comes in. Do you continue hitting the Baron? Do you actually feel for the fight? Looks like both sides went for it, and a big burst of damage out from Music, and Sajed in a position where he's trying to hit the Baron. That means he's not in a position to try and run away from the Olaf, and Quacker gets to run him down again.
And in those types of moments, actually, we'll have to get back to that. He's on live. It looks like we are fighting yet again. Music threw out the ultimate at some point there as it's on cooldown, so no Maokai ult here. But in moments like that, you have to decide much earlier if you are peeling off of the Baron, because once it gets down to 2k, you can't just walk away. The enemy jungler can just get over the wall and take it away from you at that point. You've done the full leash. So I think that's just a slight error from FlyQuest challengers there of doing too much damage too quickly to the Baron and not realizing, oh, wait a minute, we should not go for the 50-50. Okay, it's quite good at those.
Yeah. Still, though, we have a minute and a half left until the Elder, the great equalizer in League of Legends, and Blue Otter, they have been ahead in gold for such a long time. About 10 minutes at this position where they have had the gold lead, and they are also starting to set up around this area. The Rally Cry Baron buff getting them a 4,000 gold power play. But it is all about the next fight. If they can get the Elder Dragon, if they can win the 50-50.
Trying to lock down Rovex, but not fast enough. Rakan is such a slippery champion, but Surdy does have the Gnar bar increasing, has hit Mega. Flash available. He just didn't have it in time. A little uncoordinated from FlyQuest right there, as Rovex is going to heal back up with the Warmog. Surdy's going to lose his Mega. That's a rough time to lose it, because Elder Dragon is up in 40 seconds.
It takes about 45 seconds once you go mini to reset, so he will have access to Mega right as the Elder Dragon actually spawns.
No, it's just so hard to catch Rovex, especially with all these Maokai saplings everywhere in the jungle. Leandri's burn is putting in work, but Shaden is healing back up with the Warmogs. And it seems like FlyQuest challengers are in a fine position right now. Bradley 1v1ing Samykin in the mid lane currently, or at least holding each other with that wave push. Bradley gets the wave shoved, so Samykin's going to have to either teleport or walk back with the rest of the team. FlyQuest challengers actually are controlling the approach in the jungle here.
Teleport bot lane.
Okay, it's going to be a front-to-back classic. Damage on the music, though. He's got to be careful. Shaden almost has the ultimate available again, and here's the flank from Rovex, but it's not enough. Surdy stuns him into the wall. Huge pick for FlyQuest challengers. Surdy is still alive, but Levitate should change
Quacker.
Now Quacker out of the back line. Quacker unstopped, untouchable. The Ragnarok just means that there is no answer as Bradley goes into the stasis, but will die immediately afterwards. Shime will go down, and with no inhibitor mid lane, Blue Otter can walk these supers in and bring us to a game 3.
Honestly, fantastic stuff from Blue Otter. They took a strong early game play, and they were able to execute it. They were pushing Shaden out of the jungle, and now finding a couple opportunities where FlyQuest were not getting everything said and done. He's trying to stop another wave, but it's too late already. They get the supers into the Nexus, and this is Blue Otter taking us to game 3.
They've done it. What an impressive showing from Blue Otter. Deathless for Levitate on the Zeri. And we got a game 3 here, Joshi. You expected, a lot of us thought, looking at FlyQuest Challenger's strength of schedule going forward, it could be 3 2-0s in a row for them. But Blue Otter will not give up without a fight. They know that their tournament lives are on the line here because they need to get wins in order to get into that playoff picture. Currently, they're out of that conversation, and they might just do it if they can get another win like that off of the back of performances like Quacker coming back on the Olaf. He was just so far in the dirt, but he makes the comeback. Very impressive.
The laning phase did not go well for Quacker. Surdy has been one of the best laners in the league. However, just seeing him run down so many different players, finding the angles on one of his most iconic champions yet again, Quacker takes full control of that last one, and just got to see how much damage he can do on the champions that he really knows, taking so much control of these fights and putting pressure onto Sajed and Bradley over and over again. Great stuff from this top laner to come back in these games.
It felt like the side of FlyQuest Challengers was a lot of, inconsistencies in their engage and who was all going in together. The composition was a little harder to time with the Gnar, but what's not hard to time is I'm Olaf, I have R, and their carries are within range. Let's just go kill them real quick. And Quacker did just that. Didn't matter how the laning phase went, so I think well earned there. But also I want to give that shout out to Levitate for not dropping a single death in the game. Bot lane was where things were going well for them. Yeah, they lost the kills early on. They lost that first blood because the Jed went up with the Jinx and Janna as well. But Levitate was just staying in lane. He was like level 6 to level 4 Sajed, and made quick work of those team fights as well.
Yeah, we'll see if Blue Otter can bring another plan just like the one they brought in game 2 there. If they can have another game where they shut down a player on the other side, where they can force FlyQuest to make uncomfortable decisions early on in the game, that'll be a great way for them to come back in. We saw what they can do when they have this lead. Now they just need to do it again.
Can they make it work back to back? Let us know in chat, and you'll want to stick around through this short break because we'll be back for game 3 after this.
I'm going to go ahead and let you pick the first category that we're going to be choosing.
I'm gonna do Google Translate 200.
They need inner balance so they don't bury their heart in others, but they also need outer balance.
Kindred.
Kindred, it seems like a good guess, but it is not the right answer. Nobody's gonna get this first one, guys. Obviously, this was Udyr the Spirit Walker. Who would number 6 from Battlestar Galactica main in League of Legends?
Do you guys know what Battlestar Galactica?
No, not at all. Misfortune.
That's a good guess, but not who I think she would actually make. Well, guys, the answer to this one was Vi in Roman numerals.
I couldn't get this game now.
Yeah.
I'm a Brainbusters for 500.
Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, but where does he please?
Your mom's house.
Good answer, good answer.
So if he goes where he pleases where he goes.
I accidentally went a little bit earlier, but Shochi, you still got it correctly. Quacker's gonna get half points, but Shochi, you're gonna get full points for that one. They travel the world in search of different animals, especially big-eyed kayaks.
It's Rise.
Rise, it's not Rise. It's Rengar. So at some point, they translated Kazakhs to kayak. What champion is this emoji?
I mean, I was thinking who has like 4 different guns. Jinx.
Yeah, let's go! It's Jinx! Quacker, that's another 500 points, up to 750. Quacker, what sea?
Bilgewater Sea.
It's not Bilgewater Sea, but you're getting in the head. It's actually an eye.
Oh my
And
god.
And I?
Does anyone know what this symbol is?
It's the Fleur de Lis.
Okay.
I don't know, Jarvan.
It is not Jarvan. So it's Lis and Ra.
Wow.
Be careful not to fall again.
I'm gonna go Riven.
Riven,
Like
it's
Riven.
it's not Riven, but I see where you get that. I see where you get that. Nasus, the Curity of the Sands. You're actually really close there.
We're not meant to be a team, but I think it's time we form like some sort of alliance.
What does Africa want in League?
Niles. The player Niles.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for that one, Shochi, because it is funny. Africa wants Morgana. All right, Shochi, who would Mordekaiser main in League? I don't know why the R is cut off, but it just goes to show this is the worst League game show ever.
Thinking between Viego or Pantheon.
I'll tell you, both of those are wrong. It is, in fact, Hui.
Oh my god, Mordekaiser's numero uno!
Numero uno and Priscilla, Hui. Quacker, if Fiddlesticks and Gangplanks, who would?
Maokai?
It is! It's Maokai! Who would Mozart main?
Okay, I'll just say Sona.
It is not Sona. That seems a little obvious.
Think of the word Wolfgang? Warwick.
That's it! it's Warwick! Because he's part of the Wolf Gang! Let's go! Philip, you're on the board. Who would a Wiimote main in League of Legends?
Wii Sports, tennis, Trundle.
It is not Trundle. The answer, guys, is Rumble. Shochi, what champion is this?
Scorpion's the one where it's like, get over here! So get over here and give me a kiss, that's like Blitzcrank.
I'm gonna give you 100 points, but that is not the correct answer. Because scorpions are part of the arachnid class. No! Okay.
Oh no, can I have them? Can I have them?
Yeah,
You know, we'll give this one to Philip.
Simple questions, 500.
Philip, you?
Yumi.
No. The answer to this one is nah, me.
Okay, Google Translate 500.
To carry out the orders of the powerful industrial empire that has enslaved them.
Rally cry?
Is Aurelian Soul, the Star Forger.
Oh.
He was enslaved by Targon. Quacker, what champion is this?
I'll go Gwen.
I think Gwen's a doll, but it's not Gwen, kid.
Is it Aurelian Soul? No.
It's not we just did Aurelian Soul. It's Camille, because Kamael is the archangel of strength, courage, and passion, and her legs are swords.
I don't like these emojis.
It's Kennen, because it's Ken, and there are none eggs in the basket. Who would Leon from a Resident Evil main?
Hey, Leon sounds like Leona, but that's way too obvious.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah. Who'd main RE? Ash is the Flash. Which Scarlet Witch? Who's Green Lantern?
Thresh.
That's it!
That's so easy!
Alright, Shochi, what's more than a bajillion?
A zillion.
There you go! He's locking in! I need you all to DM me first the number of points you'd like to wager. Everybody's all in. When the question was controller champion, what was your answer?
But like controller is like fighting games kind of. So I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And the last
And unfortunately, gamers, because you all gambled everything, we all end with a perfect tie at 0, 0, and 0. Any advice that you would like to give to future contestants on the worst League game show ever?
Stay far away from this cursed game show.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for Game 3 for our second series of the day. Blue Otter making things interesting today as they picked up Game 2, and it's now 1-1 on the scoreboard. Outcome that not a lot of us expected, Joshi. When you look at the strength of FlyQuest Challengers, we did feel that they should be able to blow through a lot of the competition, especially the second to last place team. But despite the damage charts from the top lane, everything else around the map felt like it was coming up heads for Blue Otter.
It really did. Samykin, even though he wasn't doing well in the laning phase necessarily, it still had a massive impact in that last game. And you gave some good props towards Levitate towards the end of that one. He did, what is that, two and a half times the damage there of Sajed, because he was never under threat in any game. There was no opportunity for Surdy or Shane to try and jump on top of him. And so when you just have a Zeri that is free-firing in every single fight, his damage is going to look absolutely nuts. So good job to Levitate in that last game as well. But Quacker is the one doing all of the pressure onto Bradley and Sajed and making sure that nobody could ever hit him.
I mean, with the Maokai and the Rakan, the Janna can try and peel for the Jinx. You can't peel the Olaf, and we saw that happen a couple of times. The range from the Hui as well following up with it. And I think that's part of why Sajed's damage numbers were so low, is the Jinx just never really got to do what Jinx wants to do, which is front-to-back free fire, because you always got this angry Viking on top of you. Will not happen again for Game 3, though. Reminder, this is full Fearless, and I believe we can update you on all the champions that are now off the table for both of the teams, because anything played in Game 1 and Game 2 will not be available for Game 3.
And that means that this Olaf is completely off the table, but this is where things start to get a little bit wacky, King, is because this is where we have already lost so many champions. 20 champions just already taken off the table. We're going to ban another 10 of them throughout the course of the next game, so that means we're going to guarantee even more champions are going to be played. Now, last time I remember talking about it, we were getting dangerously close to over 100 champions played in the league. Do you happen to have an update on that?
I do. I actually do have an update on that. It is 110 unique champions. Now, I do have to check. I don't know if Janna has been played. So Janna might actually be the 111th champion picked. I can try and find that information, though, because that is interesting to me. So while I do that, talk to me about what else remains. I mean, we still have some engaged supports if they don't get banned out, but what are the other big meta threats right now?
I mean, the big things that we're still looking at is Corki has not been played in this series just quite yet. And, I mean, the Renekton and Cassante are gone. Oh, Ashe! Ashe is another big one where you need to make sure you understand where this is going to be going. Varus is still kind of on the table, but a couple of tiers down at this point. But both of these characters will have a big impact, and Braum still on the table as well. But I think because FlyQuest is going with more of these wacky bans, shall we say, or Blue Otter style bans, suddenly it does mean that there's going to be a lot of power picks always available.
Exactly. And I will say, I don't see Janna on the list according to the wiki page. So shout out to Chime, who I believe is the pilot of the 111th unique champion so far in NACL Summer Split. It was fun to see the effects of Fearless Draft, because that was the big thing, right? We all expected Fearless Draft would force people to have bigger champ pools and have more champs played. Interesting fact from spring, without full Fearless, with your standard Fearless, is we actually saw less played than the year before. Now, that is with 6 less teams in the league, so who knows? There were less, players overall, less games happening. But with full Fearless, you can't just do that handshake. All right, you get the draft game 1, we get the draft game 2. Same champions played every single time. We are really expanding the pools of these players.
I think this is important context as well. So we have 111. LCS has 71.
Oh! Well, do we have more?
They play a similar number of games.
Yeah, they play 2 best-of-3s a weekend, but we have had more weekends. But still, I will say that that's a large number. That is, what?
Yeah, it turns out they have a
6%
lot,
more or something like that.
They have a lot more games of Cassante and Renekton played. They also have more Skarner games played, actually. Which is not terribly surprising, because we didn't really see that. They don't actually have more Renekton and Cassante games, but as like a percentage of the games that are being played, way more of them have those jams.
As of today, I believe that we have the same number of Pantheons played, though, which is 1. We need to get that number up. Let's see if anybody locks it in here. It's LeBlanc for FlyQuest Challengers. and it's going to be Kaisa Vex for Blue Otter, who notably have been red side all three games, and now they're counterpicking the LeBlanc.
I have to say, I don't like Bradley's LeBlanc. I don't think he's very good at it.
Ooh.
We will see what he's able to do with it. I know Bradley loves playing this champion, but the number of times where he will go in and just die because he's trying to do the maximum damage without thinking about what can be done to him back is really high. And Vex is really good at shutting down LeBlanc in a lot of these situations, because as soon as you jump in, Vex just goes, no, you're feared, and suddenly LeBlanc takes a ton of damage. So Blue Otter, I really like his counter pick already. Bradley putting himself on the chopping block, and with his bars coming through as well. A lot of damage available to FlyQuest challengers, but it definitely feels as though Blue Otter have more agency in their game, and as soon as I say that, Leona gets picked.
Yeah, also not a purple champion. See, Sammykin understands the assignment.
Yeah, he
Rovex
gets it.
is going to play purple. Instead, Shime, though, piloting Leona. I still think, in terms of meta, very solid choice here. Great lockdown, and it's, in my opinion, the choice that you'd rather have with the Kaisa if you had to pair it with a support that's going to engage and set up the big, ultimate backline threat for the AD carry. So I think it's a takeaway, and it's also just a solid pick on its own.
Yeah, works out quite a bit, but now we get into the second round of bans, and of course, in our third game of Fearless Best of 3, we start looking at all these interesting pocket picks that are available, and so Shaden will be losing that Kindred off the table, and now it's interesting, this is also the first game where we do not have our top lanes being picked at all in the first half of the draft. That means that suddenly the picks and bans and the counter picks mean quite a bit more, because you have the opportunity to be very aggressive with them. The Twisted Fate taken away from Surdy once again. He is well known as being very confident in his Camille play as well. But no matter what, Quacker will get the final say.
And I want to see that held for as long as possible for Blue Otter. That game one, I think a big mistake they made was getting in counter pick but not really utilizing it fully. I want them to try and utilize something for Quacker, but it's not going to be Poppy, Darius, or the Udyr, but it's actually Vi banned away from music. I think that makes a lot of sense. The Vi Kaisa combo is tried and true, and with squishy carries like the Varus and the LeBlanc, it makes a lot of sense. I teased it. Is it going to happen?
It could. This is something that Music has played quite a bit of in his career. Also something that Quacker will play from time to time. It could be a strong flex pick right now, however.
It's also purple adjacent, but it's
Hecarim.
Hecarim instead. This is something that coaches had also mentioned that we could potentially see come into the meta. It's got decent clear speed. If there's enemy picking like Brand, Zyra, you can just ult straight through them and one-shot them. It's not going to be that because the Zyra's banned and the Brand was Fearless banned, but the LeBlanc and the Varus are still both very squishy champions, and we're answering with a carry of our own. Shaden just goes for Viego.
I have good news for you as well, King, is Hecarim looks to be the 112th, and Vex could be the 113th new characters played in this Fearless draft as the Aatrox comes through. We've seen this one before, but Kled, definitely a very strong counter pick to the Aatrox if they do want to bring that through. I don't know if I've seen Quacker play it.
Let's do it. Come on, Quacker. Yeah.
Wow.
There we go. We got the Yordle on the Steep. Never mind. Okay.
Never mind.
Wow, I got baited. I really thought it was locked in. Wukong's exciting too. I don't mind Wukong.
We've had a Vex before? Oh, I just can't see the Vex. Alright, we played one Vex, it lost. But it's still 112 new champions as the Hecarim does make its way into this game of FlyQuest challengers. They are definitely playing a skill check kind of composition, whereas Blue Otter are like, well, what if we just ulted all at the same time and just killed people? I definitely like this composition coming out from Blue Otter quite a bit. We'll see what kind of early plans they have, especially with this Hecarim coming through, because it is a champion that is very difficult to deal with if it becomes strong. If it gets a couple of ganks off early, it heals too much, it does too much damage, and it doesn't take any damage at all, it feels like, and we all know what it's like to be on the wrong end of the horse.
Yeah, it is, okay. It can still just completely make a bad day for immobile AD carries. I'm looking at Sajed as the one that is mostly going to be on the receiving end of these ganks, of this dive. Maybe Chime can stop it. Maybe Surdy and Shaden can make it not even matter, because the resets from Viego can be a win condition all on their own. Game 3, the pivotal moment for FlyQuest NZXC challengers as they are still chasing a top seed going into playoffs. And Blue Otter chasing for that playoff spot to begin with. A lot on the line for both of these teams.
FlyQuest, the fact that they've dropped a game already to Blue Otter, I think is a bit of a blemish on their record. This is definitely a team that we were expecting to challenge towards the top of the table, and every time they drop games to, teams like Blue Otter who are still just fighting to make their way into playoffs, it has new questions about them, but it does give us a lot to be excited about for Blue Otter. The fact that we are even in Game 3 at all, and I like their draft here quite a bit from Blue Otter, does give us a very strong reason to be excited for this team.
Ooh, Rovek spotted, but he's able to get away. Yes, excitement for Blue Otter, but not for top lane. I know chat believes in them right now as they currently are winning the chat poll, but Quacker is going to have to deal with Surdy, who got that ward clear. Now, I believe that it still exists where now you're going to be 1 minion faster on level up, or have they changed that at some point that I wasn't aware of?
It depends on how many people you shared the experience with. So even if Surdy gets it, it'll depend. Yeah, it looks like too many people have shared it for him to actually hit it in minions early. But either way, you're still going to be... I think it still affects like your level 3 breakpoint, but that's a lot harder to play with.
Yeah, but still, Surdy is the type of player that I could imagine would play around that, so that's why I was concerned slightly for Quacker there. Hopefully he's aware of the potential danger. Bot lane, though, is aware of their ability to just walk up and do damage. Sajed not getting that auto onto Brovex, though.
Levitate getting some really good damage here as, we are time travelers.
Yeah! All right, well, this was a more interesting point anyway, right? Because we get to watch Rovex get away again.
Yeah.
What if it's different this time? What if he got caught there and it was like a weird time, like,
that
parallel
been the
universe?
Craziest Mandela effect I would have ever seen. Not gonna lie.
I might have.
What's your favorite
just
Mandela
quit.
effect?
Favorite Mandela effect? Probably the one about Mandela.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Mandela did
OG,
not die in the jail. He did actually live and went on to lead a civil rights movement. But for the rest of us, turns out that this game is exactly the same. What if Surdy got more experience this time around and just ended up hitting level 2 on the first wave? That'd be big.
That would be big. And I don't think it's going to happen, though. Well, I mean, we didn't see what happened topside, so maybe he did hit it anyway, and we just weren't aware the first time.
Yeah. Either way. Going back, Levitate got a lot of good damage down onto Chime because he was getting isolated Qs each time. So all of the damage goes into Levitate instead of losing some of it to minions that happen to be in the area. So good stuff to Levitate, making sure he can maximize his own damage. But we still have to be very careful about the all-in potential that Chime and Jed are creating. Even though the Zenith Blade does not land, still is going to be pushing in the wave quite a bit. And with Shade on the far side of the map, as well as Music, not going to be looking for any kind of dives between these two champions unless they can find an opportunity to raid Levitate for Chime.
Levitate's only 4 CS right now, 3 waves behind Sajed as Shaden was spotted there. So Quacker knows that Shaden's nearby and has the clone, so should be just fine. Uses the clone, but now needs to give respect. Music could also spot Shaden here.
Yeah.
I don't see each other yet.
What does Music think is happening? Looking for a trade up on the top side of the map as both the top laners just brawling with auto attacks. The Conqueror coming in big.
Yeah, this is the strength of the Wukong, is that you can just stick in the range of the Aatrox so they can't get those sweet spots on you as much. And now Music's here as well. They're losing the buff, so if we don't get the gank onto Surdy, this is actually rough. Chime even walked all the way up here. And buff secured, so Shaden gets away with the invade. And there's no answer as of right now for Blue Otter.
What does Music want to do? He's canceled it back again. Staying up in the top side of the map.
Let's see. Shaden backs
my
away.
God, that's another
he's
cancel.
Still canceling it. Surdy has no idea that Music is here and is walking forward, taking the bait, uses 1 Q. I think as soon as that 3rd Q goes down, it's game time. Here we go, not even waiting for the 3rd one. Surdy can still get that knock up. He's waiting, flashes away. Music ghosting forward on the Hecarim. Surdy now has Shaden there, but Quacker's joined up and attacks Shaden instead of Surdy, so they split the damage. First blood to the Aatrox as Shaden gets the reset. Quacker doesn't quite have the damage. Does not want to flash follow over the wall. Surdy's just auto-attacking him to death. Quacker will flash there. Shaden trying to follow with the mist. Does he
fast.
have the
W?
speed? One more auto, he's got it. There we go. Shaden with the second kill for FlyQuest Challengers. Rovex, though, with the roam. Gets the headbutt pulverize combo and the ignite. Doesn't have the damage. Surdy gets another one and 3 on the board for FlyQuest NZXT.
God, Surdy with 2 kills, Shaden with another one. Chime spends more time in the top half of the map. A brutal skirmish coming through, and now Chime in the mid lane.
Namikin did not flash. Bradley jumping forward, big damage on the enemy mid laner, but with no ignite from Chime, there's no big threat of that kill.
Yeah, Sammy has to be very careful. No fear available, but this is Music spending a lot of time up in the top side. He was clearing way faster than Shaden because Shaden was the first person sitting in the top lane. But now Music, as he chases deep down river, taking the stun, and like you called out, suddenly the damage split comes through. They jump onto Shaden, and that just means that there's time for him to reset off the top laner, even flash out and run right on back in. And because this fight goes so long, look at where the support is. Rovex is running his way over, thinks of an opportunity to take down Shaden, but because Chime is also in the area, there is just enough HP on Shaden, just enough crowd control coming from the rest of the team that they are able to pick up Rovex without him getting the last auto attack necessary to find the kill.
Amazing. He flashed for it, but the Zenith Blade lets Chime follow then, and he can just immediately lock him up with the Q. Absolutely insane close play there, and I got to go back. I think if Quacker just focused on Surdy, at least gets 1 kill. Interesting to see that damage split come through, but either way, can't change the past, even if we can jump back a minute on stream. FlyQuest now have a 2,500 gold lead, along with priority around the Grubs.
Yeah, and with the amount of gold that it's already picked up, it's red and that's trading.
They're fine down here.
And he's okay. Wow, the damage comes through after the aftershock is down. Good patience from Sajed. But mid lane, still 20 CS up, all ready for Bradley. The top lane, another big advantage coming through. And now Sajed and Chime, because Chime is spending more time here. The ult forces a flash as well.
And there's the
FlyQuest
cleanse there
winning
too.
every lane.
Yeah, Chime got the cleanse out, so Levitate has no summoners now. That's a big target on their back in the bot lane. Shaden is pathing down there. Chime sticking around. Do we see a potential dive? Music's actually around too, so maybe the Hecarim's going to try and influence this.
Has to do something. The Hecarim does, like, it's a snowballing champion. It's a champion that really relies on finding some of these kills, finding some of this early gold, sometimes just power farming early on to have enough money to play. But spending so much time for these ganks that did not work has hurt them quite a bit. And Music, we know, is a player that loves running over games, but as soon as the game starts going one direction or another, it's usually not the player that finds something happen.
Flash from Chime, but no follow-up from Shaden. Maybe a little late on the call right there. Also, it would be hard for the Viego to get in range with the Spectrum Wall anyway, so either way, it's just going to be flashed down on FlyQuest support, and Music is level 6 now. We'll have to keep that in mind. You were talking about that ability to power farm, that ability for Hecarim to snowball. Getting your ultimate is a big part of that process.
Suddenly you have access to a Fear, suddenly you have access to a great escape as well. Getting the Kelly Clarkson ready to go, and so now Bradley has to be careful as the distortion.
That took me too long to get that reference.
I'm glad you got it though. It took a long time with the underpants gnomes.
I still don't really understand that one. I googled it, so I kind of get it, but
it's okay. You just need to watch the South Park episode and it'll all make sense.
All right.
Yeah. Either way, I'm still looking for how Shaden can kind of turn things on its head, right? He's so good at taking strong leads and really being aggressive with them, and now he's fighting Music for the for the Raptors.
Sammykin's also fighting Bradley and Chime and losing it. Now Music finally goes in for the big ultimate. Rovex is here as well. Bradley could be in trouble with Quacker in tow. Blue Otter will trade one back as Shaden has to flash into enemy territory. But here comes Levitate with the killer instinct. Blue Otter trade up in kills, losing their mid laner, but getting 2 in reply.
Yeah, and this is a little bit dangerous coming out for FlyQuest. The gold lead ends up remaining about the same after everything because the shutdowns do go through, but Levitate getting some of that much needed gold as well. But Levitate now being pushed away from the minions is going to have to watch as more minions die, the cannon disappears, and plates go over to Sajed. He's not even going to be able to get the gold on the cannon, so he has to be okay with the shutdown on the far side of the map.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think he feels pretty all right about that situation. He's able to catch enough of this. Yes, he's down about 2 waves, not even. That's just 1 wave down over Sajed. Blue Otter are not allowing FlyQuest to continue to snowball. They are looking for their own plays. And Music's first ultimate, hey, it was pretty impactful.
Pretty good.
They were able to trade up.
Yeah. I wasn't really watching how Bradley and Chime got like the kill onto Samikin, but Samikin did throw out the ultimate as well. But we haven't necessarily seen a lot of the interaction. It looks as though Bradley is actually winning a lot of these small trades, going back and forth, not taking the fear. Maybe a ping thing, maybe just not being able to react in time. Either way, it does mean that Samikin's going to have to look for more proactive plays later on. Now he's got Music in tow.
And I believe Music's Onslaught of Shadows is about to be up again. Yeah, it's sticking down, and there we go. So he has the ultimate available a second time. Samikin can set it up for him, but Shaden's near. Speaking of Rovek setting it up, actually. Chime as well. FlyQuest challengers, they have the fight ready, but they are not ready for the Onslaught of Shadows from Music. Jumps in onto 2 of them with the fear on Shaden, and he's going down. Blue Otter.
Second one.
Outplay the 3v3 in the mid lane.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Music, making sure that he gets the max range, the most fear, the most damage coming out from the Onslaught of Shadows, finding those kills, and now in a perfect position to stop all the grubs from coming through yet again. But Bradley getting some damage down, and Chime, you have to be happy he was not under the turret for that one.
Yeah, great time to fear right there. As now with Levitate nearby too, it looks like Bradley is the target. Splash from Chime. He's going to be right. Just gives him a little hug. Runs away.
Tag you're it. And runs away. I like it. Still though, Sajed being left down to the bottom side to his own devices will find more damage on the structure, will farm more of those minions while Levitate is moving around. The gold lead with another kill coming through. Still will remain around 2,000 gold. We're getting small chunks out of it coming out from Blue Otter, but not a lot at any given time as Sajed finds another play in the bottom side of the map. And the first dragon of the game will be going over to FlyQuest.
Once Levitate gets this, it's still going to be about 1 wave advantage for Sajed. But it's top lane that's the big thing that keeps FlyQuest this gold lead. Look at that. 111 CS for Surdy. Oh.
Yeah,
1.5 thousand gold ahead.
Does not have a lot of money, is the simple way to put that. Down about 1,500 gold. Most of the gold lead is just Surdy over Quacker from some of those early skirmishes. And now he's already got the Eclipse compared to a Phage and Executioner's coming out from Quacker, and it's just not enough whatsoever for Quacker to really try and play into Surdy. So, FlyQuest, they still have control of this game. We've been hovering anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 gold for the lead that they have had, but they need to try and find the next portion of it, and this is a good start.
Surdy looking for a lot of damage on a Quacker right there. Notoriously high armor champion, but with Eclipse completed, Aatrox will be winning these trades. Impressed with how Samikin has been playing, though, with how much attention has been mid lane. It's like we're back to game number 1, basically, where Samikin just has this tent pitched around him. Everybody from FlyQuest constantly looking at the Vex. I didn't actually see who got that Scuttle Crab, by the way. Let's see on the minimap. It was Music. And lands, and here's the Spectral Maw. Samikin yet again in trouble. Heartbreaker in, and Bradley gets the kill. I just said it, and there it is. Samikin is the focus.
Yeah, another kill goes over to Bradley on this LeBlanc, making me eat my words a little bit because he's playing their range on this LeBlanc really well. And then we'll see how well he can play the rest of it. But we also are seeing that Music is just farming up a storm in the jungle. It just doesn't matter. Shaden feels like he's everywhere on the map. That is yet again another visit towards the mid lane. Yet again another bit of kill participation going over towards this jungler. And we have seen that even while behind, Shaden will fight and claw, tooth and nail the entire time to find wins on this champion.
Now I want to bring our attention here to the Herald fight as it's being set up here. Samikin will not have the Shadow Surge for a little bit, as He did. Levitate is here. Robex gets a double knock-up, and Music's coming through here. Onslaught of Shadows is available. Does he want to find it? There we go! The Cyclone Wabo Cabo Bouncy House coming through for Blue Water, but Surdy, just a monster in the fight. Unanswerable right now. Samikin's finally joined up, but the damage is done. Blue Otter in full retreat. Levitate just can't even get under his turret, but he actually does. Flashes to safety. Surdy's there too. Locks down. Almost dead. One final turret shot will take him out. Robex with the kill credit.
Still a 4 for 2 for FlyQuest challengers, and extending in order to get a couple more of those kills does mean that FlyQuest have more members alive. The gold lead is finally ballooning, and they're going to be able to get a lot of damage on this top side turret as well. We'll take another look as Blue Otter, they're the ones who actually start off this fight with Robex going in. However, as you were calling out, the ultimate from Vex not available, and as the reinforcements arrive first from the side of Sajed, he starts off by sniping Music, and then he's able to lock down more members. Levitate has to run for the hills, and Samikin just not able to land anything as Sajed pushes right on past him to go for even more fights into the opposing bottom lane.
That's so unfortunate that Music got hit with just the tail end. There's no way Sajed was actually aiming for that. I mean, if he was, maybe. That would be crazy. But either way, kill was picked up, allowed the resets, and allows that turret to fall. FlyQuest challengers with a 4.4k gold lead back on the map are right to the Rift Herald, so they're not looking to slow things down. They're looking to speed things up. Game number 2 slipped out of their fingers. Game number 1 was maybe a little tighter than they needed it to be, but this time around, it looks like they are trying to do their due diligence and try to bring us back the FlyQuest challengers that has given us hope that they could make that championship run. A lot of these players are looking for that. Shaden and Surdy would be looking for their second runs towards that title opportunity.
Yeah, and Levitate, he understands that something is up. They know that they don't have control of this side of the map whatsoever. I think they spotted Chime in that little spot, so he's gonna go ahead and flash his way out of that one. But dang it, we got another dragon spawning in about 30 seconds. It is going to be an ocean dragon. Not the highest value dragon once again, but that just means we're going to get an awesome soul very soon. And FlyQuest challengers, they are the ones in control of the entrances. The biggest worry I have is that Music and Quacker, well, yes, they have a really good combination between their two ultimates, just don't do as much damage as they want to right now because they don't have a lot of money.
There is a high focus on this dragon. It is FlyQuest. It seemed like they have the lead, but I want to bring attention to the vision. Kai, our observer, if you could actually maybe take a look at what's behind the dragon pit. Look at all those wards. Thank you for that one. There's a lot of information the Blue Otter can play with here. They have a lot of teleport flanks that Samikin can look for. Now, it is Vex, not the best flanker, but it is still something. But back into the lane, Quacker has to use the clone to get away from Shaden here. So we'll see if Blue Otter actually try and utilize these wards to get around the back of FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest will be able to grab this one, but there's nothing coming out from Blue Otter, and Bradley hovering around the side. Not going to be jumping in for a whole lot of damage. He's going to jump on Music in a sec.
Solar Flare misses. Levitate still taking a lot of damage. Still just one shot by Bradley. On a passive doing a little bit there, but wow, that was a lot.
Yeah, really good stuff from trying to set that up. Nowhere to go. Bradley closes that one out. They find the kill. They find the dragon. They're dropping the Herald in the mid lane. FlyQuest taking control of everything, and now Surdy going to be the one to guide it right on down towards the structure, but there's already a fight.
Focus here on the support. Chime could be in some trouble. Leona is tanky, but not tanky enough, and here's the ultimate from Samikin. Finds it, but the flank from Surdy and Bradley. Blue Otter are going to have to fight their way out of this one, and I don't think they got enough in the tank. Double kill for Samikin will feel nice. The fear onto Surdy. But this Aatrox is unleashed. Doesn't get the knock-up. Can he get the pullback? Doesn't need it. Bradley's got the damage. And there's just not enough health on Music. Blue Otter lose everybody but Levitate, who died from the earlier pick in the mid lane. That's an unofficial ace to FlyQuest.
A 6,000 gold. They're just taking control of this game, and Bradley just the recipient of so many of these kills. Chime finding on the other side. Shaden and Surdy diving right on in. Leaves no one left on Blue Otter to try and jump on Bradley at all. He's allowed to just hit whatever target he wants to. The game hasn't moved into all of these side lanes. It's just been these brawls, and FlyQuest is winning all of them.
And look at Chime just walking up confidently. They know that everyone's dead. They're just coming back on reset, getting the vision down around the Baron that's spawning in 53 seconds. We're only 19 minutes into this game, everybody, and there's 21 kills with a 6,500 gold lead to FlyQuest Challengers. They are rapidly dismantling Blue Otter's entire game plan, entire composition. Yes, they still have the combos. The Alistair, the Wukong, the Hecarim, the Vex, everybody can go in. Kai'Sa will jump in on top of them. But they just don't do enough damage, and they die way too quick.
And now Bradley off in the side lane as well. He has so much support from the rest of his team to know that he is isolated in this 1v1, and Chime's going to help him clear out all this vision, knowing that there is no information for the side of Blue Otter to even walk into their own jungle. If there's a LeBlanc that's not in vision, if there's Shade that's not on vision, these guys can just take you down 100-0 so easily. They just need to slowly take down this turret to make sure that Blue Otter just lose more and more control of their side of the map.
You think of LeBlanc as an assassin, well, you can also think of her as a poke champ. She doesn't have to 100-0 you. If you don't have vision on her, she can just take out half your health bar with 1 or 2 abilities, and then you got to get out of dodge. Also, scales pretty well into the game against squishy champions like the Kai'Sa, like the Vex, like the Hecarim, and Wukong, who I believe to this point in the game still has the lowest base magic resist of any champion. He's got a lot of armor, but not good at taking up those AP champs. Let's see if anybody gets picked here. Now Blue Otter do get to safety.
At the same time, they're just moving sturdy between the bottom lane and the mid lane, making sure that the waves are crashing in multiple positions there, giving Sturdy a ton of farm, but also allowing the rest of his team to play towards these turrets. Not going to be getting any of them on this push around, but they just need to make sure that the time that Quackers had in the bottom lane is not going to be getting them anything there. Minute and 40 until the next dragon is actually going to be spawning. Now Bradley does have vision of where people are, and Rovex is actually the one in trouble.
Yeah, has the Unbreakable. Won't need to use it right now, but the second chain lands, plus Maw, and he will pop the ultimate now. Should be up before. Oh, okay. Quack. That's not it. Yep, you got out in time.
Monkey.
Okay, well, I guess that's support ult for support ult then. They both should be up before that dragon scrap will happen, so hopefully not too much. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah.
Well, I'm really curious. I know Bradley's not much of an all chatter, but I really love to know like what he said.
Yeah.
When that ultimate went out.
Yeah. What do we think, observers? Can we take a look at all chat? I don't know. How safe is that? It's been dangerous in the past when that's come up.
I don't think it would have been all chat, but I just would love to have been in comms in that spot, just like, you know, is Bradley just kind of like a kind of guy? Or is he just like laughing at that kind of thing? Because it definitely did not look like an intentional distortion. It looked like the distortion came out before the ultimate even started.
Here,
unfortunately, there's not enough time.
I'll give you my best Bradley impression when I've heard him laugh. It's something like that, just much lower voice. He's got a lower voice than I have.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Either way, 2 Chainz still gets out of that one. In triple.
I'm just lying
we got to do the
right
rhythm
now. I don't know if that's true, but...
Oh, man. 10 seconds until the next dragon spawns, and a 7,000 gold lead coming through for Bradley. Distortioning away, and not... That's 4, I think.
That was. I snuck an extra one in there. I was seeing if you were paying attention.
But either way, Blue Otter not going to be able to contest for this one at all. I'm sad, Steve. I know you know this, but did you know I have a Blue Otter tattooed on my arm?
I do know that, actually. Not at all related to the org. But I guess you're still biased?
It is true.
Maybe?
Yeah. Very biased, ultimately.
Biased
Either
casters,
way.
Come on.
But still, 7,000 gold lead. I'm still trying to like figure out what lessons we're learning from this series, because the 2 games that FlyQuest have won, assuming they're winning this one, I suppose. It's a little too early to, you know, lock that one in. But they've both been very dominant wins coming out from FlyQuest. And the one that Blue Otter won, they were behind for a long time before coming back. They really just took like one big mistake from FlyQuest for Blue Otter. And admittedly, it was a huge mistake, right? They ended up losing the entire ace. They gave up the Baron. They gave up like 3 or 4 turrets. It was a 4,000 gold swing all at once. But this one, FlyQuest seems to have calmed down. And I'm trying to decide what information to take forward into the last couple of series that both these teams have.
I'll tell you.
Split.
I'll tell you if I have time here, because Rovex actually might get caught out. Oh! Solar Flare. Did not expect the headbutt to come through. His music is here. Sammykin as well. That's a lot of shadows. Big fear on everybody with Quacker on top. Levitate! Over the wall has Cleanse and Flash, and Blue Otter have not lost a champion yet. It is a 5v3, picking up kills on Asserti and Shade, and FlyQuest Challengers thought they could do no wrong, and they were wrong. Blue Otter will pick up a third and heavily punish FlyQuest over aggression.
This is the time to start looking at that Baron. Bradley gonna try and do some damage, but he's throwing damage into Rovex, who's like, cool, thanks, buddy. But still, this Baron, this is a very similar mistake to the one we saw FlyQuest make last time around. We'll see if the
big
punishment
damage
is
on Samikin. Has to flash away. LeBlanc is a poke champion, everybody. I know she's also an assassin, but she can do this. Not stealing the Baron, but a lot of burst damage. If they can get even one kill, it's not too bad for FlyQuest challengers. They get the enemy jungler, levitates, looking to get out of there. Bradley jumps forward, takes one final auto. Teleport in from Surdy. Levitate's got nowhere to go, so he'll just hit the wave and just kind of accept his death right here. One final auto, Sajed gets it. So 3 members live with Baron. You're still happy if you're Blue Otter.
I mean, we'll see how much of a positive Baron power play they will have. The rally cry Baron buff is there in FlyQuest. They still have a large gold lead. They still have control of the map because of how late into the play both Music and Levitate actually went down. And so it's going to feel, in a lot of ways, the FlyQuest has Baron for a while. And they're going to start by taking away all of these jungle camps. I definitely think that was a big lesson for both teams to look forward to. A really good punish from Blue Otter to take that down. But also FlyQuest, yet again, assuming that they're going for these plays without full information. They're getting punished quite a bit for every single one of these that they think is a good opportunity.
And they keep grouping up as well. It's so terrifying to group up, trying to pick the Alistair who has the ultimate available. Bradley is fine right here. Again, Rovex is just kind of the guy that's making everybody think they can go in, but again, they get punished. Alistair is a hard champion to kill, and you cannot get baited into those scenarios. It happens yet again.
Yeah, Bradley goes down, and that's a massive shutdown going over to Levitate. One of the better AD carries we've been seeing in a big bright spot that we had for Blue Otter. They get another structure here in the mid lane. That's more gold as the Baron buff power play finally more than the 1,500 they got originally. Looking for Surdy up on the top side is Rovex. Just going to headbutt him away from turret.
The World Ender has to pop it. Cyclone keeps him locked up, and there we go. More than enough damage. Blue Otter are just death balling together, and that is what the comp wants to do. Shadow Surge from the Vex. Onslaught of Shadows from the Hecarim. Cyclone from the Wukong. Everything is built to allow Levitate to just get into these fights from range and just blow people up. And whether they're clumped together or all alone in side lane, Blue Otter are finding play after play and clawing their way back into this game.
Suddenly, richest member on the map is Levitate. The 6 kills that Bradley had are now matched here by Levitate. He's got 3 items already completed. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard. It's no longer called a stopwatch in order to keep himself safe in all of these fights. But take a look at this mountain that we are starting to see Blue Otter completely climb. They already got the 7,500 gold. It's down to about 2.5. They're not completely out of the woods yet, but seeing how effectively they've been able to pick off individual members of FlyQuest is creating a lot of opportunities for Blue Otter to not just talk about taking a game off of FlyQuest, but to win this series.
Well, you know, Josh, they always talk about getting to the mountaintop. They never talk about the trek back down. That's where Blue Otter's headed right now, as they're trying to bring that gold graph back into their favor. Dragon's going to be up in 20 seconds. Yeah, that is Soul. So can FlyQuest challengers actually hold this? They've lost 3 plays in a row. Their confidence has to be shaken. But is their resolve strong?
Yeah, got to fight for this mid lane priority, and Levitate very strong. He does have the W, so start paying attention towards how many of these Void Seekers he will actually be able to hit in a row. If you can start chaining all that damage, it will pay off dividends. They're already, look at how they're positioning. They're looking to see if they can find their way onto Sajed. They just don't have the information necessary, and Quacker looking for a late
love this
portal.
No, I love how Blue Otter's positioning. Bradley's the only wild card. It's the only problem. The LeBlanc. If they mark the LeBlanc, they know where the threat is, because they'll win the front to back, and they just get the dragon uncontested. Now Quacker is going forward, and now we're fighting away from Bradley, who could look for a flank. It's getting a little messy here, but there's the engage coming in from Samikin and Levitate. A shutdown for the AD carry. Samikin takes down Surdy. Second ult does not land onto Bradley there, but they will find Chime, and FlyQuest challengers are falling apart at the seams. Blue Otter are stepping up to one of the top teams in the league. and fighting tooth and nail to keep their playoff dreams alive. Trying to find Bradley here, who might actually get away. Has flash, will die under turret most likely. Rovex with a headbutt for the kill.
He's able to get into that one, but look at the gold lead starting to amass for Blue Otter. They are in the lead. Finally, another 3,000 gold play. The Baron buff wore alpha. Who cares? They're getting so much more money. They're going to be hitting this turret as well. It's only 2 more kills going over towards the side of Blue Otter in terms of gold. And it is absolutely wild to see how effectively Blue Otter have been able to take these fights. It looked like Quacker was too far away going through the portal, but he ends up coming out in exactly the right place at the right time.
This performance from Blue Otter is so freaking impressive, man. We went into this series and we talked about the draft style of FlyQuest, the experience of FlyQuest NZXT, saying, yeah, they just have way more competitive games than the roster of Blue Otter, and that shows in the style of play, that shows in our confidence in them to win this series. Blue Otter are bringing it up to Giants. They are stepping up. Sammy, this is his rookie year. Same to Sajet as well, but you look at the pieces around it and you're just impressed with what Blue Otter is able to build and able to do here.
Yeah, they've just been so good at these team fights. They are so good at finding these moments. And Levitate on this Kaisa is doing a lot of work. Rovex caught, maybe?
We've seen this before, though. Rovex can take a lot of damage, and it's just buying time for everybody else to look for the fight, look for the engaged. Chime is just getting melted right now. They do trade one back, though. It's music that goes down. Cyclone used by Quacker, but that's the second one. He does not have another way. No, he does! There was another Cyclone! Double kill to Levitate. They're going to clean up the entire fight. There was also a double to Sajed, but it's only Bradley left. Headbutt from Rovex. One more pulverized. Bradley's back to safety, but here is Levitate trying to chase him down. Flashes forward for the ace.
That is all 5 members coming through, and Samikin even whiffed the ult at the beginning. That was effectively without most of the Vex damage coming through. That was Levitate moving together with Quacker and Music as frontline dive, but that's okay, because now they are into the base. They're going to get at least one inhibitor, and they might be able to close it out.
Time's up. He's got to buy 15 seconds for Shaden, and then Shaden's got to buy some more for Surdy. Just headbutt Chime away. Blue Otter have the carries on the turrets. They're splitting damage, though. Samikin just lost a little bit of time there. Focus on the second Nexus turret. Chime just can't buy the time. Shaden's up right now, but everybody can just hit the Nexus. They're teleporting in. That's going to be it. That's the series. Blue Water pull it off, and they will topple FlyQuest.
I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card this weekend. I think there are some people who can claim that, yeah, Blue Otter is going to take a game off of FlyQuest. But to see that Blue Otter, who are still fighting for their lives at the bottom of the standings, taking down FlyQuest, that is a huge jump coming through. Fantastic stuff from Blue Otter. The laning phase has not been their friend, but they have been able to find so many clutch fights later on. The fact that Quacker and Music setting up so many of these plays, taking all the pressure off of the Blue Otter backline and just allowing Levitate just go nuts is just a thing of beauty.
Yeah, their composition had one game plan, and it was engage. Try and find them. And the fact that it was Rovex on the Alistar every time, we actually have a replay here, so let's take a look at it. This was like 5 different times this game that Rovex on Alistar is the one that everybody uses their cooldowns on, and it's like, okay, cool. I'm Alistar, I have Unbreakable, and now you're all in position for us to engage on.
Exactly. Music and Quacker and Rovex, everybody going in, but you see like that ultimate from Samikin doesn't do anything, and so Levitate just waiting for his moment, and as soon as the big fear comes through, the second Cyclone starts going off, Levitate knows he can jump right on in, takes down the backline, and then even after that, just being able to run after Bradley to get the damage that he needs to, you can see Levitate has that killer instinct.
Yeah, I love to see that from a young AD carry. You said it yourself, one of the AD carries we've had our eyes on, and performances like that furthering the resume that all these players in NACL are trying to build on their way to pro, and topping the damage charts 2 games in a row for back-to-back wins and a reverse sweep to take the series. It's fantastic stuff from Blue Otter.
Yeah, really love to see what Levitate is able to do. He's not a player that we were necessarily looking at a whole lot earlier on in the split, but we gotta say that the results themselves are undeniable. The League of Legends is speaking for itself.
Now, I believe that series score has not been updated. Blue Otter should now have 2 series wins under their belt. But either way, we will have that updated hopefully by the end of the day here, because They deserve all the flowers. They deserve the praise. And they deserve respect now after taking down FlyQuest NZXT Challenger. We talked about the Blue Otter side, celebrating them. I want to take a little bit of time before we throw it a break to talk about the FlyQuest Challenger side there. Joshi, this is not the result that we expected, and it definitely is concerning now for the squad.
It's interesting. We've been seeing a lot of teams like this who just have a lot of strong players on their team not be able to work together. And Blue Otter, on the flip side of that, right, there's a lot of new players, a lot of players that we were looking at to be maybe middle of the pack, and they are figuring it out. They have found the synergy at the time when it is most important, because the rest of their season is not easy. They still have to play up against Team Liquid Challengers and Disguise, whereas we were saying FlyQuest, they had to play against the bottom 3 teams in the standings. That's not how this is supposed to start.
It felt like this was the FlyQuest comeback tour, the beginning of it. And Game 1 definitely felt like that. Game 3, the beginning felt like that. It was a comeback for Blue Otter. But it was a comeback nonetheless, and they did earn this series win. So with that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with an interview of one of the victorious players right after this.
Welcome back to the Rally Cry post-game interview. It is me, Joshua Joshi Howard. I'm joined here by the victorious top laner, Quacker from Blue Otter. And I gotta say, Quacker, that series I don't think went the way a lot of people were expecting. It definitely not after Game 1, but Game 2, you guys came roaring back with one of the best early game plans I've seen in Challengers League this split. Who came up with it, and how did it affect the way that the rest of the game played out for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, for Game 2, the early game, it was from music, yeah. He has his like creative jungle pass, which I think is one of his strengths as a jungler. And then he was just realizing, hey, I can just invade their bot side, and it's kind of free based on like the draft. So he came up with that, and then just I have top pride on my matchup, so you can go top side also, and it just worked out. And that's on props to him.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know that this series you ended up having 2 comeback wins, because even after your strong early game in Game 2, you guys were down a little bit, and then in Game 3, you guys were down quite a bit. Who are the positive members on the teams, and how do they allow you to come back in these games?
I mean, I think everyone's like pretty strong mental, like positive. But if I had to choose if I had to choose someone, I would probably choose like Samikin. Like his personality is like very positive and bright, so it's like whenever we're feeling down, it's good to like ride off of that like positive personality, and if we can get back in the like mindset to make the comeback, right? So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know Music said, like, imagine thinking that Blue Otter are going to lose 6 times in a row, but you guys did have a bit of a tough losing streak throughout the middle of the season. How has that done to your guys' morale?
I mean, can't really lie. Like, obviously, like 5 series losses is going to hit your morale a little bit. So was definitely a little bit down. But I think just based off of like what I know for myself and also my 4 teammates is that I'm pretty sure like no one ever gave up. We're still trying our hardest, and we know that we're a pretty good team, like with some potential. So yeah, no one ever gave up, and I'm really happy about that. And
awesome. It sounds like you guys. Yeah, it sounds like you guys have had a lot of synergy throughout the team, which ends up working out really well, especially in these comeback wins. But we are starting to get towards the end of the regular season here, Quacker, and that means we've got to start thinking about some of the awards that we're going to give him for the regular season. The most important of which, of course, is the most valuable prospect. So firstly, I want to ask, who would you give this to someone not on your team? And secondly, if you were to nominate someone from Blue Otter, who would it be?
If I had to choose someone off of my team, I would choose someone from Maryville's top side, probably. Or not Maryville, but Dragonsteel, sorry. Mistake.
Yeah,
someone. It would probably be Zabuto, Yuji, or Spyrex in the mid lane. One of those 3. Can't really choose one. I mean, I just don't have that clear of a decision in my mind. But if I had to choose one from my team, I think I would choose Samikin again. I think he's had some like sleeper extremely good games actually. If you just watch, I mean, we end up losing anyway, but regardless of that, like I think he's still played like extremely well in some of those losses. And even if he has like a few bad games, like I mean, sure, I'm pretty sure every MVP has a few bad games, especially as a rookie. Like that's to be expected and nothing too crazy. So yeah, I'll choose Samikin again.
That's awesome. Yeah, it definitely feels as though there are a number of bright spots on Blue Otter that as long as they continue to have those more consistently good games, you guys can continue to do quite well. However, Quacker, before we let you go here, who would you like to give shout-outs to?
Yeah, straight up, just shout out to my teammates, all 4 of them. I think I have really strong mental, and we were like pretty close friends. As far as like all the teams that I've been on, this is probably one of my closest in terms of like how close we are to each other. I mean, yeah. And then also shout out to my coaching staff. I think they're putting in a ton of work. So if you don't know them, it's Thin Uncle Phil and Sneezes. I think they're putting in a ton of work. They're keeping us in like the mindset, and like anytime it feels like we're kind of getting lost, I think they do a good job of just bringing us right back on track and like refocusing up. So like the downturns don't get too like out of control, right? Beyond that, shout out to my parents. I think I'm pretty sure are watching. They've been super supportive since recently, which is kind of great because it wasn't always the case. So shout out to my parents who are watching. Shout out to
your parents, man.
Other than that, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Blue Otter and everybody involved. Sounds like you guys are starting to turn things around. You guys have a tough rest of the road. So with that, I'll let you get back to VOD review and everything else you need to do. Thank you so much for coming in today, Quacker, and congratulations on this really big win. I'm going to go ahead and bring Steve, Mr. Kangas back on, and we're going to go ahead and close out the day.
That's me, Steve Mr. Kangas. Change the title now. I demand the full thing. That was awesome hearing from Quacker, though. Awesome to see Blue Otter pick that win up. Reminder that they're one of the teams that qualified in through the promotion tournament with, the core of Music, Samikin, Rovek sticking together across, the roster swaps in the summer. And this is a huge win for them as they are still fighting for that playoff spot.
Yeah, I really hope that they can find another win. I'm a big fan of this team. Like I said, I've even got it tattooed, a Blue Otter right there on my arm.
Unrelated,
definitely related to the organization, but it is true. At the end of the day, they still have a very tough road. They still have to take down Team Liquid Challengers and or Disguise in the next couple of series. A very tough end of the season, but with what we saw today, they definitely are able to do it.
Well, let's take a look at the updated standings to see the potential. Steve Mr. Cakes. There we go. I'm getting the rebrand is official. Let's take a look at the standings, though, to update everybody on what this means for the overall layout. Funnily enough, FlyQuest did not move with their series loss here. They are still up over TLC, but Blue Otter did overtake CCG, because even though they have lost the head-to-head against them, they do have a better game record overall, tied in series score, but with more games won. I believe even less games lost at this point. So if Blue Otter can maintain, they don't even have to win out their next 2 series. If they can just keep picking up games and hope that CCG don't pick up a series, then they are going to be able to get into that playoff scenario. But CCG's strength of schedule does have Winthrop and then FlyQuest Challengers, which now feel mortal, now feel like the teams towards the bottom still can bring them that competition. So yeah, a lot still to be played and nothing is certain, Joshi.
Absolutely. Everything is earned here in this league, and Dragonsteel still earning a whole lot. But ultimately, I can't wait to see this race in the bottom is still very tight, and there's even opportunities for Blue Otter to continue climbing the ladder if they continue to play the way that they did today. So shout out to Sammykin, Quacker, Levitate Music, and of course Rovix as well for everything they've been doing so far. Really hope to see that this band of brothers can find their way through and potentially find even more wins.
And shout out to everybody for sticking along through the journey this summer. Y'all in chat are the real ones. Everybody behind the scenes keeping the gears rolling. Our amazing observer Kai for showing us ducks and such when we're into the game. Thank you, Joshi, as well, for being a great co-caster, and a special thanks to all the players. We're going to be sending our viewers right now rating Lol Breezy, who is currently streaming. So what I'm going to request from everybody is you just give an 07. In chat when we hop over there. Do you think that's appropriate, Joshi?
I think it's very appropriate. Definitely the kind of thing we're looking for.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow for more NACL Week 7 action. 07.